Ooh.
All right, there we go. It is April 6th in the year of our Lord 2022. This is the Alaboom, the most what is it? What did I say? The longest running weekly vidcast. This isn't truly a podcast, right? It's a vidcast.
Yeah,
Is that
yes.
what it is? The longest running true vidcast weekly show on YouTube, at least to my knowledge. Anyway, somebody said somebody had like some what's what I'm looking for here? Can't even think about which one I'm looking for.
I don't know.
There was some like there was not one other one, but I think I looked into it and it like wasn't every week, like even it was pretty sporadic. But regardless, it's maybe something to hang my hat on, or not, for that matter. I mean, for those of you who are tuning in, just heads up for everybody. Scott's in the hospital.
Yes, still right.
Yeah, I think he might go home tomorrow or Friday. I don't know. I've been lucky enough to talk to him a few times, just checking up on him, see how he's doing. He's feeling a lot better. So, and I don't know. It isn't me to discuss everything, but the best thing I can say is just that he's feeling better, and that he's expected to go home soon. And yeah, so but as always, send him good thoughts or what have you through the ether or whatever you want to call it. And if you happen to believe in prayer and what have you, send one of those too. So I asked him if he was going to log in with his phone or something tonight. I don't think he is, though.
Yeah, probably not.
But if he did, I'd be happy to have him on.
Yeah, I doubt it. It's hard to get a signal in them hospitals.
You're a signal. Anyway, what's new, man?
Not much. Yeah, not much. Just a rough week with the weather. Rain keeps me down for a couple of days.
I looked at my neighbors' yards and they have it's been raining. This is like that lousy March, April weather or whatever.
Yeah.
Where you get like just rain and garbage. And I took a moment to like just peered into my neighbors' yards, and every year where we are, if it rains a lot, the yards just become big, giant, like soggy messes, right? And the thing is, for whatever reason, our house is like it's literally like the highest up of any of the houses in our neighborhood. Like everybody else's sumps will just run constantly, and ours just doesn't. If ours starts to run, that means it's really, really wet. I mean that we're actually having the tile, I don't know if you ever like, I mean, if you want to like look at something that's pretty cool, that they it's called drain tile, and it's like it's literally it's a thing that that's put on the outside of your foundation, and it causes the water that seeps into your yard, if it like pools closer to your house, it's kind of funneled down, and then it goes into basically a pipe that leads to like this hole in your basement that basically collects all this water, and then when it gets to a certain level, you have a pump that it turns on automatically, and it pumps out the water outside your house. So I mean, I've been in I lived in a buddy's house when during a giant flood, his sump, like the power went out, so his sump didn't work, and he didn't have a his some first of all, one couldn't keep up with the thing. So we were using a shop vac to like basically running a shop vac constantly, like sucking up the water, and I was taking it outside and dumping it. We were just doing that to like keep the work because I had an apartment in his basement where I was living, and then the power went out and he didn't have a generator, so
Got
like
the
it was
old
just
bucket
like,
app.
yeah, that was basically it. And then so then we we grabbed a ton of we grabbed like all my stuff that was like worth anything, which wasn't a lot back then. I was in my early 20s, and we grabbed like, and then got most of his furniture up on cement blocks that was in the basement. We got that stuff up, including my bed, and then I just kind of slept on the couch upstairs for a little while, and until like basically, and he got a couple inches of water in his basement, and I ended up having to move. I got a check from FEMA for a couple grand
Get the hell out.
to move myself out of his basement, which was kind of cool. It allowed me. And I remember when I went and I found an apartment, and then when I did, like it was one of those things where like I got an apartment, and then like 2 weeks later, all the rent from all the apartments went skyrocketing up because everybody knew everybody was looking for a place to live.
Yeah.
You know, so that was pretty sweet. I got it before that happened. Anyway, so anyway, all that being said, kind of round robin, went around a little bit. Finally got back to where I was getting to.
I'm used to it.
Yeah. Anyway, so my backyard is still a big giant mud hole, and my husky likes to dig, and with his long fur, man, letting him out is an adventure every single time. It's like literally I go outside and walk around with him to make sure that he just does his business, and then we get back inside the house. Otherwise he comes in and he is just caked in mud. And if you ever own a husky, they don't like taking a bath either. So like we try to get him in the bath and like literally he cowers from the water. He doesn't like the idea of getting wet, even though he's been running around the rain for like the last hour. But yeah.
So yeah, I have two of them in the backyard here. They're going nuts. The rabbits have been coming out. They're coming out of their hutches. They're chasing them all over the yards back there. I think they're both. One might be a Malamute, not 100%, but
yeah.
We have clay in the back, so that's like just a pond until the middle of May.
So, like we have a male, like Ivan. So, a male Siberian Husky is supposed to weigh between 45 and 60 pounds. He weighs 85, and he's huge. Like he's way bigger. So there's a lot of people that think he's got some Malamute in him. I don't know. Who knows?
Yeah.
So that's like he's just a bigger husky, you know. But like whenever we go out and if we take him for a walk and we see another husky, like they're always like, oh, you know, is he, what is he crossed with? No, he's just a husky. So, and when he wants to, he will not he will not like listen, like he will, like when I would take him for walks and he didn't want to go home, he will just lay down on the snow and make me drag him along the snow. He's very
stubborn.
Yes, or dumb, one of the two.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know that breed that well. I don't know. Are they a smart breed or?
He's pretty smart, but he's.
I mean, you got the exception, you know. Like,
yeah.
There's always the dumb labs or whatever. Labs are usually pretty intelligent. bird dogs.
Yeah, but no, everything I always read about like the husky sizes is just like that. Is that like some just run along, So big.
Yeah, they are nice dogs. I thought about getting. I just don't think I have enough room. Yeah.
How big is your backyard?
I believe it's a half acre. Give me a minute. I think it's 3/4 total, and the backyard's like a half acre. Yeah, something like that. A half acre, a little less than a half acre.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not real big. Like I had it was mixed with a collie, one of them sheep herding dogs, and I just felt bad for that. It just constantly wanted to run, and she just didn't have enough room. But yeah. Dad, my mother-in-law took in a few rescues a while. Turned me off of dogs, like having to clean the yard constantly because she wasn't. So we got cats, and it bought me a couple years worth of kid.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you get that big of a yard, it would probably be big enough for them. I mean, you just, and they like staying outside, even in the
Yeah.
middle of winter. So,
Well, I watched these two in the back. They got the same side property. They seem to be okay. I just wasn't quite sure. Although the neighbors did go around. She actually talked to me and asked me about putting her up a new steel fence because she was afraid they would knock the other ones over. The cyclone fence that was back there. I said, well, yeah, whatever. That actually, I thought I was going to have a grievance, but I didn't. I was out getting ready to walk the other day, and one of these college kids came up walking a dog, and the dog took a dump at my driveway. And the kid was like on his headphones. He walked past me, and then he turned around, like as he noticed I was there or something. Said, "I don't have a bag with me. I'll come back." So I thought, yeah, right, whatever. But I was shocked. He did come back like 2 days later and cleaned up after the dog. I was surprised. It surprised me. I was actually going to do it the next day, and I forgot about it. So, what's your grievance there, Lance?
Well, no, this is just a pretty standard one. I mean, I am kind of annoyed that, well, one, when I was supposed to get those coupons for the free breakfast sandwiches or whatever, that I got screwed up and they never sent them. And then I called and they said, "Oh, we're so sorry. We'll make sure we send those out immediately." And then 2 weeks later, I called again and said I still hadn't got them. And then they were like, the guy promised me he'd get it in the mail that day, and that was a week and a half ago. So unless it takes a week and a half from something from Moorhead to Moorhead,
you never know.
I'm of the firm belief that it'll that they're just yanking my chain at this point. So, but but that's not even what I was going to complain about. When I recently went to oh god, give me a second here. I gotta remember the full scope of the story, because I was like because it was like annoying to no end. God, I want to give it justice. Talk about something that happened to you recently. Well, I remember the particulars here.
Something happened particular.
Oh no! Here's what it was.
Okay.
All right. So I went to the drive-thru at Jimmy John's. Hey, Forrest.
The hell is Jimmy John's?
Hey. It's a sandwich shop. You don't have any Jimmy John's in your area?
Jimmy John. Is it like a sub shop? Or
it's a sub
that's
shop.
what they call it down here? Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
So I went there, and it was my wife wanted a sandwich. I wanted a sandwich. I'm gonna get a sandwich. So I went there, and I was like, and then you pull up and they were like, it's like person didn't sound too welcome to Jimmy John's, can I take your order, please? So I was like, yeah, I need a, and they go by numbers, right? I mean, it isn't like you say the name of the thing, you go by numbers. And I said, yeah, I need like a whatever it was. I need a number 6, whatever my wife's sandwiches. I can't remember what it was. I need a number 6, add onions, and make it a meal, your Diet Coke, and barbecue chips. And then there was like, it's like, you want jalapeno chips? I was like, no, I want barbecue chips. It's like, what kind of chips? Barbecue chips. She's like, I'm sorry, could you speak up, please? And so I said, barbecue chips. And she's like, well, you don't have to yell. And I was like,
yeah, you don't have to yell, man. What the fuck?
She just asked me to speak up, and I was like, that's fine, whatever. She's like, I'm having trouble understanding you. I was like, fine, whatever. So then it was my turn, and I was like, I wanted the turkey and bacon. It's like, I think it's called Club Lulu, but it's number 16. And I said, and give me a number 16. A what? A number 16. I can't understand you. A number 16. And then she's like, do you want that as a meal? No. What do you want to drink? I don't want a meal. I just want the sandwich. That's all I want. So then she's like, oh, well, it's just like one of those things where she was getting upset with me because like she couldn't understand me and I was just losing my mind. So then I get back up there and they hand me the two things, the two sandwiches, and they write the numbers on the outside. So one of them, like had 6 on the outside, and the other one had 16 on the side. Hands me the Diet Coke, hands me the barbecue chips. I said, thank you very much. I was like, I was already kind of mad, but I was not going to like get into it with this lady. So I was like, hey, Aldi's in there. Aldi, I mean, I know you can't log in, but I hope you're feeling well. I hope you go home soon, dude.
Well, Aldi.
Yeah. Oh, he says he's home. Never mind. I thought he was still in the Hooskow. Well, I'm not going to have him log in even if he is home. He needs his rest and he needs to not worry about this stupid show. Even though I do got a good stump to stomp tonight, sir. Maybe you can follow along. So then I get up there. So I bring the stuff home. And the thing was, I got home and then I immediately had to leave to go get my son from school. So I was like, that's fine. I'll eat my sandwich. It's like you usually takes him 10, you get there about 10, 15 minutes early so I can pick him up and I can then we can race out of the parking lot. So there's a huge problem. So I got my stuff and I sit down, I'm listening to the radio. I think there was a twin spring training game on. And so I was just listening to that. And I unwrap my sandwich, I take a bite and whatever, just like it's that first bite when it's like the end of the sandwich, so you don't really taste what's in it. And then I take another bite, and it's, even though it's at number 16, it was a turkey, extra cucumbers with mustard on it. It was probably the worst tasting. No, I'm sorry, tuna with extra cucumbers and like mustard on it. It might have been the worst tasting thing I had ever had in my life. I was expecting like wonderful turkey bacon with mayo goodness, in my mouth. And I was like, oh my God, what is this? And I was like, yeah, I was just, so I'm mad. I look at the thing, and then I look at the receipt and it says a number 16. And then I look at the thing and it says a number 16. And in the back of my head, I just had this image of like her, like saying, what's the exact opposite of a turkey bacon sandwich that I can just screw with this MFer.
Why are you yelling at her? It's probably not even her fault.
Well, I just, that's the only way I could see, like the whole process of like, and so then I called them up and then they were like, oh, well, we can like deliver one out to you. And I'm like, I'm in a parking lot waiting for my son to come out of school. That doesn't work for me. And I was just like, and they're like, oh, well, you could come back and get another sandwich. And I was just like, and the thing is that I eventually I just drove back there and I got another sandwich, right? And I just was like, fine, whatever.
How much of the original sandwich did you eat, though? Did you give it back?
I gave the whole thing. There was 2 bites gone.
Oh no, you just got to not bring it in, or because they're just gonna throw it away. You hold on to that sucker.
But I didn't. But nobody was going to eat that. And then so, like, nobody was going to eat that. Nobody was going to eat mustard and tuna fish, extra cucumbers. Nobody.
Apparently, somebody does.
No. Apparently, somebody decided to mess with me because they thought I was yelling at them on the intercom.
Well, you are. Why? We discussed this already. Why are you yelling at the lady?
You know what? I bet it's a Lent thing because it's fish. I bet they just had a mix-up.
Yeah, that's all. Nobody's out to get you, Lance.
There is no way on earth somebody's like, turkey. I better ladle on this tuna salad because that's what he wanted.
Yeah, it could be somebody else got a turkey instead of a tuna.
One of my best friends used to put like an entire level of pepper. It was nothing but pepper. It'd be awkward. We'd go to Subway together, and it'd be like, "Yeah, I'll tell you when on the pepper," and it would be to the point where they would be like, are you good? He'd be like, "No, just keep going." Like he would literally use it would be just 1/10 of an inch of pepper on top of that, man. I'm telling you, all strokes. I bet.
The point of that. What's the point of eating it then? If you're just going to waste it out with pepper.
I gave it back, but those coupons at the whatchamadig, that's really pissing me off. That's starting to really drive me crazy. That I haven't gotten those. That's really horking me off. The fact that how tough is it just to you said you were going to send me these things. I've had to call now and bark at you about it multiple times. And I've been assured that it's being sent 3 times now, and I haven't gotten it. And I'm just like, and I'm pretty sure at this point they're screwing with me too. I don't even think they have no intention of actually giving me my.
Everybody hates Lance.
Everybody hates. We're all out to get them.
Thank you. I appreciate.
You're welcome.
You admitting it because that is the case.
Us who smoke a lot of weed call that paranoia.
It is funny that like I could always tell when because when I played softball on one of my softball teams, there was a couple of guys. Well, more than a couple. There was quite a large handful of gentlemen that played on my softball team that partook in the illegal substance or what have you, and like
but
one of the
legal.
places. Yeah, well, not North Dakota, it ain't. But anyway,
actually, one form or another probably is. But go ahead.
Yeah, anyway, you would know. Anyway, so the thing is that we were sitting like every single time, like the cops, they would always have somebody like once every half hour to an hour because one of the ballparks we played at was Lindenwood Park, this park, and they would drive through the park like on a just do a patrol, basically making sure that people having triggers or something there. It was just a kind of standard thing where they just kind of ran through to make sure that nobody was being stupid or anything like that. And like I remember like they would like and they weren't even doing the weed or anything like that. We were all just sitting around like drinking beer in the parking lot, which is perfectly legal, especially if you are of age. It is there's if you're 21, there's nothing preventing you from being able to have this or have partake or whatever. But like they would just freak out every single time. There would always be like this, like it's like what, just like you're insane. Why are you, it's like and they always whenever there's a cop, it's like just don't worry about it. I was like you are nuts. They are not coming to get you. Don't worry about it.
Usually they're not.
Yeah, I don't know. People are dumb.
Like never mind. I'm not going through the TS.
Sticky H, the coupon grievance keep growing. I'm not ready for it to end. Well, you know what? I'm getting those damn coupons. I am. The worst coupon. Scott, do we normally stream at 720p? I have no idea what we stream at, Scott. We just stream what we stream, whatever Zoom spits it out at. So no, the worst one ever was like, I remember when I got like horrible service at the Little Caesars, and they sent me they sent me $20 in gift cards, and then when I went to go and use them, the gift cards hadn't been loaded with any money. I was just like, you mother.
They said they sent you a gift card. They didn't have to say it necessarily worked.
I was incensed would be the word.
I'm sure.
And then like, I got my $20 out of that one. Let me tell you, that was because I remember I went to, I was at a different Little Caesars too, and he was just like, I don't know what to tell you, and I was like, well, I don't know. I'm gonna tell you what I'm gonna tell you what you better do. I said is like, I shouldn't have to pay for this, and if you end up making me pay for this, well, then we're gonna have a problem. So. And then they were like, well, I got to call a guy. And then it was just a long drawn out process. And eventually I was like, you know what, I'm just going to pay for this. And then I was like, cause they had called the other store, they didn't know. And I just said, you let them know. I said that I'll be coming into that store the next day, because I have a few words. And they were very apologetic and gave me another $20 gift card. So at least we got it solved, But
I'm just thinking, I never want to go to a takeout joint with you ever.
No. I mean, I'm not. I'm kind. I mean, it's just like
I'm sure you are.
I don't go after people. I mean, like if it's one of those things where if it's like if it's slow or whatever. But I mean, if the food doesn't taste good, if there's something wrong with it, like I won't blast the people for it, but there will be a fair amount of me saying, this is like one of these, problems or whatever, and we need to, address this, and this food isn't any good, and
take your complaint and put it right in the trash can.
No. I mean, and honestly, most managers of whatever, they don't want to deal with you. They're just like,
they don't.
They're just like, what do they care? They give you $6 worth of free food that they charge 300% overcharge on whatever it is they're giving you. So they're just happy to get you out the door, So, I mean, admittedly, it's like I learned it from my mother too. The ability to stand up for my rights as a consumer or whatever. Anything new with you, Forrest?
Nah, just
circling the table.
My buddy Phil moved out.
Oh, did he?
For like 3 or 4 years, and then he was my roommate for like 3 or 4 years when we first moved into the house. Then he moved out, and he had to move back in because life didn't treat him so well. But he's turned his life around now. We're just getting the room ready for the baby, which is due in like a month. The boys are home from spring break, but other than that, just chugging along with my nickels and pennies.
What is so did he want to move out, or did you say, hey, we need the room, so you got to move out?
Yeah, we said pretty much like, we were like, yeah, this date. And he could have stayed a couple more months, because honestly the baby's going to stay in our room for like the first 3, 4, 5, 6 months or whatever. But no, he's turned his life around. He stopped drinking. He only smokes weed now, and his life is so much better because of it.
That's good.
He started doing Uber, and then he hated it. So now he just works at a bar, but he's got a really sweet deal working at the bar, and he doesn't drink. So like all the people are like, "You're so amazing," and he loves that. And yeah, he's doing good. Other than that, though, just got the boys home, just working.
Did you watch that video like I told you to do?
I did not. I've got around to it yet. It's there. It's loaded. Like, it's still. It's at the end of the day. Like, it's my YouTube channel. Like, I'm gaining subscribers based off the content.
Okay.
Yeah, what he said.
Like, if I lose every single penny of it, I'm not worried. Like, I could lose it all tomorrow, just like I lost my Movie Pass stock. Just like, yeah.
Well, I don't want to go down this road too much, but I do want to say one thing. It isn't. There's a larger situation at play here. It isn't just me worried about you. It's like if you promote that sort of thing that they're doing. I mean, it is the worst kind of capitalism that there is. It is kind of like the same way that I have and I don't want to get political here, but it's kind of like the same problem I have with state lotteries. And I understand that there's two different worlds here, right? So it's like, and I think I've talked about this before, and I apologize for retreading, but like, and I recognize that state lotteries bring in a lot of cash to different states, and they're able to use that money for things that the state needs, whether it is, like public works or, infrastructure. I mean, I don't know exactly how it gets dispersed. I should probably educate myself on that so I know better what I'm talking about. But the problem is that, and you can see this, is that, and I see it both with apocryphal evidence and also true evidence, that like it victimizes the worst section of society possible. It victimizes poor people. It gets people to think, oh, I've got an extra $75. I'm going to buy 75 $1 scratch offs because hopefully I'm going to win $5,000.
But worst case scenario, I'll only lose 20, 30 of it.
Okay, but here, listen.
No, I'm saying that's what they think. I've had
but those same people, it's like, oh, I won $22 in these scratch offs. Well, just give me 22 more scratch offs, please.
I do.
Yeah, exactly. And so that is why why I have. But I mean, there's also, but the weird thing about that is that I know that I benefit from it, right? I have better roads because my state makes all this money doing it. I mean, there are things about it that are bad, and then there are things about it that are like good. And so I have trouble rectifying that one in my brain. The stuff about Bitcoin and NFTs at this point is that it, like, if you like, and I can't, I mean, and I will give a caveat to the video that I've said, and it's like, is the line goes up and by from folding ideas, I'll offer a caveat. That guy is not a neutral and objective biographer of it. He has a problem with Bitcoin and NFTs and all that, those processes. He has serious issues with them, and he had them before he went into. So there's absolutely no way that the evidence that he collected was going to be looked at truly objectively. So I offer that as a thing. If you do watch it, like I said, if it is well worth your time. But the thing about it is that it is a demonstration of pure capitalism and greed, and it truly does. And I don't mean to point this out as being you, but you are the target demographic for us. Yeah. You are middle class. You are anxious about money. You're anxious about finances. I mean, and like, it's just like you are more of a online like inhabitant than you are on a face-to-face inhabitant. Now, admittedly, I know you have a lot of good friends that you spend time with, and you have a good game group and stuff like that. But it's just like, it's you fit that group, and admittedly I'm in that group too. I mean, like I definitely have more of an online presence than I do than an in-person presence. I don't want you to take this as me trying to single you out. I mean, it's just, and it is victimizing people. The Bitcoin NFT stuff, it is truly victimizing people, and the culture behind it is actually very toxic and destructive. And that's just like, I mean, and I can't describe it any better than that guy did. That guy did an amazing job of delineating it. So yes, I agree. You say I'm only going to spend whatever, $200, $500, whatever, and if you lose every penny of it, it's an investment because you're going to get people to subscribe to your channel and watch what you do. And I think there definitely is a value there for you. I mean, both personally, you get enjoyment out of it, which is a value for you, and also for your channel, which you want to have grow and become something that is larger in the future, and you want to actually like have that be your main focus, your job, and being able to monetize your time. I mean, and so I agree that there's something there, but there is like the negative of it as well. Like by making videos about it and perpetuating those things and talking about those things, you're actually like, there's a possibility people that aren't doing it for like trying to grow their YouTube channel, or like don't have $500 so they can just, if I lose it, no big deal, might watch one of your videos and then decide, oh, well, this sounds like something really cool, maybe I should do it. And then they don't have that kind of wherewithal and that ability that you have to limit themselves with it. That's also a wider range problem. And I'm not saying you have to think about that. I'm not saying you have to be that and worry about some rando watching your video, but there is something to be said. And that is something that is part of that, I don't know, parameter, I guess is what I'm getting at.
I'm part of the problem, baby. I mean, what more can you say?
Well, maybe you shouldn't be super excited to like cheer for that, but just
I do though. Like, I love this. I love being on the cutting edge, and I'm not even on the cut. Well, I guess I am with the play to earn games, but yeah, I see all the points. It's just I don't like, if I lose every penny, it's like, okay, I'll find.
But I already said that isn't the problem.
I know, but the other problems, I don't care. Like, I don't care if I'm contributing to it. Like, I really like, and that's bad. That's selfish, but that's honest. I mean,
Yeah, what he said.
If somebody says that, like, and says, I mean, I don't know. That's a dangerous rabbit hole to go down. I mean, so what you're saying is that as long as you get yours and you get your happiness out of it, you don't care about the larger parameter of the situation, that it doesn't matter.
That's how most people are, Lance, whether they want to
believe
it or not.
I'm saying,
or admit it or not.
Well, maybe it is. Maybe it is. But I mean, shouldn't we try to aspire to be better?
I do not believe that my little corner of the internet is going to have that big of a reach. And even if it did,
let's just say let's say this. And I'm not, and I feel bad because I don't want to.
Oh, it's fine.
Apparently you do, because you keep continuing the conversation.
No, but what if one person watched your video and like ruined themselves financially because they thought you were onto something, and they went and they lost money they weren't able to lose? Would that be okay with you if that meant you got like 10 more subscribers?
Yes.
Yeah, we'd be in the same boat. I'd lose everything too. I mean, it's not like I'm backing out. It's not a pump and dump. I'm one of these pumpers, baby. I'm pumping it with everybody else. I'm
diamond hands.
Yeah. I don't even think it's that, Liz. It's that these people have their own choices to make. Bauer gave them what he knew at the time. They had the choice to either go with it or not.
Well, I mean,
here's
I got a question for you. I got one question, and I've actually thought about making videos in the past, like about FanDuel and stuff like that. Would you consider it the same way if I started making content about just online gambling? Because I see no difference. Because there's people, they start doing it, they're wrong. Right.
Wait, hold on, Lance. What's the difference between this and a Kickstarter? With the Kickstarter videos, you're always gambling on what's coming next.
Well, but no, I think there's a distinct difference. I mean, if you do you really want an answer?
How
to
is that?
or
The
you-
company could go bankrupt. We've seen that a couple times. They
Well,
could
yeah,
take the
but
money and run.
the vast majority of all Kickstarter projects eventually like deliver. They might be years late, but the person gets something for what they paid for. Yes, there are definitely ones where people don't get what they want. Heck, I know that. But I mean, the thing is that the vast majority of them do. I mean, and but with a situation with Bitcoin or NFTs or things like that, what those are is that it runs off the bigger sucker premise.
Oh, like the
That,
stock
like,
market.
well, but no, but the stock market is yes, pure capitalism, but the stock market is you're actually getting like a portion of a company, right? I mean, it's like when you purchase like stock in a company, that is like you have a tangible ownership of a portion of that particular entity. I mean, you with and so like you can go to a shareholder meeting, you can have your voice heard. I mean, there's all kinds of things that like you can do as a stockholder.
They have the same thing for owning NFTs in different companies as well. Like there's one I own where I could vote on certain things because I
Exactly.
But okay, but here's the deal with you do realize that there are actually like laws in place about like the stock market.
Now, not in the beginning.
But what are we gonna talk about like now?
Are we
gonna say it's okay that there aren't laws that govern cryptocurrency and NFTs because at some point 100 years in the future there might be?
I mean, it's the same with the stock market.
That's a ridiculous argument. It's not like saying it's like, well, I mean, there was slavery once, so why do you have a problem with it now? I mean, I think that's a little
fucking far fetched.
Well, but that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. Who cares? There's laws in place to protect like stockholders and for insider trading and for people doing things that are completely nefarious and evil to basically steal people's money.
Okay, so the 2008 crash never happened.
It certainly did.
There was laws there.
Yes, there were
people got around them. I'm just saying, there's still, when people want money, they're going to get it any way they want to.
Would you say? But here's the deal. There isn't a single law that prevents anything in cryptocurrency or NFTs or anything like that. There's nothing that governs it whatsoever. Zero.
Again, the same with any kind of monetary thing we went through throughout history in the beginning. But I'm not saying I'm not fighting for this or not, but in the beginning of all these, people had to take a risk on them. And that's what these people are doing with these NTFs. They're taking a risk on them. They're getting the information they have. They're choosing to take a risk on them or not. Will this survive? I don't think it will. Maybe it will. I don't know. But what I'm saying is anything that involves money went through this. The coin, the dollar bill, the stock market.
And I also do believe that just in general, artwork NFTs and video game NFTs really need to be delineated. Because there's actual functionality in a video game NFT. It's no different than just, getting onto any mobile game and giving them $10 to buy crystals to buy these cards that eventually, once you delete the game, you'll get nothing for. It's just in theory with this one, you can sell it when you're done. I just think I don't see that much of a difference between the current way micro games are now and play to earn games. They're very similar in many aspects. Because I will never buy an NFT that doesn't do anything. Like just artwork, that's stupid. I don't want that crap. So I think they're different.
How?
Because one of them has a functionality that I can use on an ongoing basis. Like a picture of some monkey that's 1 out of 1,000, ultra rare, I sit on and I invest. I say, I got this. It'll be worth money one day. Whereas with the NFTs in the game, I can own it, I can utilize it, I can play with it, I can earn more with it, or I can rent it out and I can sell it at the drop of a hat. There's just more versatility. Yes, if they pull everything out,
you can sell it as long as people are willing to buy it.
Yes, like I said, if they pull the plug on this completely, which Once again, that is a risk, but I did my due diligence in the game before I got into it. I looked at their track record. I looked at their past. I think NFTs, when people hear that, they just think of stupid, weird artwork that people are buying for stupid, weird amounts of money. And this is not that. It's a different stupid thing.
What it is there's a bunch of people that are using you and making money off of you. That's what they're doing.
Just like they did in the beginning of the stock market.
I'm getting
But,
some.
what is this beginning of the stock market argument? This is ridiculous.
The tulip thing in Amsterdam, where the hell it was.
Well, no, what I'm saying is that and you know what, the tulip mania thing, people like lost everything they owned. You're referencing a situation where a small select group of people made a ton of money off of a bunch of fools and didn't give a damn about them. And just because those people
and the
that
difference
run that
between
game,
and NTFs are
I'm
nothing.
actually very side there. I don't hear the difference.
no, there's no difference, nothing, zero. And my point is my point is that is a, functionally speaking, those things in existence are inherently bad for society.
Do you think downloadable content for video games is bad?
Yeah.
I think downloadable content no, you know why? Because if somebody decides they're going to spend $30 on an expansion for a game that they own and they download it, they know going into that, I'm paying $30 so I can have something that I can use to have fun with, period. That's what there's no beyond the thing of like, oh, I'm going to download this like new dungeon area for, whatever, like when Elden Ring comes out with downloadable content, there's no idea that I'm going to download this so maybe in a year from now I'm going to be able to sell it to somebody for more money. There's no process involved with that. They know.
I would argue that's better though, because I want to give you the closest example. I go out and I buy 6 packs of cards. It's going to cost me $24. I'm essentially buying an expansion to the game. I am buying more cards in the game. I can use those cards. I can earn stuff with those cards, and then I can turn around and I can sell those cards, assuming the market is still in place. I feel like it's just the next step in gaming. As soon as we started charging,
there won't be. It is not going to be the next step in gaming because people aren't going to do it. People aren't going to want to do this on any.
I disagree, Lance, because let's go back to the lottery. We're putting the carrot in front of people's eggs. $10 to get into Splinterlands, but you could earn a card the first time, in your first daily that earns you $6 or $4 or 15 cents. You can actually see the money. You can see it. $10 to get in. It's on your phone. You sit on the toilet. You play it 15, 20 minutes a day, but you're earning. It literally is everything in a mobile game except more.
You're wrong.
How?
I mean, how? Because
what's the difference between this and a mobile game? Say, do you play Clash Royale, Clash of Clans, any of those? Have you played them?
Ages ago.
Okay, so what would be the difference between me going into Clash of whatever and spending $10 to buy a bunch of so I can get a bunch of random chests and get a bunch of stuff and level up my cards? Except the only difference is when I finally get sick of that game, assuming the game is still going good, I can sell all that stuff.
The difference between those two things is because nobody is going into, if they go into Clash of Clans, first of all, they can play it for free. They don't have to buy anything.
Yes.
They don't have to purchase anything to play. I've been playing Pokemon Go on my phone for like 4 years. I haven't given them a penny.
Yep.
I haven't given them a penny because you can play the game for free. If I gave them a bunch of money and I'd be able to get a bunch of stuff, would I be higher level or have more stuff? Sure, but I don't have to. I boot it up once a day. I do my daily things and I close it down. Never look at it again.
So Splinterlands is the same way. Every play-to-earn game that you've talked about so far is the same way, except for one. It's free to get it. So we're on the same page. Let's keep going.
Okay, but the difference there is that because of the fact that you are luring people in with this idea like, oh, but if you get this little thing, like now you can earn this, and at some point later you might be able to sell this and you'll be able to get that. You are fundamentally changing, and this is actually mentioned in the video that I think you should watch. Like you can spend 2 hours watching it. you are fundamentally changing the aspect of the game and the enjoyment of the game. People are no longer just enjoying the game for the purpose of having fun, the purpose of like, oh, challenging myself with this puzzle or challenging myself with this like sports game or whatever. They're no longer challenging. They are like, I need to do X, Y, and Z because I want to be able to make money. And the chase for the money becomes the thing, not the actual playing of the game. And that is why that I don't believe that this is the next level. We're not going to be in a situation 10 years from now, 5 years from now, whatever, where I'm going to download like Elden Ring 2, and it's going to be like, oh, if you keep playing this, eventually you'll be able to sell your character for $200. That's not going to exist. That's not going to happen.
AAA games and mobile games. Let's delineate there. Like I'm talking about specifically your typical play, your free to play crap you download on the App Store versus this play to earn game. And it's like, if the gameplay is fun, which I love the gameplay, which is why I made content on it. I enjoy playing the game. Do I do it because I can get chests and earn cards and I can see the real world value of those? Yes, but I still love the gameplay.
But but the thing is that I guarantee you, like, I mean, I can't guarantee because I don't know your mood, but I'm going to bet a fair amount of money that if tomorrow they said, you know what, the game's just gonna be for fun from now on, we're not gonna make any more money. Here's all your money back that you involved. We're just gonna sell this game on its own merits because we think it's really fun and we're gonna play it. You'd stop playing. You'd be like,
in a heartbeat. I'd go to a different play to earn game.
Yeah, because then that proves my point.
I'm a YouTuber. I'm trying to make fucking content on a game.
No. But why, if the game's so good and the game's so amazing and people want to play it without having to earn money and like by playing it, why wouldn't people keep playing it if it's so amazing? If the game's super, super freaking amazing and it's super fun to play, then people don't have to make money to play it, right? Because it's so freaking amazing.
What? Then how is the company going to make money, Lance? Like
how does From Software make money? They sell 12 million copies of a game that everybody loves.
We're not talking about AAA. Stop trying to move the goalposts. We're talking about your typical mobile games.
Okay, but fine. But there's mobile games out there that people buy that they think are freaking amazing that have no play to earn involved with them.
Yes, but they have a different aspect to keep you company. Maybe it's Fetch Quest. Maybe it's you're up to level 754 and you want to show it off.
Okay,
but there's different reasons to keep people coming back.
But you actually just proved my point. You do realize that because of the fact that you said that you would stop playing it if it didn't give you the possibility of making money while playing it. If the game was just freaking amazing, like every single time you booted it up and you played it, you just got all kinds of just tons of hooks, like your brain was just giving you all those pleasure center hacks, like this is so amazing, I can't put this game down, it's so much fun, this is just the best game I've ever played ever on my phone, and who cares if it cost me $4.99 to download it, I never had to buy anything ever again, then you wouldn't why wouldn't you make videos about that if it was that great, if it was that amazing?
I'm atypical because the whole reason that I'm in the play to earn market was specifically to make videos on a play to earn game with the potential long-term to maybe form a relationship with the company and get some free shit out of it. Like, oh, you got a new NFT dropping? Why don't you send it to me? I can do some content on it. I'm coming at this from a whole different angle because I do have games like that on my phone. I have Clash Royale. I played Clash Royale for 6 years. I probably invested $200 into that thing long term. And at the end of the day, there's a lot of people that have done that. Mobile gaming is bigger than all the other gaming. And there's so many games, so many people who have invested years and years and years, and potentially tens, 20s, $50 into a game, and they see nothing at the end of that. Nothing at all. But with play to earn games, there's that carrot. There's that little carrot there where at least once I quit, I can at least cash out. And all that time I spent, those hundreds of hours on the toilet, they were worth something. And that is why I believe it will be huge. I'm not talking about AAA games. I'm not talking about booting up an Xbox game. I'm talking about on your phone. And you brought it up in the library. Why is the lottery so popular? Because it gives people hope, and so to play to earn games on your toilet.
And here's the deal.
On the shitter.
So if the lottery, instead of benefiting my state and the state of Minnesota and like giving them all that money, if the lottery was instead going all into the pockets of a few, like one person or a group of people. They were just like, yeah, we're gonna take all these people money. We're gonna hand out a third of the money we make, and we're just gonna get richer and richer and richer every single day. Everybody on Earth would say, "Holy shit, that's got to be illegal." Those guys, and girls for that matter, shouldn't be allowed to run that. It is victimizing the poor. It is victimizing people. It is selling them hope, and to the absolute wrong people that is preying upon their addiction, their desire to be, something more. So wouldn't you agree if that was the case?
No. I don't think people would give a shit, because I think companies would say we're going to give a small portion of it to charities. That's why.
No, they aren't. They're keeping 2/3 of the money, and they're giving away a third. Basically,
the people buying it don't give a shit. No.
I'm talking about as a society as a whole. Do you think if somebody said, "Look, this is what's happening. These people are crooked as hell. They are selling these tickets, of which only a third of the money they collect actually goes out, and they're preying upon people that are running themselves into the ground. They're spending money that they should be spending on food, on shelter." They're making their lives worse, and these people are preying upon these people. If somebody presented that to you, would you not say we need to put an end to that?
No, I see that.
You wouldn't. You'd say go for it. Yes, those people should. Those people should just be.
The government is essentially doing it right now. That's exactly what the government does.
Okay, but isn't that and that's a problem, right?
I don't know. I don't think so.
You don't think it's a problem that
we got to get that money somehow? I mean, our roads already suck.
Well, you increase the taxes across the board. Go to 60-70% tax rate like they have in a lot of European countries, and we can pay for everything, right? I mean,
years.
I don't understand the hard on for how Forrest runs his channel. You have
why
we go through this every week. The soapbox you're on keeps flipping, so I'm having a hard time understanding this conversation.
Well, this is what I'm saying. And don't try to change the subject of like saying something like, if you knew something was crooked as hell, like I said. Like I have a problem. I have a problem with state lotteries, but I also know that it's needed to create that money, right? If you make it black and white, if you basically turn it into one like incredibly greedy, evil person that is victimizing the poor of your state and taking their money, like people would step in and they'd say, this has to stop. This corporation or this one person that is basically ruining these people's lives by basically like running numbers. It would be the old school like mentality of it, like from like early lottery systems. There's a reason why you can't do that. It's called gambling, and you'd be arrested and you go to jail. But the states can do it because it is a state funded thing, and the money collected is used for purposes. If that was the case, maybe not you personally, Forrest, maybe you wouldn't care, but that people there's a reason why laws are in place to prevent people from doing that. Now then, here's the situation. You have a group of people that run these play to earn games that are sitting at the top of the pyramid, and they're the ones that no matter what you do, no matter whether you're making YouTube videos about it, they are preying upon people. They are preying upon people and taking their money and making money off of them. And
the stock market. Okay.
With the illusion that that's bullshit. And that's a bullshit argument.
It's not bullshit.
It is a bullshit argument. The stock market has laws, and it has governing bodies. And yes, there are ways, and yeah, I'll totally agree that capitalism is a crooked system. It is. And there's a lot of problems with capitalism. I'll say that all day long. But here's the deal. It's like, you have a situation where there's like these basically people creating these play to earn games and these NFTs and all these other things that are made for the purposes of them to get rich and to make other people poor, because that's the only way they can get rich, is but through that process. And that is inherently bad.
That is America.
Bad. Yeah, and
the state you're living in was founded that way.
What's the difference between Magic the Gathering?
Come on,
buy those packs of cards. Don't please. Yeah, okay. There's my best question. What's the difference between a trading card game, a collectible collectible card game and this, because essentially it's a collectible
because
card
when you
game.
walk in, when my son walks in and buys a pack and like he says, can I get a package of Pokemon cards? And I say, sure. And I pay $4 and he gets a pack of cards and he opens them up. There is an inherent fun for him to open up those cards, look and see what he got, take those and place them into his booklets and save them. And also for when he wants to, creating decks so he and I can play a game. There is an intrinsic actual like return for that $4 investment. There's nobody sitting at the top of like the Pokemon like pyramid, like in like trying to like basically like create nothing, which is what an NFT is basically, that has no like value, like intrinsic to it, like and that is trying to. You are actually giving me something. It's like why are board games created? Because people are buying them and and so they can bring them home and they can play them. Now, is there a other like a third market? There's a third market for everything. Like you can sell your car, you can sell your house, you can sell your Pokemon cards. And sure, there are definitely people that probably do buy Pokemon cards on speculation and trying to get like the super rare ones so they can sell it for money. I mean, there's places like Cool Stuff Inc. that were created basically for that purpose of buying tons of cards and selling them to people. But again, you are actually getting something to be like to either own as a collectible, which is something that has been around forever, collecting things, or to use in the actual game that the thing has.
The only difference I'm seeing is that physical, like it's just physical, and there's a greedy person at the top of my game, whereas the people at the top of Pokemon, I'm sure that there's no greed there. Like
anybody who runs a corporation isn't doing it for free. I
understand that, but I'm just you're making all these NFT, like all the play to earn. Those sons of bitches, they're all out to get everybody. Now, you know what? Some of them are actually trying to make good games. Some of them want to be the game that is the game that puts play to earn. Peter Molyneux has a freaking play to earn game coming out. Okay, there's a Walking Dead game coming out. It's only getting more popular, and it's only going to get more normalized. And yes, it does need regulations. It needs taxes. It needs all that sort of bullshit. But I mean, I don't think Barry's stock market analogy is that far off.
Except for the giant regulatory commissions.
There's another one I want to use, but I don't want to go down that road because there is another analogy.
Either way, this will be a fun talking point for like 6 months from now when you ask me about it and then mock me. Well, let's leave it there because my opinions are in cement. Your opinions are clearly in cement, and Barry doesn't give a fuck.
Either way, no. I'm independent.
All I know is I got 25 subscribers off a video I posted a week and a half, and I'm happy with that. But no, Lance, I from the bottom of my heart, I honestly do not believe that people would do shit about that. Because there's so many ways people get scammed every single day. There's so many things out there where it's like that, where it's like, oh, we're going to take most of this money. You're going to see like 50, like the raffles, all that sort of stuff. I don't think people care. The majority of people, the people in power don't care about little things like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Either way. When I'm rich, I'll rub it in your face.
I'll rub it in your face.
And that is classic. That is a classic mentality. Thank you for like, if not anybody.
I'm joking.
You say you're joking, but that is the vernacular, and it's just like it's like if
this is a business decision I'm making, Lance, and I think it's a good one. I really do. I see the gains already on what I want to subscribers. And I have all these things. I have all these cards. And as long as I get out before they pull the string, because of course, every single one of them is going to pull the string and we're all going to get.
The terminology you're looking for is rugged.
Pull the rug. As long as I get out before they pull the rug. And I'm not really worried about them pulling the rug. They've been around for 4 years. They're growing.
Yeah, because it's still making money. The moment it stops making money, they're out.
Maybe.
There's no maybe.
Pretty much anything.
I love how that's a blanket state for hundreds of companies making hundreds of games. They're
Amazon.
They're all
yes. I mean, you do realize, Forrest, that like when TMG went out of business, they didn't go to everybody and take back their games. Like people still got to keep their games.
Do you really want to use TMG as an example in this
absolutely
conversation?
use TMG as an example.
What about the stock thing they did? Not the stock thing.
Yes, yeah. Michael asked for investment equity, and I mean, the last time I checked on it, he's trying to make do in some way to them, and to be able to pay them back for it. So
he's trying, yeah. So
what's your next question?
That's what I'm saying. Was that it's the same thing?
Was that your big thing? No,
we're still trying to do the same thing. I mean, if come on.
No, but like I said, when they went out of business, nobody went to everybody's houses and collected their board games and said, you don't get these anymore because we went out of business. They still got to keep those things. They still
tried to do everything they could to keep the business afloat. That's what I'm getting at, Lance. I mean, I'm not saying they did anything shady. I'm just saying they still try to do everything they could.
So
it's the same thing these guys are doing. If it is going to fall under, I don't think the guy running it looks at this as it's a scam. I think they're really trying to do a legitimate business. They've been running for 4 years, like Forrest said. It's
his game. It's his creation. It's a billionaire. I mean,
but regardless, I still don't get why he got the heart on for this guy and what Forrest is doing on his channel. This is how he grows.
I really want you to watch that video. Just
it's 2 hours, man. It's 2 hours.
You don't have to watch it all in one sitting. You can watch it in half-hour increments. You're sitting at home by yourself all day long. You can't watch it.
I'm doing shit.
Like what? But you don't watch any. You don't watch any TV when you're at home. You don't watch anything on Netflix or anything.
No, I play some video games. I do. I take time in between things to play a game of Overwatch or two. I'll work, I'll play a game, then I'll work, then I'll play a game, break it up. But that's because I enjoy playing Overwatch. I don't enjoy this. Feels like a homework assignment because I don't give a fuck. I know NFTs are bad for the environment. I know NFTs for many people are good. And honestly, I agree with you 100% on the art NFTs. I think they're fucking stupid as hell. I would never invest in one in a million years. I don't understand it. I have no interest in understanding. I do understand the ones that I'm in because I see no difference between those and all the hundreds, probably thousands of dollars in my gaming experience that I've spent on downloadable content, in which the game eventually just faded away into absolute nothing and all the money I spent was gone. But I got the enjoyment, the time. I got to open packs. I got to watch my kids open packs. I'm in a guild with my kids. I get all this stuff. I just don't see the difference between downloadable content, which is why I think Play to Earn game is going to be so big. Because it's just a natural extension to me of mobile games. AAA, Xbox, PlayStation, not so much. But mobile games, yeah, absolutely. $5 and you got a chance to earn this one coin, which is worth 8 cents. And, maybe you collect enough of those, you do something else with it, dangle the carrot. I think the whole business model is just, it's ripe for the picking on Play to or on mobile games. It really is.
Yeah.
And that's from someone who spent hundreds of dollars on a couple different mobile games and played them for 5-6 years.
Forrest, I'm going to ask one more question, then can we please move on from this?
Yeah,
have you or Lance, either one of you, ever seen the debate on the other side of your points on this fucking subject?
Lance, in the video that he's trying to get me to watch, I imagine it'd be the exact opposite.
Have you watched it? Or any other?
No, but I've listened to Lance. I mean, I see the points. I definitely see the risk. And I would never invest anything that I was not willing to lose. 110%. I don't even invest out of our bank account. It goes from Bauer's Game Corner money, which is just floating pretty much until we need it, into that. I see the risk. I see exactly what Lance says, and I have no doubt in my mind, especially after doing research on a lot of these Play to Earn games. I did a video on one. I was like, this looks scammy as hell. I would not give them a penny. I agree with Lance. There's going to be a lot of things that make Lance look very right and very smart. A lot of these Play to Earn games are going to have exactly what Lance said happen. 100%. Agree completely. I just don't think it's going to be Splinterlands. And if it is, well, then it is. Like, in fact, the other play to earn game that I'm in, I'm a little bit worried about. I'll admit that. I'm on Gala Games. And I'm worried about them. They went way off the deep end. They started working on NFT music. So like Snoop Dogg released an album where you could download the songs, you'd have exclusive NFTs. And I'm like, this sounds like ugh.
Yeah.
So I see Lance's perspective 100%. I understand it and I agree with it to a certain extent. But the classic words is not going to be me. Next topic. Oh no, Lance. I guess the question was aimed at both of us. Are you doing chew right now, Lance? Oh, I was like, did you pick up? That's a weird late life. Yeah, I started chewing tobacco.
I did in college, but I for about a year or two.
I did for a while. It wasn't, yeah.
It was more convenient for me. You know what a pain in the ass it is dropping a lighter 3 stories in the air?
That doesn't sound fun.
Maui Chris. NFT and crypto. I have a barn full of machines humming away right now. Oh well. Thank goodness.
Thank goodness.
I will say though, I think that's the way to do it. If you're gonna do it, you gotta go hard, you gotta go fast, you gotta get your money, you gotta get the hell out. At least in some of it. I mean, but then again, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. This is the guy who lost, $800 in movie stock pass.
Yeah.
Movie pass stock.
Mm.
Now that was, yeah, that's why I don't touch the stock market. I just don't. I don't like it.
You couldn't keep Movie Pass going?
I couldn't. I tried. I should have made YouTube videos, damn it. That would have solved it.
Well, we might as well ask. Anybody played any games lately?
I did. I played Palazzo.
Palazzo?
Yeah.
What is this?
Enrico Palazzo?
No, it's from Reiner Knizia in 2004. Just shot a review on
I'll wait for Kabuki Kid to get my Enrico Palazzo comment.
Yeah, it's actually a really solid Reiner Knizia game. Highly recommend if you can find it in the discount bin. Auctioning. It's got 3 different types of currency.
I'm out with the auction.
Hey, Alan Brown, the entire Stark market as a whole keeps going up. It's a very safe long-term bet. Movie Pass never made a goddamn penny.
It did not, but man, it had an awesome idea. And I rode that Movie Pass.
I remember you talking about you went to like 8 movies a day or something.
We went to a lot. I used to intentionally, like as I was leaving the movie theater, I would buy an extra ticket back before they put on the restrictions just so I could gain points on my movie card, and then I wouldn't even go to the movie. Which yeah, I was part of the reason why they went under. People like that. Yeah, they had a lot of problems, and they had to have regulation. Like there were people that were doing all sorts of weird stuff. Yeah.
Sons of bitches.
I also played what is it? I don't remember.
You don't remember? I played. What is it called? Is it picking fruit or fruit picking? It's a Korean game. I think it's.
Hey, Last Light goes live on the 12th at noon. I expect every single loyal boomer to back it.
On GameFound.
Do you do GameFound reviews as well?
I do GameFound critiques. I did one this week for the Cyanide and Happiness game, which
do you think they expected to make more money than they've made already?
Oh, I 100% think they did, and I think they were stupid for not offering their minis after the fact. And I know that sounds presumptuous, but the bottom line is, when I did my research, my very minimal research on doing this, I was like, oh shit, they're showing Cyanide and Happiness minis. That's a license to print money. And yet you can't buy them as part of the Kickstarter unless you were in the first, you had to like pre-launch. And it's like, what? And I imagine it's different because GameFound, I do think that this was a big coup for GameFound, because I imagine a lot of the people signing up for that specific campaign have never been on GameFound before. And that's big for GameFound to, sign up hundreds and hundreds of people, literally, potentially thousands. But just the choice to not offer the minis as like an add-on, I think is just leaving so much money on the table. And I imagine they will add it at the end, but why not launch with that? Why not launch with that so you get that fancy $600,000 on day one? They're still at 300 or whatever, and it's great, but it's so perplexing to me that you would show off these gorgeous looking minis. You have 11 million YouTube followers. A huge portion of those people, maybe not interested in the game, but would love to have those minis to sit on their desk or to have as little knickknacks, Funko Pops or whatever. And then you don't offer them as part of the pledge level? Like, what the hell? What are you thinking? It just blows my mind.
Blows your mind, sons of bitches.
I honestly would love some of those little figures. I love Cyanide and Happiness. I read that on a regular basis when it pops up. It's just so interesting that they didn't offer it as an add-on. Because, yeah, it's going to be hard to make $1 million when you have, a $30, $50 card game.
Attaboy. Alan Brown says he's backing last night and then backing it again. So,
I think that unbacks it.
no. No, it doesn't.
I'm pledging $1 and just emailing you every day.
What's the behind the scenes on that like, Lance? I'm curious because you've done a lot of Kickstarters. This is your first Game Found, right?
No, we did the After the Empire reprint on GameFound.
All right. What's the
Yeah,
how's the ease of use as opposed to Kickstarter?
It has its better parts. It has its worst parts. It is it's tough to explain. So like in Kickstarter, they basically just give you a flat page and then you just build it. I mean, you've done a Kickstarter for us, the UI hasn't changed much since the time you did your Kickstarter 1,000 years ago.
That's not good.
It's just like kind of a flat page. The Last Light allows you to basically make segments and you make little parts to your thing. And so, one part will be the rewards, one part will be this, one part will be that kind of thing. And you can kind of mix and match and you have more free reign to move stuff up and down and change things around and alter it as you see fit. So there's a lot more customizability, but it also I don't like part of it because it's one of those things where I don't know if you've ever used a thing like this, but where the thing that you're designing is broke. It's a sheet, it's a page, right? So it's and as you scroll, it's multiple pages. Well, the way GameFound does it is each thing is and I'm having trouble explaining it, but each thing is a little bar that's about this big on your screen that's this big. So you can't see the whole thing when you're working on it, which is really bothersome to me. I like being able to see the whole thing.
Anything like that you can do?
Well, you can go to the preview page. What are you going to do? Reload the preview page every 3 seconds to see how the thing works?
I will say I see that from this end because that's one thing I haven't found a game found that I thought was really well organized. They give you all these tools, but I don't think people have really found the industry standard yet where it just feels clunky. Every time I get onto a game found, there's all these nice features, but then the people are so used to try and do this, the one-page Kickstarter thing that it just ends up being clunky and unorganized. So I definitely see what you're saying there because the segments are nice, but it's weird.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, they definitely have there definitely is a, getting support through GameFound is way better. Ryan Schoon is the US guy for GameFound.
Oh wow.
So, yeah. So if I have a problem, I just reach out to Ryan and usually I can get an answer within a half an hour.
I wonder how that's going to be now that they've opened up the floodgates though. I'm really curious to see how they're going to do popularity because before it's been everything's an event. We give you the banner, but now that they're opening it up to everybody, there's eventually going to be riffraff. There's going to be crap. So they have to have some sort of popularity system, I would imagine. They can't just go by the most recently launched if they're opening it up to everybody. Yeah. I'm really interested to see what kind of changes they make over the next few months with that, with opening it up to everybody.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It'll
I got a question. Game Found. do you have to buy the banner? Do they offer it to you? Is that part of the package? How does that work? Because some games get featured on the banner, some don't.
I think most of them get featured. I mean, like, they I mean, they just always done it for us. I mean, I don't know, they've always said we'll put it on the banner, and then thanks much. I think it's probably since they're making money off of us as well. So they they probably oh, we think this one will make us some money, so just like put it on the banner, that kind of thing. So, but yeah, there's that, I guess. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I prefer GameFound over Kickstarter. But I wish GameFound had a few things improved, and so I always give them my feedback, and I always let them know what I think as far as all that stuff goes, and
I like the idea of their stretch goal section, but in actuality, I hate their stretch goal section. I feel like it just completely rips out the excitement and the fun of like scrolling through the long stretch goal section when you've got like 10 or 12 unlocked. You're like, oh, this and that and that. And the way they do it, it's like you have to click on every one to really get a full understanding of what each one is. Like little stuff like that. I feel like it just makes a more clunky experience. Like their stretch goals, it's just, in theory, I get it. It's more useful. It's more functional, but like just from a browsing perspective, it's not as good, I don't think. And hopefully, I don't know. I don't know if that's something that someone could, I don't know. I like GameFound, but it's got some work still. Which I think it'll do. Because Kickstarter sure as hell isn't going to do it.
Maui Chris just asked, who are you working for? I've been working for Gray Fox Games now for 3 years. Last Light comes out on Tuesday. The 4X space game from Roy Canada. Play 4X space in 1 hour. Woo! Have you have you looked at the did you see that another member of the Blacklist Games crew has left the company to go work in someplace else?
Rats from the ship.
Yeah.
I mean, the writing's on the wall. You should probably read it. I mean, it makes sense.
I mean, I'm not here to shovel dirt into a grave, but man, oh man, yeah. The second Sadler brother, that was like the big thing, right? It was like the two Sadlers like left and sort of doing their own thing and making their own games. The second Sadler brother is, I mean, and I hope Adam and Brady both go off and do amazing things. One of them is going to go work for, or is working for, Lucky Duck. And the other one now, he taught himself how to make for iOS appware, and now he's working for an app company now to develop, be in charge of development. So yeah, I mean, just Kabuki Kid, if you play on Tabletop Simulator, I would teach you Last Light if you were interested. So just let me know. And that goes for anybody if you want to play it. I can show it to you and you can play a game. But yeah, no, it's I don't know, that stinks. It stinks that people are it's that they're having problems. I wish I don't want any company to have a problem or anything like that. I want all companies to do well and make money and not like deliver stuff to them. So it stinks, and hopefully they can figure it out. But anyway, that being said, yeah.
I had a question for you guys. I was playing with the neighbor's kids, a couple board games. And they called me Mr. Barry. I was thinking back, like when
They
did
call me Mr. Tips.
Mr. Tips? But I was thinking, when did that come into effect? Like, I understand with me, it was always the last name, Mr. whatever, Smith, Rodriguez, whoever. But when did this take effect? I noticed a lot, lately, not just with these guys. Do your kids do that, or
No.
they call them by their last names?
Yeah, I don't have anybody calling me by my last name, which is weird. Both my older brother and my dad get called Mikester all the time. They just say that instead of, but like nobody ever calls me Mikester. They just call me by my name. I don't know. I don't know. I don't get called Mister very much. I don't like it.
I do. I don't either. But the younger kids do. But I even see that, like with my my niece and nephew, when they were going through school, they would do that. I believe even some of the teachers.
Oh,
which is
sorry,
weird.
I forgot to mention this is my Peter Sherry bandana. I found this today. Can't really see it. But
It's upside down.
Yeah, it's upside down because I put it on the wrong way. Yeah, that. So Peter, if you ever watch these, you're gone but not forgotten. So, yeah, I don't know. I'm just used to everybody getting my last. I'm used to everybody just getting my last name wrong, so pronouncing it wrong.
Hey, you got an easy one. Or the guy named Slurgenhauer. Try saying that one.
Mm-hmm.
Called him Joey Alphabet. You done your exercise for the night, Forrest?
Oh yeah, got my 11,500 steps. I am good.
11,000. And what'd you say that was? 4 miles?
It is. Let's see, 5.85 miles. And then tomorrow it'll say, "Hey, you need to get 11,516 steps or whatever it is."
Yeah, I used to average about that when I was working, 5 miles a day.
Well, I don't eat healthy at all. I'm hoping to find that perfect balancing point where I can do intermittent fasting, which I've gotten into recently, and walking every day, where I can pretty much eat whatever the hell I want and then actually lose a little bit of weight. I think it's around 15,000 steps.
Yeah, you can.
Like right now, I'm maintaining, and I'm eating like a garbage dump.
Yeah.
Like I just started a what is it? 16-8, I think it is, where I don't eat for 16 hours a day, and then for 8 hours I eat whatever the hell I want. No, I'm at 14-10, but I'm gonna do a 16-8 next month. It's weird. I started looking into it just to try it out. I like it. It's not as hard as I thought it'd be because I never eat breakfast anyway.
Yeah, I kind of always did it at that. I never really ate lunch, even breakfast to an extent. But
that's
not bad. I feel I sleep better. I have more energy. Like I was really surprised at how easy it was. Like once with my particular schedule.
Yeah.
And I noticed the difference already. Like if I was eating the way I was eating, typically I'd be gaining 5-10 pounds. Right now I've maintained for like the last month and a half.
You could just eat better.
I could, and that's the goal. Sporadically, I'm going to start eating better.
Theoretically, he could.
What do you consider eating better?
Taco Bell.
The way that I lost weight was calorie counting, extreme calorie counting. Not that I would have extremely low amounts of calorie, that I was very anal with exactly how many calories I put into my body, and I made sure that I got, to certain hours of walking a day. But the actual the other stuff is just extreme calorie counting.
That doesn't answer my question. What do you consider eating healthy?
Eating healthy, like
you can limit yourself to 1,000 calories and you can still eat unhealthy.
2,000
What-
calories a day.
Okay, but you're missing my point. You can eat 1,000, 1,500, 2,000
What
calories
type
a
of
day, and you
food
can
are you
still eat
considering healthy?
unhealthy.
Oh. I don't worry about that.
You should.
Like I'll eat whatever the hell I want with my calories. Like back when I did the extreme calorie counting, there'd be days where I was like, all right, I'm just going to have this half sleeve of crackers and this bottle of liquor today. This is my caloric intake for the day.
There you go.
But like
So-
actual healthy eating, no. That's one of those things that I'm sure a doctor is going to get on my ass sooner or later for, but I don't actually worry about healthy eating. If I were going to start eating healthy, I would just calorie count. I wouldn't worry about what I was eating. I would just be smart. Because honestly, I don't know. I've had good. I'm very good with maintaining my body weight for the most part. Just because I thought I was going to die at one point. When you think you're going to die because you're too fat, that's good incentive. But healthy eating, Lance, I don't really have an answer for you. Like calories. That's my healthy eating. I'm sure, yes, I could say eating salads and doing this and doing the other thing, but I've never, that would be a lie. I'd quite literally just be telling you bullshit. Healthy eating to me, at least in my mind, is I just watch my calories.
Do you eat fresh fruits and vegetables?
All the time. Wait. Fruit, yes. Veggies, not fresh. We seldom get fresh.
Well, okay, fine. But you eat fruits and veggies.
Yeah, like you're going out of style. Bananas, apples, grapes. We get that stuff all the time. Boys eat it like candy. And so do I.
Well, that's because it is candy. It's mostly sugar.
It's delicious.
Well, that's because it's mostly sugar. What about veggies? What do you eat?
We eat them with meals. When I prepare meals, I'm bad about it. I actually love veggies. Like I'd eat veggies all the time. Like I told my wife if she just bought heads of lettuce, I would eat salad all the time.
Really?
I drown it with ranch, but
I haven't had a salad in
it's
3
still,
years.
it's still way less calories.
So
I like
you
potatoes a
mentioned,
lot.
you mentioned okay. Well, potatoes are more of a starch, but technically, yes, it's a vegetable. I'm talking about. Do you eat like radishes? Do you eat peppers? Do you eat onions? Do you eat carrots? Celery?
When my wife cooks,
peas?
no to carrots and peas. Or corn, green beans, primarily. My wife will make
Corn is pretty much a starch again, so that's not really.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I don't know. I don't know all this stuff, Lance. Some of us barely graduated high school. Okay. Some of us dropped out of college twice. Now, I did graduate cum laude, so I got some smarts. But yeah, I missed. There's a lot of stuff in the middle that I should have that I don't have. I don't know how to cut my nails. My wife was mortified to learn that like a year and a half. No one taught me how to cut my nails. She's right here. I got a big old cut. Nobody taught me ever how to shave. I never learned any of this shit. There's a lot of stuff that was not filled in. But I kind of just had to figure it out. And healthy eating was one of them. Because I'll be honest with you, so my parents got divorced when I was very young. I lived with my mom. My mom worked factory late and she went to college. She was not home. So pretty much she would put out food and then I would eat whatever the hell I'd want. And then I'd eat more of what I want. So I got fat. And then when I moved in with my dad, he didn't do shit. So all this stuff that I should have learned. And then what they taught me in school, I didn't pay attention. So healthy eating is, I know it when I see it. That meal looks healthy, but the veggies, no. When my wife cooks, she does that stuff. She does the onions and that stuff. I don't. I should. I know. I'm trying to get better. We got some frozen corn on the cob that I keep forgetting to make, but I don't eat particularly healthy. But I don't feel like I eat terrible, We eat out.
It sounds like you. It's just. You seem pretty educated as far as that goes. And I'm not here trying to shame anybody for what they eat, or whatever. I was just more curious as to what you considered to be healthy eating, and what the kind of the route that that you went. I always feel bad when I'm dealing with. Well, when I see my friends and I see people I care about, and you just see them eating an entire pizza by themselves. You're just kind of like, oh god. And because I used to be that person, right? I still am. I should talk all big. I weigh too much, and I'm trying to eat better now. And and I'm trying to lose weight, which I am steadily but sure.
You ever tried fasting? It's a lot easier than you expect it to be, even if you just do a 12-12.
Oh no, I do that.
For as why you said you want to feel better? What do you feel like sluggish and all that?
No, I feel like I have more energy. I sleep way better. I feel like I just have less aches, aches and
Right.
pains. I'm getting to the age where, shit randomly pops up, which I'm sure you guys know all too well about. I'm starting to get more of that. And that's honestly, I started to get more of that, which is why I started to do the fasting, why I do cold showers now. I want to see if little things could help me on a daily. And they have. Like, I started doing cold showers last week and a half ago, I think. Man, I'm going to do them the rest of my life. It's so easy to integrate. And I'm so like, I am locked in after I get done. I want to go work. I want to go shoot videos. I want to go do something. Just pretty much the last 5 minutes of my shower, I just slowly, progressively turn it colder. And then I'll shave and then I'll brush my teeth and I just keep turning the water colder. But I notice a huge difference in a lot of different things. Highly recommend trying it out. It seems crazy when you're first doing it, just freezing yourself, to do it. But I noticed it. I definitely noticed it. But healthy eating wise, I don't have a good answer. I know it when I see it. Salads without all the dressing, without all the croutons, fish, chicken without the breading. And I learned a lot of that stuff mostly just because I did the extreme calorie counting. I would find out what the calories were for everything. And for a while, I was just like kind of a Rolodex for calories where people would be asking me, like, when we go out, I'd be like, oh, what's something that would be pretty good? I'd be like, oh, this has like 800 calories. It's like 600 calories. When we go out to eat anywhere, McDonald's, restaurants, I'd be like, I would look at their website. I would specifically get how many calories were in each meal. So I get the gist, but the actual healthy eating part, not the best at.
Yeah, I get you. Now we all got to relearn how to eat at one point. I mean, like when I was working on the trains, I used to eat ungodly amounts of calories because I was burning them, moving all that equipment. And then I had to relearn once this happened how to eat again. And I found with me in particular, bread. Bread has a lot. It affects me with not only weight gain and sugars, but with the inflammation, along with like jalapenos and hot peppers. They do too. I had to cut them out too, which killed me. I still sneak them in once in a while. But you just got to learn.
I feel old. I'm starting to get heartburn now when I eat spicy foods. And I'm just like, what the hell? Oh God, this wasn't this way 2 years ago. Like, getting older sucks. Won't say getting old, but getting older.
No, that you were saying, that's how you grew up. Like I grew up with somebody who lived through the Depression, so it was like potatoes and everything, and finish what's on the plate and all that, even if you didn't want it.
Finish what's on your plate. Yeah.
People just learn, and that's what they knew at the time. It's just
Great depression mindset. My stepdad used to, like, I'd watch him eat, and like he would literally clean his plate, like literally, like, like get done and then take a piece of bread and then use it to wipe the plate clean,
Yeah.
And like I remember we always asked why, and he's like, he grew up dirt poor, and you didn't know whether or not you're going to have a meal the next day, so he made sure you ate everything you possibly could.
I was talking to Jed about that, like bologna sandwiches and scrapple and all that, Although I do enjoy Scrabble.
Scrabble, the game?
Yes. No, I actually, you don't want to.
What's Scrapple?
You don't want to know what I call it. It's
Is that like spam?
It's like, no, it's hard to describe. It's like a pork loaf that's fried. It's hard to describe to people who don't.
Okay.
The
Pennsylvania dust name is panhas, traditionally a mush of pork scraps and trimmings combined with cornmeal and wheat flour.
Yeah.
So it's pretty much all the leftovers sponged together.
It's one of the ways to do the leftovers. Yeah.
Okay.
Pork rolls another. Head cheese. But yeah. But yeah, they grew up on that.
Yeah. Neat.
Yeah. Nah, it's just how our taste in foods change, and just the education of it. Yeah. For some people, like I said, there's still what do they call them? Food deserts or whatever in the inner cities. But I mean,
Food deserts, yeah. That's a real problem.
What's the real problem?
Food deserts.
yeah,
That's why Dollar Generals and dollar stores.
Oh,
so
yeah,
much.
yeah. I
Yeah.
remember reading about that. Actually, the guy who did the folding ideas guy that did the thing, he does a very good video about chicken nuggets. And like there's a guy that made it his cause like 2 or 3 years ago, talking about how like chicken nuggets are like bad for you, and because of the fact that it has like all these horrible ingredients, and just like why like we should be making our own chicken nuggets out of like you know fresh chicken breast and all these things, and like, and it's that one's only 17 minutes long for us. You might be able to get through that one. He
I know how to make chicken nuggets. It was one of my first dates with my wife.
Is it pull up to the line at McDonald's,
No.
or is it
Chicken nuggets are so easy. It's just breading.
throw them in the oven?
Yeah.
Throw the box of them in the oven.
yes.
We make it. We used Doritos. We crunched up the Doritos, got the base, made Dorito chicken nuggets. They were good.
You're such a romantic.
It was a great date. We made chicken nuggets and we sat and we watched the movie. I don't remember what it was. I think it was The Life of Brian, maybe.
Set
Did
the
you-
tone for the rest of his
In
life.
my tiny little one, oh my gosh, that's when I was living with like 6 other dudes. This one house it was weird. The people had moved away from the house, and so they wanted to make the most money they could. So they rented out every room of the house and the garage to just 6 random dudes on Craigslist. So it was just this random house where like we always like nobody wanted to talk to anybody. You just see people in the hallways, you just avoid eye contact kind of deal, sharing the showers. You heard all the sounds that everybody made because it's just a house, Good times. It was a good date though.
50.
I remember I had a buddy who, like, he kind of bounced around into all these weird places that he lived, and he lived in this apartment that was like the basement of this house, and they had he there was like literally it was like there was like it was an efficiency, but there were 3 bedrooms in the basement of this house, and they there was like a center room that had like the fridge and the stove, and like and like I think there was like a couch in there or something too. But then there were these three basic places where these rooms, and they each person like basically rented the room and then got like the communal use of the center area, and like it was just a complete dive. I mean, it was like scary going over there, like literally, like I mean, one or both of the other 2 people that were living there were complete psychos. Like literally, like he'd come home from work and like one of his roommates had decided that he wanted to listen or watch his movies on his VHS movies, so he kicked his door in and was just sitting there watching his movies. He's like, "You shouldn't have locked your door. That's why I had to kick it down." Just like, it's like, why do you live here? I remember I was just like, dude, you gotta move. I remember one time I left, and the next, I was leaving, and the next door neighbor had these dogs, these 2 like golden retriever dogs in his backyard, and they came up to the fence and were like wagging their tail, and I was like literally like I was like, and these dogs were like, I was like, "Hey pups," and like they were kind of like putting their feet up on the fence, and I was reaching over and I was scratching And I was, hey, what's going on? And one of them brought like a football over to me. So I grabbed the football and I threw it for them, and they went and grabbed it, and they came back, and they did that 2 or 3 times. And all of a sudden I heard that, what the fuck are you doing? And I turned around, there's this guy holding a hatchet, like about 6 feet away from me. And I was like, excuse me? He's like, what the fuck are you doing with my dogs? And I was like, just throwing a football for him. Get the fuck out of here before I split your head open. I was like, okay, see you later. Just like, he's like, hey, you want to come over and hang out? No, I'm never going to your apartment again. Just like,
Yeah, that's pretty bad. I've never got. I've lived in one of the worst apartments in Fort Wayne before, where like the one where it has like the shootings and all that stuff, and that was bad. But like, it wasn't that bad. But yeah, that's people. That's a lot of people's normal, man. That's
Yeah.
and the worst is when you factor in that's a lot of kids normal. That's just
Yeah.
their ecosystem they grew up in, and it's like, oh, not even getting on that soapbox.
Yeah.
yeah, no, I
Mhm.
it's weird, man. I mean, like in the area that we live in, it's like there's a new apartment building going up, like seemingly every month there's a brand new apartment building with another 300 things, and it's just like there can't be people left that still need a place to live in this area, but apparently people are just making more and more. Just
That's how I was talking to Jen about that today. Like, we went to a section of the area that I haven't been to in a couple of years, and it was a whole new development up there, and it used to be farmland. And I'm like, this isn't. It's surrounding us. Not only here, like up closer to the mall and going down to this a place called Middletown. It's just like amazing how much they're still building. Yeah, and a lot of it is like apartments and then townhouses and stuff like that. But I guess it's progress, Lance. The old fart.
All I know is I'm glad to have bought my house when I bought my house.
Yeah, I don't know how people today, like these millennials, can even think about affording it.
They don't have kids.
Yeah, a lot of them are having it later.
I mean, that's there's no way that me and my wife could move into a house right now. Like even when I was working, let me rephrase that, with kids. Like just it's terrible.
I'm sure it'll straighten itself out. People will move, stuff like that. We already seen that during the pandemic. But
trying to think. So yeah, how's your wife doing? I mean, with the pregnancy and everything, everything's okay?
Yeah, she's just super tired. That's it. She comes home and we have dinner, and then we'll do something with the kids after dinner. And then maybe once or twice a week, her and I will do something now. But honestly, she's just so exhausted that I don't even ask her, because it's just, I'll let her lay on the couch. I'll go to the dishes for like 10, 15 minutes and she'll just be out. Like she's that tired. And she typically has had the kids early. Like our first son, Sean, was like a preemie. He had to stay in the NICU. And the second one was like a couple weeks early. So she's worried that it's going to happen, anytime, like days instead of weeks. And yeah, but other than that, she's good. We got another ultrasound. Everything looks healthy. Ears, nose, fingers, toes, all that good stuff. So fingers crossed.
fingers. So far, have you been to a hospital recently?
Me?
Yeah. Oh no, never mind. You're in Indiana. You wouldn't know.
Nope. And I've never had a major injury in my entire life. I've been very fortunate.
No, I meant with your wife, not necessarily. Yeah, with the pregnancy, with the ultrasound, or I'm assuming because it's around here. It's the hospital's so big, everything's there. You probably just went to your regular pediatric or something. I was just curious. Like, I was trying to get into the VA hospitals, to volunteer because of the COVID stuff. They wouldn't let me in as of I think a month ago was the last time I tried. I was just curious if they lifted all that yet, but
Oh, I've only gone to one of the appointments just because we're down to one car and we have the kids. Just logistically, it's
yeah,
and not to mention it's our third kid. It's
Yeah.
old at this point.
routine.
Like, she brought home the ultrasound, and I was like, "Oh, that's cool."
Did you say you found out, boy or girl?
Yeah, girl, got a Amelia Bauer.
No middle name.
May.
You may have a middle name.
She may
Amelia,
not. You never know.
not spelled the way I wanted to. So
Really?
yeah, it's
Does it have a silent Q?
no. I want to spell it like May from Overwatch.
I don't know what that is.
Oh, it's a game like Team Fortress, but with more characters and better.
I'm familiar with Overwatch, but I'm not familiar with any of the characters in it.
She's the coolest character in any game ever. She can build walls with ice. I love her.
Ooh.
Oh, sounds like you have an unhealthy relationship with a digital character.
Nah, it's never been me.
Hmm.
Don't get me wrong. Like I love trying everything, but that's like it does. Did you like say like I've never understood that. But to each their own. You want to go get your pillow, your life-size pillow? Cool. More power to you.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about people getting life-size pillows of all these animated characters. Just that's a big market. Probably a bigger market than board games.
Wouldn't doubt it.
Yeah, I don't know. I can't really get into. It's like I got into Fortnite again, playing with my son, and then I played through this season or this chapter of this season or whatever, and then like the new chapter started. I just have no interest in keeping on. But now he's playing it like every day with his buddies. So every once in a while he comes and says, "We play Fortnite." I'm sure I'll sit down and play, and I'll play 2-3 matches with them, and we'll have fun. But it used to be like a daily thing that I was super into it, but like it just annoys me that like you progress, and I realize that's how they get you to do it, right? They give you these little tiny bits of fun, and they get you through the leveling process. Then you get to this point, and then they just wipe the slate clean, and then you go back to the beginning again, and you have to climb the ladder again to like get these cool looking skins or whatever. And I'll fully admit they got me with this one. It was like, oh, Spider-Man skins in the end. I want to get that Spider-Man. I want to be able to be Spider-Man. This time it's like Doctor Strange, but I don't really care about Doctor Strange. He's cool, but he's no Spider-Man. But I just find myself, it's just like, yeah, I just it's probably because I'm having too much fun playing Elden Ring. If I'm going to sit down and play a video game, I'll play that. Or WWE. The new one is actually good. 2K22. It's actually really good.
I'm hoping to get that for my kids for Easter just so I can play it too. My son said he wanted it, and I was like, yes.
The my GM mode is
back.
Is
that's
really
what
good.
I'm excited about. I love the booking. I want to do that.
Yeah, no, the my GM mode is great. Actually, I mentioned Pete earlier. Pete Cherry, he's been sending me. So at BGG-Con 4 or 5 years ago, he had that luchador costume, looked like a shark. El Tiburon del Muerto. Yeah, I've shown the picture a few times of him having me in a headlock and whatever. And so he made him, and then he made me in the game. He sent me a picture of it. He made me in the game, and then he made us tag team partners. And he's been like doing it in the my GM mode. And he's like, we have the tag team belts, and I'm like, tomorrow you wrestle for the Intercontinental belt. I'm pulling for you. I was like, all right, I gotta dig this out and actually start playing it. But I mean, if I sit down and play and I've got an hour to kill, I'm playing Elden Ring. I just can't. I've never really liked. I've never really liked any of the Souls games until this one. This one's just really, really good. And yeah, there you go. Here, let me see if I can find that picture. I can share with you guys.
I think I was at that one.
I've seen the picture.
Yeah.
I remember.
Or did he send it to me on my phone? He did, didn't he? Let me see. Talk amongst yourselves. This is great radio.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. What do you want to talk about, Forrest?
Ooh.
We already talked about how you rated your YouTube channel. I don't want to go back to that. Okay, let's move on.
No, let's talk about that some more.
I'm gonna figure out a grievance. What do I'm trying to think of a grievance.
I didn't feel like cooking today, so we went to Wendy's. And Jed tried to order.
Here, it might be tough to see. Hold on. Nah, this is gonna be impossible to see on my phone. Here, maybe
But what Lance wants to talk about his experience at Wendy's for 30.
Then
Here, there you go. That's me and Peter's game.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. The character creation system is really annoying. I'll say that. If you go there and make a character, it is super annoying because it's like it's like the whole process. It's like they make you pick like a template and then like you get to mess with the template. But like in certain screens, like the circle will take you out of the character creation screen and go to something else. And then in other screens, like the circle will make you delete what you did. It doesn't make any sense. There's like no, it's like there's definite issues with it. But I don't know. It was still fun. So, but there you go. Yeah. Anyway, so you were talking Wendy's something. Ooh, Wendy's. I miss Wendy's.
oh, so we were. I had to go to Wawa first to pick up something.
I don't know what Wawa is. What's
It's
Wawa?
a convenience store.
So why don't you just say a convenience store instead of saying?
Because like you say the shit you say, I worked at some store I never fucking heard of either. Okay, it's force of habit.
Wow.
But there we were in between two.
Here's to good friends.
Between two
kind of special.
So I said, don't go to the one because it's slow as hell. I know it is. And she said, well, the one's a little closer to our house. So she tried all the apps. She couldn't get through. She was pissed off about that. She didn't want to talk to people. I understand. Right. So she ended up going to the one I said don't go to. And it was a bunch of teenagers there. And I'm like, this is why. You know, you can hear on the intercom, the guy's learning the software as he's taking the order. Yeah. So I'm like, why do we bother doing this, Jen? You know, all the time. Why do you continuously go back to a store that you know is not good when there's an alternative? Again, out of habit, Lance. See, I got grievance just like you. Went to a store we knew was shit, and we got a shitty experience.
I don't think I really have a grievance. I'm good. Like I don't leave the house much.
Yeah.
Like things are good at home. Fingers crossed.
Huh.
My kids are happy. I set up a cool little, like a little slum town. My buddy moved out, I said, but we got his big room now. And so we just set up, each of them has their own tent in there. We got 3 tents in there, and they just think that's the coolest shit ever. But pretty good. Had to spank my kids yesterday. That sucked. Wasn't looking forward to that. Haven't had to do that in a while. One of them bit the other one in the ass. Like legitimately, he bit him on the butt, and like there was a mark on his butt, and it was like, he's 6, he's in kindergarten, but it's like, dude, like what?
Does he let you all meet there first? Or do you have a further issue to meet
They
too?
both got in trouble because one of them got mad and then shoved his butt into his face. And he said, "I'll bite you and bite you," and he bit his butt. So,
well, we warned him.
the worst part was this is on the front lawn, so we look like that family. It's just screaming from the front lawn, "He bit my butt! He bit my butt!" Like, oh my god. Then we get down to talk about it, and so they both just start lying because they don't want to get in trouble. Because one of them shoved his butt in his face and was rubbing it like, I don't like you, and the other did just the bullshit minutia you get in parenting every once in a while, and hopefully you avoid it most of the time.
Well, I'm not going to. Cool. Being a parent sucks sometimes.
It does. It does.
And you re-upped. You re-upped.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
now
not
they'll
what I was
and now
thinking
they'll
about when I
outnumber
was
you.
making love to my wife. I wasn't like, ooh, another kid. I mean,
You said you guys were trying to have another one. You've been saying that for how long?
I mean, it was more like a we weren't not trying kind
So
of.
basically, you were then.
We were playing fast and loose.
So you were. There's no we were trying. There's you're not trying because you're taking precautions to prevent the situation, and then there's like trying.
I guess you could say we were trying, but we were at the very bottom of the barrel of trying, you know. It was more just like, you know.
I mean, yes, I will fully admit that there is actively trying as well. Like you're like this is a goal.
Sleep cycles and sex cycles. No, we weren't. Yeah.
But I mean,
I guess we were aware that it could happen. We were both open to the idea. But we weren't actively trying. We never had another kid. Be like, okay. But we are done. Melina wants me to go get snipped, which I believe is very reasonable because of all that she did to her body.
He's not convinced.
I don't want to do it, but I can't say no. I literally cannot say no. My wife went through so much shit with her body when she was on birth control. And if I were to say, I just don't feel comfortable with it, I would be irate at myself. All right. I cannot. So I'm going to go get surgery, or I'm hoping it's medicine. It's mostly I don't want to get surgery, you know. But yeah, I'm gonna get snipped or whatever the chemical equivalent of it is. That this will be the last kid.
So it is it's same day surgery. Like literally, you walk in, you walk out the same day, right?
It doesn't change the fact I don't want people cutting by my nuts, Lance. And I just don't want anything cut near my testicles. It's just
what actually is like problems with it are exceedingly rare.
That's good. That's great. And like I said, I'm going to do it. I've already told my wife I will do it. It's just one of those things where it's like, I'm not looking forward to having a doctor shove his fingers up my ass, but I damn sure am going to do it. And I'm going to request it next time I go to the doctor. You know, it's just one of those things where it is because a fourth kid.
What if it was a female doctor?
I don't care. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. Your fingers going up my ass, and it's not in like a fun, pleasurable, ooh, do you like this kind of way? It's I don't care who's behind the end of these fingers. I don't care if they're gay or straight or asexual. A man.
Here's an idea. Chad Roberts says, film the surgery for us. I bet you could get 10 subscribers.
I bet you get more than that, but
can I film a surgery?
There's probably
don't tempt me. I mean, I'm going off brand here.
I think you could film yourself in the waiting room talking about it. You know, you could say, so
as you're drugged up.
I'm gonna go beyond that door, and they're going to shave my nether region, and then they're going to.
I'm gonna strap a GoPro to my taint. That's how I want to do it. I want the close up zoomed in. No, I'm gonna do it. It's just I've never gotten surgery either. I've never I think that's more of it. I just
surgery's fine. You don't know what things going on.
Yeah.
It's the aftermath.
Yeah, I don't know.
No grievances though, which I will take. I'll take that all day.
Oh my gosh, I hate this cat so much.
Apparently he loves you, Lance. Or she.
No, he doesn't. He just likes to annoy me.
That's what they're there for, just to annoy you. It's always about you.
This one, pretty much. That is what he's there to do.
I know.
No, so I mean, well, good. You've got that going for you.
Got that going for me. Yeah. So
That's kinda-
first, do you have a lot of like activities for your kids?
Do I have a lot of activities for my kids?
Yeah, you too, Lance. I'm just curious. Like football or glee club, whatever the hell they're into. You know.
Glee club. My daughter is really big into theater now. My son tomorrow goes and basically picks out his instrument for band. He's excited to do that, and they're both in taekwondo. I mean, there's other stuff they do, but I mean, as far as organized,
Yeah, no, I was just curious. Like I was talking to my neighbor, like I said, I was trying out these games with the younger kids, you know, and they were talking how the one had swim club and the other one had tag football and all this. And then I came home to talk to Jen, and I was like, "Did your parents set all this stuff up for you to do when you were a kid?" And she was like, to an extent, like she had certain after school things. I was like, I was on my own. There was no supervision. Like I was just curious. Like, is that like how the world works now? Like,
My kids are young. Mine are 9 and 6. So for my 6-year-old, there's like nothing extracurricular to do at their school. I have to do it outside of the school. Same with my 9-year-old for the most part. But yeah, they've both been in soccer. They're both going to be in football, flag football, in like a month. We sign them up. We try and get at least one thing every 2 seasons.
Can I strongly suggest you do not put them into football? Put them into flag football.
yeah, that's what they
My
were.
oldest son's already been in tackle football.
What?
My oldest son's already been in a tackle football league. He liked it.
That's fine, but do some research into the long-term effects of
I know CTEs and all that stuff.
But at a young age,
at this age, we let them decide. That's what we do. That's what they decide. Because my wife 100% does not.
Okay. Can I just? I'm not trying to tell you how to raise your kids, but when your brain keeps developing till you're about 22, like with women, it's a little bit younger, but for men, it's like till 22. It has been conclusively shown that repeated head trauma can have long-term effects. And I'm not talking about like he's going to have a
Smith movie. I know.
Yeah, that Will Smith movie is go read the actual studies. And it isn't so much like something that's going to happen to him when he's 25 or 30 or 35. It's after you are dead and gone, and he's 70 years old, like it's going to have a long-term effect. It's like when I go to my doctor talks to me about my weight and my problems. He said right now, you're not really experiencing anything. It's like you've got good genetics, your heart is strong, you don't have diabetes. He's like, but here's the deal. He's like, basically every cheeseburger you eat, you're making one more day after you're 70 years old really horrible, because and that's what you're doing. You're cashing in on your life later on right now to enjoy what you're doing right now. And he said, and I'm not saying that's bad. If you want to enjoy your life right now, go ahead and be whatever you want to be, but know that you're basically it isn't free. The stuff that you do your entire life, whether it is eating right and running marathons, pays dividends down the line. And that's the same thing goes for eating crap food or abusing your body with drugs or playing football and ramming your head into other people over and over again. And that's fine. I mean, I do believe in giving children the choice and things like that. How old's your oldest son?
9.
Okay, so if he was 9 and he said, I want to ride my bicycle down the middle of the street in traffic, what would you say?
I'd say, of course, go for it.
You really? Okay.
No, I wouldn't. I understand. I've read about CTs. I'm not particularly concerned about it because I'm just not.
Because you know better. Because you know
not
better.
at a
You've
high
done
level.
you've done your own research.
Here's the bottom line, Lance. I'll be brutally honest with you, and I'm gonna whisper this just in case my son happens to be awake. I'm not concerned because my son's gonna be out of football in the next year or two, and I don't want to make it an issue because he's not good at it at all. And I love the kid, but he's not good at it, and he wants to do it because he knows I love football, and I pop for football more than baseball or basketball or hockey or anything else. So I know that's why he wants to do it. But the bottom line is he's going to lose interest in it and he's going to go to something else. So I don't terribly concern myself about it. And
what
yes,
if he doesn't? What if he doesn't?
then I'll be ecstatic because I love football and I will love watching him play football.
Okay. So you do understand then you are actually cashing in on your son's future.
I am not going to, I'm going to let him make his own choices, but yes, I will inform him of the long-term consequences. Like, oh, this could hurt you long-term, buddy.
But do you think a 12-year-old is ready to really
No, absolutely
understand
not.
that?
I think he's going to say gung ho. If he loves football, he's going to play football. 100%.
So I don't know why you use that as an argument of like saying, well,
It's not.
so you can say, well, son, I told you about the problems when you were 12. I mean, at this point, it's up to you. You know, I mean,
It's the same reason why I don't slap the four. Like when he makes his own lunch, we say, all right, you make whatever you want. And he eats 4 hot dogs. It's the same reason I don't slap the 4 hot dogs I was about to say. Can we not eat 4 hot dogs? It's why I have a polite talk with him and say, hey, buddy, how about next time we eat 2 hot dogs first, then we see what's after that. You know, it's a health decision, really, is what you're trying to boil it down to. And
no, I mean, it's so my daughter's 14 and she's a teenager, so it's trying. And I understand she's becoming the person that she's going to be, and I'm very proud of everything about her. But it's sometimes I know that I expect too much out of her because she's 14. But it's compounded by the fact that, and I'm sure every parent has dealt with this in some way, shape, or form with their children, is that they want to hurry up and to be an adult and they want the freedoms and the liberty to make those choices. They want to hurry up and be that person. They might really like living at home. They might really like the fact that if they want something, mom or dad buys it for them. They might really love the fact that, you know, I mean, they don't have to cook their meals. They don't have to do all these other things, right? But they want all the benefits of being on their own, doing their own thing, whenever they want to, whatever they want to, with none of the detractions. And I, like I said, I'm sure all parents have dealt with this with their children when they reach this age where they're starting to grow up. I mean, it scares the heck out of me that like in 4 years she's gonna be going to college. I mean, that just seems like it seems like yesterday that she was born. And I mean, and that's just the way it is. But the thing is that I make choices and my wife makes choices for her at 14 because we know that in the long run it's the best thing for her. And she's not super excited about some of the choices we make for her. She doesn't think they're fair. She doesn't think it's nice. She doesn't think it's good. She doesn't think it's the right thing. But, you know, I know better. And she doesn't know any better. And at some point she'll have kids, maybe. And she'll be in the same situation, talking to her 14-year-old kids, thinking, I know better. I know better. And by God, my dad and mom tried to tell me that they do better, but I just wouldn't listen to them. I'm not trying to tell you how to be a parent. I'm not trying to tell you anything. You raise your kids. I know you love your kids. I know you love your sons. And I know you love your daughter. I know you love your wife. I'm not saying anything like that. And it isn't my job to step in and tell you whatever. Just if he has the option to play flag football, I would feel, if my son wanted to play football, I would feel way more comfortable with the idea of him playing flag football than I would him smashing his head up against somebody over and over again.
He's played both. We're playing flag this next season.
Yeah.
But I mean, at the end of the day, I'm gonna let him make that decision.
I mean,
because if the schools are letting them play football, like it's like I don't know. And I love football. I hope he goes into football. Like I'll double down on it. Of all the sports, I hope he goes into football or drama. Like quite honestly. Like that's what I want. I'm not going to try.
Maui Chris. I would love to know how old Maui Chris is. He says snowboarding, skateboarding, biking, dirt bikes, motorcycles, walking to school, paintball. Oh my God, so dangerous. Better lock them inside so they don't get sunburned. That is an extrapolatory comment that draws like it like you know what the crazy thing about football is, and I'd love to have Chris on here to talk more about this. And you know what? That's a guy who played NFL football, and he would probably agree with most of the things that I'd say. The crazy thing about football is that in 40 years, people are going to look back at football and they're going to say, oh my God, they actually played a game like that. I mean, and like literally like people running into each other as fast as they possibly can with their heads. And they're like, how stupid were these cavemen? That is going to happen. If you look at the history of football, you can actually go back to the period of time where like college football players died. So like in the 1920s, so much that the president, Teddy Roosevelt, actually stepped in and said, you need to change the rules of football so people aren't being killed while playing the game. I mean, like I think it was like 14 college students died while playing football. And it was like football didn't have a forward pass. And when they implemented a forward pass to basically make it so the entire game wasn't a bunch of people running at each other and smashing against each other with these little leather like cloth napkins on their head over, you know, and because people were getting hurt. And they thought, well, if we can actually throw a football forward, then it was true. It was like people started getting hurt less because it wasn't just a bunch of people running into each other back and forth all day long. It is something where it's the game itself. I mean, and do I enjoy watching football? Yeah. Am I in a fantasy football league and I love it? Yes. Do I love watching the Vikings? Yeah, I'm wearing a Vikings jersey right now. But I also know that the game, like, the people that are being paid, that's one of the reasons why I don't have a problem with people being paid millions of dollars to play football, because the vast majority of them are literally shaving years off their life to do it, you know, and so I mean there's a situation where they're like, yeah, I'm going to be all crippled up and barely able to walk in my 60s, but I'm getting millions of dollars right now, and hopefully they save it, and hopefully they take care. Hey, cat. Oh, the small cat. She never shows up. So that's neither here nor there. I mean, and the thing is that it's one of those things where like Pee-wee football and is already starting to move away from heavy contact already. They're already like making and it is people like I mean, and I'm not trying to pick on Maui Chris at all. I mean, he's a loyal boomer and I appreciate his viewpoints. But I mean, we're already moving, and there's this old guard mentality where it's like, oh, we can't change these things. Well, you know what? That's the same thing you can say about almost anything in the world, is that, and like I said, I felt things that like were like the way that I like them, but the world's moving on, and they're changing, and it's different now. And the thing is that for the most part, most change is for the better. It is because we as like a human race are evolving, and we're like actually like kind of like thinking this is kind of dumb the way we've been doing this for everything. You know, like your arguments about automation, Forrest, like moving in that direction is the right thing to do. Like taking away like the drudgery of like these menial jobs that we get these people to have to do, and having more automation is a good thing, right? Because it is a stepping stone to the idea of universal basic income. It is a stepping stone to the idea of true and I don't use this term loosely or anything like that. So but like wage slavery, you know, like people that are working, you know, 10-12 hours just to like meet some sort of balance of need and things like that. I mean, that is something that like in my lifetime I'll never enjoy it. I mean, hopefully it'll happen in my kid's lifetime at some point. And hopefully my grandkids will live in a world where, you know, it's like the idea of working is kind of like, hey, we as a society are going to take care of you. But if you want to like pursue these lofty interests will also let you do that, and you can achieve these great things and stuff. And I don't know, it's and so when we talk about like, oh, it's like we better protect our kids from all these things, they're going to get a sunburn. Then what thing is that if you're like, my wife is telling me all the time, you go outside in the sun, you should put sunscreen on every day. You should. It takes care of your skin. It like, being out in the sun is like horrendously damaging to your skin. It is horrendously damaging to your body. And like, if more people just wore more sunscreen, there'd be like a ton less skin cancer, and there'd be a ton less like people with skin problems. We just don't do it because whatever. But there's going to come a day when like people are just going to do it every day, and they're going to, and it isn't even going to be a question. It'll be like, oh, it's like, I'm good. It's like, I got out of the shower, and now I'm going to put my lotion / sunscreen on because it's good for me. And it's something that it is proven that is a good choice to make. I mean, I don't know. It's, and like, I don't know. It's some sunlight isn't terrible. Well, maybe, but you can get some vitamin D out of it. But vitamin D. I bet you can, but you can also just you can also eat some veggies and have vitamin D, or drink some in your milk or whatever, and you can get that as well. Did you know that like, unless like during the winter months, it is strongly suggested that people take like vitamin D supplements like every day if you live above like the above or below Tropic of Cancer or Capricorn, because during the winter months, because you just don't get it. And it actually is proven that like there's like you run risk, like you get serious health risks when you don't get enough vitamin D in your diet. Crazy thing. Anyway, my little mini rant off. Sorry. But yeah. Go ahead.
I got another. I mean,
Ryan Mock wants to step in. There's a massive butt in the sunscreen. Most sunscreen will kill you way faster than natural sunlight if you apply it all the time. Got to be really particular about that choice. Oh, Ryan, you wanna give your ideas? Like you can always log in. You got the link. You can step in here. You'll be a keyboard warrior. I'm sure there are sunscreens that you can use that aren't like, won't kill your body every single day you use them. And maybe and thank you for educating me on that. I appreciate it.
It kills the reefs.
It kills the reefs.
Yes.
Oh, because people go swimming with that on, and then like the chemicals wash off their body.
That makes way more sense. Okay, I was like, what?
Yeah, I can buy that. Yeah, I mean, did you read that somewhere or what?
No, in Cosmo, it was actually a requirement. You got to use a specific type of sunscreen because of the reef.
Specific or a specific?
I said specific. And don't
here he comes
with this, Mr. Ruff.
Figured I'd actually show.
Oh, well, now we can play Stump the Snob. We got 3, but hopefully we can get one more, and then we can play Stump the Snob. But anyway,
you guys were talking about all my like topics. You were like on like health stuff and nutrition. I was like, I'm just tired from work. I don't know if I feel like being on camera. And then
Ryan's the man, right? Ryan gave me this crazy supplement nutrient cocktail when I got COVID, and I don't know if it did me any good or not. But I mean,
you're not dead.
My case was really mild. Now, whether it would have been mild anyway. But yeah, I don't know. I was taking all these weird mushroom things and that sesame seed oil, that was like painful.
Oh no, that was oregano oil.
Oregano oil, yeah,
yeah, that's something you only want to. It's really potent. It's a really great thing to just support your immune system, but it's also something you do not take long term because it can be real hard on your organs. And you should definitely mix it with water. If you take it right on your tongue, it burns a lot.
So, I mean, why does oregano oil boost up your immune system?
It has to do with the I always forget the name of the active ingredient. It's it's like thymol or something. I've been out of the game for a few months now. I'm losing track of my stuff, but it's basically like I don't know exactly the action upon it, but I know that it's really good for your immune system.
You're out of the game. You don't do that stuff anymore?
I haven't for several months. I went back to doing audio work, so my brain's not been like daily thinking about that. Thymol, I think is the name, or Thymol is the name of the active ingredient. I
What-
will say that I didn't pick each of those because I know each of those ingredients so well. There's some of them I know better than others. That's not one I know super well. But I based that off of a paper where, and this was early COVID. This guy who had written, and I could find his name somewhere. He had written, I think it's like 20 books on viral herbology, and so he had a set that was based on SARS, like what they had learned from the SARS epidemic. And he was like, well, we know that this is related, so like these are the things to protect your lungs. And,
Was this guy the number one shareholder in Big Oregano?
No, I don't think so. And oregano is one of many. He listed a bunch of stuff, some of which I hadn't messed with just because I couldn't get a hold of them. But his was lots of tinctures and stuff. But yeah, it was like, none of it's gonna cure it. We don't have a cure, but it's all like just to support your immune system, and in particular support your lung health. Like some things that are more acute than others. That's what the licorice is for. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys were chatting nutrition earlier, I was like, I got some thoughts, but if anyone's has any directed questions, let me know.
Well, what were your thoughts? We were talking about the fact that and once again, for us, don't take us sort of picking on you. You said you eat healthy by counting your calories.
I thought you were going to go with the intermittent fasting.
Intermittent fasting is great. Intermittent fasting is a great choice.
I'm at the 14-10, hoping to go to 16-8 and stop there. Is that because there's like the one thing that only kicks in at 14 to 16 hours? It has like a fancy word, like where it starts replacing your cells or something. That's what I'm trying to...
Yeah, there's a bunch of different things that could go on, but the research is not just like the hippie research is good. Like the actual research is pretty solid on fasting and as a whole. And I haven't played with it myself, my own body. I've recommended it for other people. I've done it fasting when I've done keto. When I've done the keto diet. You kind of naturally fast while you're doing that because you are satiated longer. But it has to do with the same mechanisms as the keto diet, where like you're basically getting your body, training your body to like survive off its own fat stores more and just be a little more nimble with that stuff, and also just be like full longer. But yeah, fasting is great for like your mental health. It's great for longevity. It's good. It's like all sorts of different biomarkers get better with fasting. And it's something that we're designed from ground up, like human wise, to do. I mean, that was hunter-gatherer lifestyle. Was not like, yeah, we have food all the time. It's like, we don't need to have food all the time because our bodies are efficient in this way. And we've just kind of made our bodies inefficient in those ways because we have access,
Cool. Glad I'm on the right path. What about the cold showers? You ever tinkered with that one?
Yeah, cold showers is great. Also, cold showers has also been really great for immune systems, in particular. You ever look into Wim Hof?
No,
so
I just
check out the Wim.
Is that the guy who runs Big Cold Shower?
He's got a whole thing. His stuff's more about breathing and just being cold, but he has a really interesting breathing technique. So Wim Hof, WIM is the first name, last name is HOF. He's like,
I saw one of the YouTube videos.
He's like from the Netherlands or something. He's some Nordic crazy dude with a beard, Lance. But so the thing about him that's most interesting is that I figured out this form of breathing. It's not how you breathe every day throughout your life. Like it's an exercise you do, that it's like hyperventilating and then holding it. And you do this like in a series over and over again. And I'm not somebody who could teach it. So like he offers this information for free. There's classes if you feel like it. But the interesting thing where the science kicks in is that you guys know like blood oxygenation. It's like on a scale of what percentage blood oxygenation.
Yeah.
Is something that you've heard of?
Yeah.
So like they said, okay, so your blood's like you have 98% oxygenation, or if people fall below a certain percentage in the medical world, like that is where you start, like you're in danger, right? Like low blood oxygen. Well, the crazy thing with Wim Hof is that they were studying him they wanted to be like, all right, this guy's full of shit. He's saying that he can oxygenate you better. And they started measuring him and they went, his number's over what we considered 100% before. So basically the scale of how much oxygen your body can hold, they're having to rework it because of him. Because like, apparently he figured out a way to, just through breathing, get a higher blood oxygenation. And he also has been able to repeat it and recreate it in people over and over, which is the real part. So it's not like he's just a freak of nature. He kind of is too. But he's the dude who like has survived longest in like Arctic water than anyone else. He's like spent time like swimming like miles in water with ice on it with like no wetsuit on. Like he's just kind of one of those people who's all about the cold stuff. So he's like an extreme version of just cold showers in the morning. But like there's a whole spectrum of that, and it really is well supported that that's good for you. It's just not pleasant until you kind of get a mind over matter on it, you know?
It was surprisingly easy.
Yeah.
Like to get over it. Just what I do is I just focus on a task. Be like, I just got to get this task done.
Yeah.
Good to know that they're not batshit crazy stuff that I found on YouTube, and they're sciencey crazy stuff I found on YouTube.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, check out Wim Hof. I mean, you know, he's an intense person, so you might just take what you want from him, but he offers like the basics of how to do all this stuff for free. You don't have to like pay for a course unless you really want to dive, you know. But, yeah. So Lance, what's the game? I haven't been for a couple weeks.
What do you mean? You're talking about the game we're launching on next week?
Are we playing Stop the Snob?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean, we can have one more, but I mean, I don't know. It's like Stump the Snob is basically I have a topic, and then the way it works is that like I ask a question, and then each person has to guess an answer, and then so like I start with Barry, and Barry guesses an answer, and then if it's and then each one has, in this case, each one would have 15 answers. If it's one of the 15, he gets a point. Then it goes on to the next person. They have to guess, and if they get it right, they get a point.
So it's like Stump Forest, except we're going round the table.
Yeah, and then if you get it wrong though, then you're out, and you don't get to make any more guesses.
Okay.
So but then the other people keep going until you get down to one person. Then like that person can just try to run the table, and then you just total up the points and
Nice.
and you see how
As
it
soon
goes.
as you hit football or wrestling, I'm gonna just immediately fail.
No, the topic today is sitcoms.
Wait, I'll be right. Can I get a 2-minute break, Pat?
Okay, you got a 2-minute break. Maybe we can get another person in here while we're waiting too. So
At some point, my partner's coming in with food, so I'll try to not dip all of a sudden, but can't promise it.
maybe they can help. Who knows? Where's Evan?
No idea. Yeah, he's more regular. We don't really communicate our Alabooming.
When hey, how's the After the Empire expansion coming?
I mean, we're waiting on you guys basically at this point. We presented Josh with like all the stuff and kind of just waiting on feedback.
You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I've been playtesting it actually a little bit. So
Yeah. I mean, like we have the kind of two different ideas going on, but the primary.
I like the fact that I'm in the game.
Yeah, man, of course.
That made me happy.
So but we haven't touched it in months now, just because we're kind of in a holding pattern, just waiting to see if you guys have big feedback.
We
I know you're
launched-
working on Lost Light.
We launched Last Light on Tuesday. I mean, that's like literally. I mean, I've done so little that isn't Last Light in the last like 60 days.
Last Light's great. I mean, I played it at BGG with you. That was
Back it on Tuesday and then back it again.
well. Shane told me to stop backing Gray Fox Kickstarters. He was like, "I'll just get you the game."
Don't listen to him. We'll
All
take
right.
him
Well, I'll keep throwing money at the company then.
No, I mean, I don't know what our schedule is for the expansion. I mean, obviously, like Josh has to finish moving to Albania.
Yes. Small things.
and then start wrapping his brain around the development of that. And
yeah.
I think the next one, don't quote me on this. The next like closest game we have to like ready to go is this one called Prophets of Doom, which is really good.
I think you've told me about that.
Yeah. I mean, and we'll be playtesting that again soon. But the Prophets of Doom is the where you make it's card drafting, but the cards that you're drafting, and then the cards can be used multiple ways. But it's really cool. Like the cards can be used for resources and things like that, but they also can be used as buildings that you place into your personal compound. That you create, and the compounds are a 3x3 square, and so like you actually are going to score points depending upon the that's my wife just walked by the compounds and so like you have different, and each person like there's a different I can't what I'm looking for here. So there's like a different doomsday leader of your cult, and that's the person you are, and you have special powers and abilities and things like that.
Nice.
And then and so like you're trying to recruit followers, and then you're trying to like elevate your followers to be chosen ones, because then technically they're worth more victory points in the game. But the big thing is that you're a doomsday cult, but doomsday is actually coming. And so like there's this, so basically as you progress the game, eventually doomsday comes, and then whoever was best prepared for the doomsday like can protect their compound, and then like protect the stuff that is it's a lot of fun. And there's some take thatty stuff in there, because you actually are warring with the other people a little bit, not like direct combats per se, but there's definitely things that you can do to mess with other people. And there's like cool little things, like the more stuff you do that's like abducting people to become like your followers, like raises concerns about you, and so you keep going up on like this threat marker track, and then you run the risk of having like ATF agents come and show up at your compound. And
Nice.
yeah, so no, it's a fun little game. Since it's pretty dark, however, like the art style we're going in is way more cartoony and fun.
I like
And
unique themes. I think that's one thing that the whole board game world is really
more zombie and Cthulhu.
Well, it's like, I mean, I almost exclusively, after the Empire is probably an outlier in the type of game I would make theme wise. Based on the fact that like I really like very new ideas for themes, or just something I've never seen before. And like often just publishers want to like rebrand stuff or redo it. I found, just because, there is that danger. Like if it's too weird a theme, it may not land, and then it's a big flop, so I understand it. But like, I feel like there's so much room for creativity in themes that are not getting seen in the world of games, And I just like really wackadoo themes myself. It's just kind of fun.
I agree.
All right. So this one's pretty simple. We only got 3, but okay. Well, that's okay. So we'll start with Barry. Do we
feel special?
It'll go Barry, Ryan, Forrest is how it'll go, and then the next round will be like Ryan, Forrest, Barry, and so on and so forth. So we'll go like this. The way this works is it's all going to be, and these are all according, and no looking this up. This is all going to be according, well, I'm not even going to say this. These are all according to user ratings of particular shows from certain eras. And this will be the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s. And it's just going to be the most highly regarded like sitcoms of those eras. Now, in order for it to qualify, it had to have started in that era. So if it's something started in like 1969 and went to 1977, technically that is a 60s sitcom, because it started in the 60s, even if most of it occurred in the 70s. That's
screwed until the 90s. We'll see how.
Yeah. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. And then and I only went to the 2000s, because after you get to 2010, it gets really weird, and there's a lot of like weird Netflix shows and things like that, and so it just kind of skews the form a little bit. So all right, so we're gonna start with the 1960s. These are like remember, these don't go by Nielsen ratings or anything like that. This is just going to be user database type people saying, rating this 1 through 10, taking an aggregate and whatever. So these are normal people voting on what they thought was the best sitcom of like certain eras. And so we'll start with the 1960s, and we'll start with Barry. Barry, give me a guess. 1960s sitcom. This might be tough because it's a little weird.
Leave It to Beaver.
You guessed Leave It to Beaver.
I think it might be too early.
You are out, because that is a 1950s sitcom.
Well, is it? Yeah.
That is a 1950s sitcom. So you're out already. Way to go. Ryan, give me a 1960s sitcom.
Here's where I'm already like, I can only think of 70s ones, I think.
Yeah.
I'm going to say Three's Company, but I think that was the 70s.
So you guessed Three's Company, and unfortunately, that is not 1960s. So now you are out as well.
Forrest, I just thought of Forrest.
You could clean house. You could clean house.
60s. Okay, so anyone in the show would be 80 years old plus. So I can't think of actors. I have to think of shows. We're gonna go with, of course, Dragnet, number 1.
So Dragnet wasn't a comedy. It was actually
He's,
a procedural drama.
Is it on the list?
No,
the
it is
monkeys.
not. So here we go. This that was rough. That was rough. I thought if Scott was here, he might have gotten some of these, but oh well. Or
Anthony would have got 7 of them.
Anthony would have gotten like 11.
You got them all.
Here we
Yeah.
go. Number 1 was the Dick Van Dyke Show.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Then the Andy Griffith Show.
I thought that was earlier.
I almost thought it said that one.
Get Smart.
Okay.
The Addams Family.
Yeah.
The Munsters. Bewitched. Oh man, I love Bewitched.
I thought of Bewitched after my answer was
Yeah.
already given.
So
Yeah, and then closely following right behind the heels of Bewitched is of course I Dream of Jeannie. So,
Of course.
do you know that due to censors, even she wore Jeannie wore the like her outfit that she wore, like she was never allowed to show her belly button. That was one of the things
Yeah.
that it was like because of the
The
censors.
most sensual of body parts.
Yes.
sensual.
Number 8 was the Flintstones. Then Gilligan's Island,
That was 60s?
the Beverly Hillbillies, the Jetsons, the Brady Bunch, the Patty Duke Show, and one of my personal favorites, Green Acres. I always love this is the place to be. Farm living is the life for me. But I was always more of a Samantha guy than I was a Jeannie guy. I mean, there was something about, Sam. Anyway, we'll move on. 1970s.
Can you elaborate more, Lance?
just go watch some old Bewitched shows. You'll see what I'm getting at. That's yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was a flat out funny show too. It was even with the two Darrens, I mean, but yeah, no, not and that the movie or whatever that they did with
Will Ferrell.
horrible.
I did not realize either.
Wasn't great.
No.
Wasn't great.
I
And
find
then,
most remakes aren't.
yeah, Elizabeth Montgomery. And she died relatively young. She was 62. And also, it seems like I read a few things about her. She was like, very very politically active, and very progressive, like outspoken on gay rights and women's rights and AIDS activism. Just tons of just basically sounds like that in her charitable work. Sounds like she was just a really, really, really awesome human being, and far, far too young. But anyway, I'm going off on my Elizabeth Montgomery fandom a little bit too much. So let's just move on. So 1970s. We're going to start with Ryan this time. Kabuki Kid. Elizabeth Montgomery was stunning.
I'm gonna go with Taxi.
Yes, she was.
That's a good one.
And you would be correct, Ryan. Taxi was the number 4 sitcom. And as I do, I have a little anecdote. So with Taxi, my sister loved that show and I couldn't stand it. I just didn't like it. And now when I watch it now, I see just how hilarious Taxi was. It was
I'll add my own anecdote, which is that my aunt was Rhea Perlman's personal dresser for years and used to have a key to the DeVito house and said that they are cool as can be and that they wouldn't allow their kids more than a $20 a week allowance because they didn't want them to be raised spoiled.
That's crazy. And that's cool. What a great anecdote.
Sounds like they're good people.
Yeah. That reminds me of the movie The Descendants, which was one of my I really enjoy that movie with George Clooney, but he has this one line at the very beginning because he talks about he's very affluent, and he talks about it's like I raised my kids like my father raised me, and then he talks about the fact that he's had been in a rich family his entire life. It's like I give my kids enough money to do anything they want, but I don't give them so much money that they do nothing. Which, you know, it's like,
Sure.
which I thought was like, yeah, I mean, basically it's like, if they want to go to college, I paid for them to go to college. If they want to do this, but I don't give them so much that they just do nothing with their time. Anyway, Forrest, the 1970s. Let's go with a sitcom here. Don't read the things, don't read the comments, because we could just rattling them off left and right.
Three's Company.
Did you know what my favorite episode of Three's Company was?
I do.
The one where they had the misunderstanding. It's a joke
That's
because they always had
Family
a
Guy?
misunderstanding. Yeah, no, that's just it's like the Gilligan's Island. My favorite episode of Gilligan's Island is the one where they almost get off the island. You know, like that's like no, Three's Company, that was the number 3. The number 3.
Don't pretend like that came to you on your own, Forrest.
It did not. It did not.
What's his, which was the here's a good, who was the best roommate on Three's Company to Jack?
Did
You're
you?
assuming I have ever watched that show.
Three's Company.
What's her name? The black haired one.
Are you talking about Janet Wood, played by Joyce DeWitt?
Joyce DeWitt, yeah, sure.
And then you would be absolutely 100% correct that yes, Joyce DeWitt was the best roommate.
Yeah.
I mean, Chrissy Snow was okay as Suzanne Summers, but she didn't have a lot to play with there. She was just supposed to be a ditzy blonde.
Yeah.
So, and then they replaced her with,
What was her name?
yeah.
Jacqueline something? No.
Oh, who was it that came in? Oh, I bet Kabuki would know. Trying to remember who came in and took over.
Yeah, I don't remember her name now.
But was it better when it was the Ropers, or was it better when it was Don Knotts as Mr. Furley?
I think Miss Don Knotts, but that's just my personal.
Yeah, I think so too.
Mm.
Don Knotts was great. But anyway, all right. But the Ropers were funny too.
Yeah.
You know, Norman Fell, chef's kiss. Anyway, all right. So that was okay. So Barry, give me a 1970 sitcom, please.
All in the Family.
You're gonna go with All in the Family. Yes. Strangely, according to like user ratings, only the number 13, but still one of the best sitcoms ever. So Ryan, back to you. 1970 sitcoms.
Mork and Mindy.
Mork and
Yeah.
Mindy. Unfortunately, that is not in. I believe Mork and Mindy is in the 70s anyway, but it would, so. But unfortunately, no. I apologize. You are out on round 2. Forrest, 1970 sitcom.
Well, of course, the Cosby Show.
No.
Okay, that is so wrong on so many levels.
But I sounded confident.
Moving on, Barry.
Wait. Why is that? Wait, when was the Cosby Show?
I'm not going to say anything. Moving on.
Okay.
Good Times.
Good Times is not in the top 15. I'm sorry. So all of you are now out. It's a game for anybody, as you all have 1 point. We'll go through this. We have Happy Days, The Jeffersons, Three's Company, Taxi, The Odd Couple,
Sanford and Son, yeah.
Sanford and Son, WKRP in Cincinnati, and then Are You Being Served, which was a British one, Soap, The Bob Newhart Show, Barney Miller, Mary Tyler Moore, All in the Family, MASH, and Faulty Towers.
MASH was set. Oh yeah.
Oh, this one, I apologize. This one was backwards. Faulty Towers was 1, 2, so All the Family was 3. I apologize. I had that listing backwards. So yeah, those things where I said Taxi. Taxi was actually like number 12 or something.
I've got a MASH anecdote too.
Oh, yeah, go for it.
David Ogden Stiers.
Oh, I mean, sadly no longer with us, but yes, I love David.
So I worked with him a bunch.
Tell me more about him.
So he used to live on the Oregon coast, Newburgh, I believe. And he would drive into Portland just to go to the audio studio I worked at, because we were like the best in the area, and he just really liked us. And it's true, there aren't that many post-production audio houses in the Northwest. And he was 100% an actor, if you know what I mean. The affectation, very well spoken, a little bit of haughtiness to him. And behind all of that was the best shit talker you've ever met. But he didn't do it in like really verboseness. He would just wait for his moment and then throw the driest little jabs in. And it was so fun to hang out with him. And once he was a really big early adopter of Tesla. And once you were like in with him, once he checkboxed you, he would offer you a ride in his new Tesla. And like, so you'd go outside and you get to ride in his Tesla, like you drive around. But he was a really great guy. He was super fun to be around. It was always, we called him the DOS. DOS is in the house. And he was in there doing a lot of recording for the regular show. He played the park owner for regular show.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. And so I got to do a couple sessions with him where I was mostly just a jockey on the board, just making sure everything didn't break while he was streaming with, whatever Disney or something. He was recording it. But yeah, he was a great guy. Really fun to be around.
So 2 things. I loved him in the very, very small bit role that he had as the conductor of the orchestra in The Man with One Red Shoe.
Do you know he actually was a conductor of the orchestra? Yeah, he was in the Newburgh. He was like the second conductor of the orchestra where he lived.
Mm-hmm. So he had a bit role and chewed the scenery in like his 2 spots, but he's hilarious. And the other thing is regular show, which has nothing to do really with David, but regular show. If you haven't watched all of regular show, it is without a doubt one of it's kind of like Gravity Falls, where they created it. The people that created it knew the story they wanted to tell, and they didn't milk it, and they told the story they wanted, and then they stopped, and then they were done. And regular show starts off being like kind of like some weird like Beavis and Butthead ripoff. Yeah. And it progresses into like a real story with a real world that they live in, and like a progression of all the characters like kind of grow up and change and become more mature and have like relationships that and not just like dating. I mean like friendships and stuff like that to develop and actually like pays off as time goes by. Well worth the time if you put your time in, and it's also fun. Regular show is just funny too, but well worth the watch if you really watch that. All right, maybe getting into more familiar territory for everybody. We're gonna go with 1980s. So we're gonna start with Forrest.
Cosby Show. Nailed
the Cos. When he wasn't drugging and raping women, he was in the 8th most popular sitcom of the 1980s. All right, which I can only assume this was probably rated higher prior to the all the drugging, scheming, and raping that became apparent.
You think?
All right. Then we'll go to Barry. Sitcoms of the 80s.
Golden Girls.
Yes. Blanche. Number 3. Number 3 on the list. Ryan. 1980 sitcoms. Cheers. Number 4. Number 4. One of the most drop down fun. Like I can't watch it now because of the laugh track, but I mean, man, I used to watch that all the time. That was just a very, very funny show. All right. So let's see here. Forrest, 1980s.
Perfect Strangers.
Perfect Strangers made the list at number 11. There you go. Barry.
Empty Nests.
Empty Nest. I'm familiar with the show, but sadly did not make the top 15. It was a good try though. Very good. Ryan, go ahead.
I am drawing some bad blanks. Like I'm picturing them in my head, but then I'm not thinking of the name of the show.
Work your way through it.
Yeah. It's based on the one that was set in the high school. I think I'm thinking of 90 shows. And my food just walked in the door. So I'm going to go out on a high note and say the Next Generation Star Trek. There were some comedy episodes in there. They're not going to be on the list, but I'll put all.
I would not consider that a sitcom, but okay.
And you're out.
Yeah.
Forrest.
I got to go, y'all. I got to grab some dinner. It was good seeing you.
Take care, Ryan.
Later.
Welcome back, Cotter.
I believe that was the 70s, and it's not on the list.
This list is bullshit.
So we have Seinfeld. Remember, these are user rankings.
Started in the 80s. Yeah, I was gonna say. Seinfeld started in the 80s, really.
89. Married with Children. Golden Girls.
Married with Children. Oh, so good.
Cheers. Newhart. Night Court, one of my personal favorites of all time. I love Night Court. Alf. Yes, that's right. Alf. The Cosby Show. Mama's Family. Family Ties. Perfect Strangers. Coach. Roseanne. Full House. And rounding up the top 15. Yes, that's right. Who's the Boss? Who's the Boss?
In hindsight, I would have got some more of those. They all make sense. No, all those shows. But yeah, the 70s and 60s, I was dead weight.
Yeah. I liked Married with Children.
I love her. Yeah, I grew up with that. I remember watching the reruns of that all the time.
Remember the episode that it was I was talking to my wife about this. There was that episode where they had the basically Al doing their version of It's a Wonderful Life with Al, and Sam Kinison was his guardian angel.
No.
And like walking him through what if Al had never been born or never hadn't been part of this thing or never, and they actually had this thing where he came into the house and Peg was there. She was like cooking dinner, and he said, "What the heck? Peg's cooking." He's like, "She told me she was allergic to fire." And then Sam Kinison said, "Oh, wow. I mean, after I died, women must have started lying."
Sons of bitches. Now everybody shows up.
Yeah. Look, now, Evan, you missed Ryan by like 2 minutes.
Did I? Oh, that son of a gun.
Said he never liked you anyway.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, it's true.
It's true.
What's going on? Is Scott
Right.
still
Scott's home, but not 100%. So
he's home? Okay, good.
He's doing better.
He's doing better.
He's
Okay,
doing
good.
better. All right,
He's
so
in the
we're in the process of doing we're doing Stump the Snob right now, and the
Oh.
category is sitcoms.
What decade are we
Um,
on?
I'll have Evan take over Ryan's spot,
Mhm.
Yeah, what?
And we'll give
then
you a
I'll-
point, Matt.
and then we'll give Matt 2 points just for being here.
Okay,
'Cause
because
he's-
you're
'cause he-
special. Fucking Canadians.
Oh my!
2 points for the exchange. Is that why?
Yeah, I'm kidding,
Yeah.
Matt.
So, this
You
is
Canuck.
we are doing the top 15 sitcoms of different eras. We've already gone through 60s, 70s, and 80s. So you're only going to be here for the 90s and the 2000s.
Oh,
So
really? Oh,
I
man.
apologize. I mean,
we
I
can go
I-
back.
I can share with you. I can share with you some of the
The highlights.
highlights. I mean, if-
70s, Three's Company.
Yeah.
just-
Welcome
why are you
Back,
step-
Kotter.
Why are you stepping up? Welcome Back, Kotter did not make the top 15. Sorry.
No,
no, so
One Day at a
7
Time.
One Day at a Time also did not make the top 15.
Yeah, the list was a little weird.
Hmm.
The placement I
But-
thought would be a little different on some of them too.
So these are just people that these are like user ratings. These aren't like taking Nielsen ratings or anything like that. These are like user supplied reviews type of thing.
Yeah.
Um,
We polled 100 random weirdos from the street.
and it's also
Evan was one of them.
the big thing about it is that it's the show has to start in the decade. So if the show started in 1989 and went into the 90s, it's still an 80s sitcom.
Hmm.
So that's why Seinfeld is considered an 80s sitcom because it started
89,
in 89. Exactly.
88.
Family Ties probably was on there somewhere.
So Family Ties was in the
Cosby Show.
80s.
Yep.
And it was the 10th best sitcom according
Yeah.
to user ratings.
Yeah.
So you know, there's that.
MASH.
Oh yeah.
MASH was number 2 of the 70s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think Matt would have probably been kicking our ass right now, honestly.
Yeah.
Golden Girls. Did that make the list anywhere?
That
Yeah.
was the 80s.
Golden Girls
Um,
was number 3 in the 80s.
The Jeffersons.
Mhm.
Jeffersons was number 2 in the 70s.
Oh yeah, he would have been.
Really? That was on my
So,
tongue, but I said that on first.
I loved the Jeffersons.
Yeah.
Jeffersons was good.
Mhm.
Jeffersons might have been one of those few shows that was the spin-off was better than the original, but the original was All in the Family, so that's really tough to beat out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Cheers must have been on there.
Yeah.
Cheers
Cheers
was
was, yeah.
number
80s.
4 from the 80s.
Yeah.
So
Oh,
yeah.
growing pains.
Let's see, Growing Pains. Speaking of Growing
classic.
Pains, have you actually looked into like Kirk Cameron, how insane he went?
Yeah.
Well, I shouldn't say insane. He found
Religion.
Found
he found
something.
religion and it's like basically like
Well, his sister too is pretty batshit crazy.
okay. I'm not up on my sister of
Well, she's
I'm not on my Kurt
Candace
Cobain
Cameron. She's like
53.
on from Full House and stuff.
Oh yeah.
Oh, was Full House? Did that make the list?
Oh, it must have.
Full House was number 14 of the 80s.
Yeah, Matt would have been crushing.
Yeah.
Mhm. Mhm.
Full House. What else was there? Who's the Boss?
Who's the Boss was number 15 of the 80s.
How about Roseanne?
Oh, fuck yeah. Of course.
Roseanne was number 13 of the 80s.
Mhm.
Alice.
Alice
was it?
did not make the list.
What was that one with Urkel? Family Matters? Was that
Family
it?
Matters. Yeah.
Miracle, yeah.
Was that on there or no?
It should have been. I bet.
Family Matters was on here. Where was it? I forget where. Yeah, it was number 15 of.
No, it just made it.
Yeah. Just
Yeah.
Mary
Simpsons.
Tyler Moore.
Simpsons.
Mary Tyler Moore Show from the 70s was number 12.
Yeah.
So anyway, here we go with the 90s, and we're gonna start.
Right.
We're gonna start with Matt.
Oh
This
shit.
is-
90s, eh?
The 90s. We're gonna go with, and remember, these are user ratings. This is not anything where it's like like again Nielsen's. I just got a text. I gotta make sure this is my wife.
Answer me this first. Did Alf make the list in the 80s?
It sure did. Alien life form, baby. Hold on one second here. I
Watched a
just
lot of
need
Alf.
to.
Oh,
So I bought
Yeah.
a new computer today.
And the facts of life.
did you?
Or
Talk about the new computer. I gotta go talk to my wife real quick. I'll be right back.
I bought a. I won't be getting it for 3 months because that's how long it takes to get one of them. But
Son of a bitch.
I got a Mac Studio, one of the new Mac Studios,
nice.
because I'm pissed off with my PC. I'm like, I'm going back to Mac.
Making the
They pissed off with the
change.
PC, Matt.
Well, my PC is only 3 years old, so I'm gonna sell it, and I think I can get like $2,000 for it.
All right. But what don't you like about the PC?
It's not performing well at all with Adobe. It's just crashing all the time.
Oh, is it?
And I have a MacBook Pro, so I might as well just keep the same OS for both mobile and,
Yeah.
and desktop. So
Yeah, I never worked on an iOS, so I don't.
I'm excited. I mean, I had a
Yeah.
Mac for a while when I worked on a Mac for a long time at the museum, and and at Alcatel. But yeah, the one that I really wanted to get, it would be overkill for what I need, was $7,500. But so I got one that was half that.
Yeah.
Because the Ultra, like there's like the Apple Silicon just came out, right? So they don't use Intel anymore. So
Okay.
they have their own chips, and there's the M1 chip that came out, and then they have different flavors of it. There's the M1 Pro, the M1 Max, and the M1 Ultra, which is basically two M1 Maxes stitched together.
Sounds expensive.
Yeah,
Apple
that's-
is,
Ultimate.
Yeah.
but if it
Well, it's a
makes
Mac.
your life
Everything's
easier,
expensive.
Yeah.
if it makes your life easier with the the printing and all that, the
Well,
graphics.
I mean, I think it'll just. I mean, I'm trying to simplify my life, and this will help.
Yeah.
And I gave myself a raise today,
Good
Yeah.
for you. Was it more than a quarter?
double.
50 cents?
No, I doubled my salary.
Oh.
That's
Good.
awesome.
Congrats.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just because, yeah, I got my tax bill today for 2021. I'm like, oh, so my accountant's like, instead of doing what you did, you should probably just pay yourself more and tax yourself at source.
Mhm.
Oh, that makes sense.
Mhm.
Let's do that
Yeah.
rather than just take money out of the corporation
Right.
willy-nilly. Like,
Isn't that called embezzlement?
Man.
so I've been going to see the chiropractor a lot lately.
Oh yeah. Sorry to hear
My-
that.
I got a new mattress.
Mhm.
I went from a shitty mattress to a good mattress, and my back is not taking the transition so well.
Well, maybe the old mattress wasn't so shitty.
Oh, it was.
Or maybe it was so shitty that you got used to it. I know the feeling, Matt.
Yeah,
some,
I got.
some backs do really well with like stiff, janky, and some do really well
Yeah.
with soft, floppy. It's just like your body, likes
Well,
what it likes.
I do well with firm mattresses. It's just
Uh,
because of the way I sleep. I sleep in the spare room a lot because of snoring, and I flail and shit.
Mhm.
So that mattress was on the spare room mattress. It's never good, right? Nobody ever buys a good spare room mattress.
yeah,
No,
it's the
correct.
cheapest thing you can find.
Yeah.
So
Yep. Yeah, the mattress in my spare room is like 30 years old.
exactly.
Yeah,
Handed down from your grandmother.
from my grandmother who has since
Yeah.
passed. Yep, that is actually correct.
Oh, real?
Nope, that's actually correct.
As long as you fall asleep on it, it's all that matters.
I'm not stalking you. I'm really not.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Do not be alarmed if you see me looming over you at night.
Just collecting data, sir. Just collecting
Yeah.
data.
Exactly.
It was just not used the old-fashioned way.
Exactly.
So I'm officially going to Gen Con.
Oh yeah, nice man.
Yeah.
Alright,
That's the one I'll probably skip.
it's-
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I'm definitely skipping it.
yeah. Gen Con's always too crazy for me.
I'm helping out a friend at a booth. So
I've never been to one. I don't
Um,
plan on going to one either.
unfortunately, I'm staying 8 miles away.
Oh, that's a ways.
It is a ways, yeah. I was a little too late to the game with
Yeah.
saying I'm gonna go, and I actually ended up booking my hotel room on Expedia, even though
.com.
I have, because like usually the exhibitor block is
Right,
much better, but it
right.
was cheaper through Expedia.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And sometimes those deal sites are decent.
Yeah.
sometimes.
Right now, I
How's
looked the
the-
other day. It was like $900 a night for right at the convention center.
How was the
That's
flight? I
nuts.
heard flights are getting super expensive.
Oh, I don't know. I'm driving 12 hours.
Okay,
12 hours. That
that's
ain't
quite a
bad.
drive, man.
That's not bad.
Yeah, it'd be me and Al. We'll drive it down. Hopefully, he's trying to get a gig at CGE to work the booth. So
Are you doing it straight or are you going to stop somewhere?
all straight.
Yeah.
I mean, we
12
might stop for
hours.
lunch, but
Well,
that's
don't
about
eat
it.
any burritos, man.
Yeah, don't eat the burritos. With
I did last time, actually.
12 hours in the car is a long time.
a burrito, yeah.
Burrito, no bean.
Okay, yeah.
Had to be.
All right.
All right, we
Yeah,
got
that's not
90s.
bad.
Okay, I'll
All
start
right,
it off with
Matt.
an easy one.
Well, we're gonna go with this is the 90s.
I'll start it off with an easy one. Friends.
Number 1 on the list. Friends.
Yep.
Barry.
I'm already. Fuck. 90s.
90s.
Was my friends and then. Oh, I'm just drawing blanks.
Yeah.
90210.
You're out. Thanks for
It's
playing. Barry.
80s, isn't it? Yeah.
No, it's 90s, but it's not a sitcom.
Yeah.
Really? I thought it was.
It
Evan.
is funny.
Evan.
Oh, it has to be a
90s
sitcom. Frasier.
That's the one I was trying
well
to think
done.
of. I couldn't think of it.
Number
Yeah.
2 on the
right.
list is
Mhm.
Frasier. Give me a
Mhm.
second here. I just got a text. Make sure it isn't something super important.
What?
It's more than one, so it must be.
Can't think of another 90s one.
Forrest has a chance to think here. I gotta hold on one second.
Forced with a chance to steal.
He ain't.
What's that one with the guy?
The guy in the thing with the
That's the
stuff
thing
and
with the thing and the other thing.
It was the guy was Paul Reiser. The show.
Oh,
About
yes. Good
Mad
one.
About You. That's my
Yeah.
guess. Goes back.
I'm sure that's on there.
Was that 90s?
Yeah, I think so.
It was all the
Yeah.
rage when I was a kid.
Oh, I have one.
I gotta wait. No,
No, don't spoil it.
You never
wait,
actually
wait,
watched
wait.
a full episode of it, but I think it's going to be a good one.
Full House.
Oh, I got another one. Okay, I'm good.
Alf 90s edition.
Yeah.
90s.
Doing 90s. What else did I watch in the 90s?
I partied a lot in the 90s, so I didn't really watch a lot of TV.
Yeah, I was kind of getting into that.
I was working at restaurants and bars in the 90s.
Oh, yeah.
So
I did that for a decade.
yeah.
Lots of drinking.
Oh, yes.
Staying up till 4 in the
After
morning.
hours, man. That was like,
Yeah.
after hours was the best.
Yeah.
I remember doing after hours one night when I was a busboy and then having to put my tie back on to vacuum to open the next day.
Yep.
Never left.
Yep. So
What is this?
you had a clopen.
Yeah, I had a clopen
Uh-huh.
working at a bar and doing after hours and then actually just keeping the clothes that you have, your uniform that you have on, getting all proper again and start working.
Oh yeah.
Ick. All right, Forrest, give me a 90s sitcom.
Do it.
It was Mad About You.
Mad About You, the number 7 on the list.
Mhm.
Matt,
The Office.
Ooh.
The Office. And
Ooh.
Oh, is it 2000s?
well, who knows?
Oh. Mm.
Lance does. Lance.
The Lance
all right.
knows.
Yes.
Evan.
It's
Me?
like when Trebek, may he
Oh,
rest
you're
in
out?
peace. When in Trebek, when he would they always have one of those things where it was just like, the largest city found below the parallel something, and then they go, Mike, it's like Santa Domingo. Ooh, no. Santa Placenta or something. He always did it sound like, oh, I knew. So close, but that didn't get it though. Yeah, because you have it on a card.
Is it my turn?
Anyway. It is, Evan.
We're gonna go. I don't know if this started in the late 80s or not. So I'm going to go with a different one. I'm going to go 2.5 men.
2.5 men. You're out.
You're out.
Thousands, I think.
Really?
Forrest, you can run the table.
All right. I got to go back to when I was a kid. There was that show.
Can we keep guessing after
with
instead
the,
of?
I've got a
Sure,
bunch
but-
of guesses.
Mhm.
I'm gonna go with Blossom.
Oh, that was a good one.
And now you're out.
Damn it!
I
Fucking
liked Blossom.
How about the Drew Carey show?
Oh, that's on there.
Not in the top 15.
It's not on there.
That list is a sham.
How about Boy Meets World?
What?
Boy Meets World.
Number
Uh,
10.
I forgot about
Married with
Um,
Children.
That was in the 80s.
Oh, that
Fresh
was
that.
Prince.
Saved by the Bell.
Fresh Prince.
Fresh Prince of Bel Air, number 5.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Step
Did somebody
by
already do
step.
Saved by the Bell? That was 80s.
Step
about
by
Martin?
Step would have been number 9.
Really?
Step by step, day by day.
Hannah Montana.
Nope.
Oh my God.
Monk.
Everybody Loves Raymond.
Oh, yeah.
Everybody Loves Raymond. Yes, but only to number 6.
Oh, the Tim Allen Show.
Oh yeah.
Uh,
Home Improvement. Yeah.
Number 4.
Home Improvement.
I dated a girl that looked almost like it
Like Tim Allen?
no, it was she looked like Tim Allen's wife on that show.
Mhm.
Like the way she had her hair and stuff like that.
South Park.
Not considered
Not a
to be
sitcom,
in the top
alright.
15.
Will and Grace.
Oh, yeah.
Oh yeah.
Well, here I'll just list them off. It
Yeah.
was Friends, Frasier, Home Improvement, The Fresh Prince of Bel Air,
Yep.
Everybody Loves Raymond,
News
Mad
Radio.
About You,
Hmm.
The Nanny, Step by Step,
Oh.
Boy Meets World, News Radio,
News radio.
Ellen, Martin, Wings,
Martin.
and
Wings.
News Radio.
Uh-huh.
News.
You said News Radio twice.
I thought he did.
Oh yeah, I
No,
did say it twice.
yeah.
I apologize. My mistake. God, I wrote it twice. Oh, it doesn't matter.
This game's a
Just shoot me.
sham.
All right, here we go. 2000s. Back up to Barry to start with.
2000s. Jesus Christ. I didn't watch much TV, apparently. Sitcoms, 2000s. No, that's too early yet now.
I'm gonna fail at this one.
Yeah,
That's the spirit.
yeah. Was big in 2000. Two and a Half Men.
2.5 men. That would be
Give
number
them clues.
number 7. 2.5 men.
Sorry, whoever I stole that from. I was trying to think
Evan.
of something else.
Well, you just stole mine. I'll steal Matt's The Office.
The Office was considered to be number 3.
You bastard.
You stole mine.
Forrest.
Will and Grace, baby.
You're all fuckers.
Out.
He's
Out.
You're out.
Oh.
Will and Grace is not considered to be one of the top
This
15.
list is homophobic.
Matthew.
Family Guy.
That actually started way earlier, so
Did it?
you're out. Sorry, my
I've never
friend.
I've never watched it really.
Barry.
Fuck. What was that one? Daria? No, Dharma.
Dharma and Greg.
Dharma and Greg, yeah.
And you're out. Okay,
All
Evan,
right.
you get a point. You get one right, Evan. You win.
Well, I can't think of the name of it, which doesn't help.
That would make things
Oh, there. I'm looking at the list right now. I'm like, can I not think of these?
And I think Sex and the City was actually from the 90s, but I'm gonna say Sex and the City.
And there's a basically you tie with Forrest for the win. So this is the 2000s. This is
What's
a
the
little weird.
geek one?
So Scrubs,
Big
Oh,
Bang
yeah,
Theory.
Scrubs.
Oh yeah.
Modern Family,
Mhm.
Yeah.
The
Uh,
Office,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
Parks and Recreation,
Oh, Parks and Rec. Yeah,
Oh duh.
The Big Bang Theory,
that's the one I couldn't
Oh,
think
yeah.
oh yeah.
of. I knew. I
forgot
was
all
like,
that.
it's nerds.
Yeah.
How
we
I
make
Met
fun of
Your
nerds for being
Mother,
nerds.
I Met Your Mother. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
2.5 Men, Curb Your Enthusiasm,
Oh yes.
It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia,
Mhm.
Entourage.
It's a sitcom.
So listed.
Yeah, I won. I thought.
Arrested Development,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
one of the best shows on TV
I had that one and it escaped me when you
ever.
I haven't seen it.
Malcolm in the Middle,
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
30 Rock,
Yeah.
Rules of Engagement, and rounding out our top 15 is Cougar Town.
I never saw
I
that.
never heard of it.
It's with Courtney Cox.
Yeah. So
Okay.
Arrested Development, the first 3 seasons of Arrested Development are some of the funniest stuff you'll ever watch. It's just
Yeah.
it's
Pretty darn
so and the best thing is they never had that final season that was horrible.
Oh, yeah. Like Lost and all the other favorites.
Yeah. Oh, Lost. That was the 2000s.
This
right?
wasn't a sitcom though. It's,
Yeah,
yeah.
no, Arrested Development. I mean, it was just like, I mean, all of the like the running jokes in it that they just kept on going back. Like
There's always money in the banana.
there's
stand.
always money in the banana stand, and then or how about the fact that like the doctor that always said the one thing that was like all like screwed up, like when they had to amputate his brother's like hand off, and it's just like, how's he doing? He's like, well, he's all right. And he's like, oh, thank goodness. Oh, you're taking this really well. What do you mean I'm taking it really well? Well, we had to amputate his left hand. He's going to be all right from now on. They're like, why do we keep going to you? Just, and they even reference it at one point, like one of the sons like is in the hospital. I forget what the reason. I don't remember what the doctor says, but they're all in the room, and the doctor comes in. He's like, "Well, I got your test results." And they're all like, "What does it say?" And then he says something that makes it sound like he's gonna die, like in like oh, he's gonna leave us soon. They're like, no, and then Jason Baby goes, wait, give him a chance. Yeah, just like, yeah, we're gonna be able to let you. We're gonna be able to get you out of here. You can be able to go home. You're in perfect health. And they're like, oh, no, it was good stuff.
Goosh.
Anybody who thinks Lost had a fantastic final season didn't watch the last season of Lost. Alan Brown, just
That's true.
yeah.
It did not have a fantastic final
No,
season.
it did not. It did.
It was a
not
whole
have
lot
it.
of disappointment.
There was a whole lot of like, yeah, we never really thought this would last that long, so we don't really know what we did.
Yeah.
We asked a
never
lot
saw
of
it.
questions and answered not a one.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this: Lost had a few good moments, like when they did the flash forward instead of the flashback. So like, because they kept on doing the flashbacks over and over again. So the one time when they did the flash forward and you're watching it and you're like, God, this doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense at all. And then they actually show at the end, like, you know, he goes, we got to go back. We got to go back to the island or whatever. And you're like, oh, it's a flash forward. It's like after they had actually gotten off the island and stuff. I thought that was clever. Hey, one of the biggest reasons why it didn't work was why it started falling apart was Walt. Well, because the kid who played Walt, or the kid who had like the special psychic powers or whatever, like
He grew up.
Yeah, he turned 13 or 14 and hit a growth spurt, and then it was just like, oh my gosh, he's like, instead of being a kid, he's like 6 feet tall and just like, you know, just. And they're like,
This doesn't work when I was writing the script every week, kid.
Yeah. So, yeah, weird stuff like that. But no, I mean, the first 2-3 seasons of Lost are pretty good.
Yeah, they're great. It made me want more, and then they didn't make any more.
Yeah, they definitely.
They made something.
Yeah, I don't know. They definitely went when they went down a few rabbit holes that didn't make a lot of sense, and
yeah.
But yeah.
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 Mm-hmm.
Would you like them to bring it back, Lance?
Bring it
Lost?
on.
No, they can never redo Lost. I mean, like the thing about Lost is that there's definitely things I think people have tried that like they've tried to be all mysterious and strange and like quasi supernatural. And
Yeah.
they definitely try to do what Lost did, but I mean Lost was like catching lightning in a bottle. It was like,
Yeah.
oh, we what is it like the unreliable narrator? Like it basically like it wasn't giving you full exposition, right? It was like it was purposely trying to lead you the wrong way and make you like, so people weren't prepared for that. I mean, the biggest thing was it was like, I mean, how they were able to hide things, like the fact that like Locke like was paralyzed before he, was like on the island. And then on the island, he like, the like you realize the reason why he's smiling while everybody else is screaming about the plane crash and everything like that, because he's looking at his toes and he can feel them and he's wiggling his toes back and forth. Why he's like just amazed that he can walk and the fact like, and so then they do that whole flashback one about him.
Spoilers.
Well, yeah, they
Yeah,
do
what
that
the
whole
fuck?
flashback. They do that whole, yeah, okay, whatever. They do the whole flashback of him, and then they show him, working at his, job or whatever, and doing his thing, and then like you realize at the end, like he's in a wheelchair, and you're like, holy cow! Like they had like stuff like that just blew you away. And like that whole thing with the hatch, like trying to get the hatch open forever and wondering what was behind the hatch and everything like that. And then they open the season like with showing the guy that was in the hatch, like sitting there, like going through
your own kind of music.
yeah, like listening to a record, and he's sitting there and he's like getting on the bike and he's making himself something to eat, and he's like, and you're going through the whole thing and you're like, what is going on with this? Like you have no idea what's going on, and all of a sudden there's like they blow up the hatch, the explosion, and then you see him and he grabs a gun and he goes, and you realize, oh my god, you're like seeing it from that person's viewpoint. And it was like, so they were doing things that were like groundbreaking for their time.
Yeah.
It was
Talk like, hey, get Richard back on the show.
well, yeah, I invite him.
I can't wait to rewatch that with my kids.
You know what? I think anything that's 20, like that's that old, like I don't think you can spoil. I don't think that those are spoilers anymore. I mean, seriously, something from 16 years ago. Yeah, sorry, I'm not really worried about me ruining that for you.
I saw somebody commented on Facebook, you should never say any plot twists or any plot spoilers at all, ever. You don't know what kind of schedule people are going to watch stuff on.
Well,
if it's
I
20
can say
years old and they
this.
haven't watched it by now, chances are they're not going to watch
Rosebud is the name
What?
of his sled. Soylent Green is people. They just like
Soylent Green is people?
Oh, what?
it was planet Earth all along.
Damn it.
Right.
Damn me, what the hell?
You bastards. I mean, there was a thing where there was a list. I saw there was 100 of them. It was like the ultimate spoiler list. It was all like one word things. And that was like Rosebud is the name of his sled, and just like Soylent Green is people,
Right. I try not to spoil stuff, but anytime somebody gets really mad at me, I'm like, so go outside instead. It's just a TV show. It's just a movie. Go for a walk in nature. You'll be fine.
No, you won't.
You'll
What's
be
the
fine.
stew on it till I explode?
Brad Pitt and Ed Norton are the same person. Darth Vader is Luke's father.
What?
There's all kinds of stuff like that. It's just it's good.
I don't know what you just spoiled, but now I'm upset.
Now he's upset.
Ooh.
No, I'm just kidding.
Evan.
I kid.
Can't take him anywhere.
Exactly.
You know how to
What's the
Muscle
cafe doing?
Well, I haven't run the numbers for March, but February was particularly horrendous.
Oh,
Yes, it was.
Yes. Like just costs of everything went up and people had less money to spend. And
yeah.
It's like the list that made the rounds a while back. There was like the top 100 things I will do if I'm ever the evil overlord, and it was things like shooting will never be too good for my enemies. Just like shooting's too good for them, or my noble half brother whose throne I stole will be killed, not kept anonymously prisoned in a forgotten cell of my dungeon. The air ducts in my secret dome of terror will not be man-sized.
yeah,
Just,
it'll be filled with poison gas at all times.
yeah. It's like when here, this is one. When I've captured my adversary and he says, "Look, before you kill me, will you at least tell me what this is all about?" I'll say no and shoot him. No, wait. On second thought, I'll shoot him and then I'll say no.
What's your plan?
Oh, what's it matter? You're about to die anyway.
I will be secure in my own superiority. Therefore, I will feel no need to prove it by leaving clues in the form of riddles or leaving my weaker enemies alive to show they pose no threat. I will not interrogate my enemies within my ultra shielded inner sanctum. A small hotel well outside my borders will work just as well. I will not include a self-destruct mechanism unless it is absolutely necessary. If it is necessary, it will not be a large red button labeled "Danger, do not push." The big red button marked "Do not push" will still trigger a spray of machine gun bullets on anyone stupid enough to push it. Similarly, the on-off switch will not be clearly labeled as such. I will never employ a device with a digital countdown. If I find that such a device is absolutely needed, I will set it to activate when the counter reaches 117 and the hero is just putting his plan into operation. Just when I employ people as advisors, I will occasionally listen to their advice. I will not shoot the messenger to show how evil I am. While this can be effective, it is a shame to waste a good messenger. I will hire a talented fashion designer to create original uniforms for my legions of terror, as opposed to some cheap knockoffs that make them look like Nazi stormtroopers, Roman foot soldiers, or savage Mongol hordes. All were eventually defeated, and I want my troops to have a more positive mindset. I will not have a son, although his laughably underplanned attempt to usurp my power will easily fail. It would provide a fatal distraction at a crucial point in time. I will also not have a daughter. She would be as beautiful as she was evil, but one look at the hero's rugged countenance and she'd betray her own father. No matter how tempted I am with the prospect of ultimate power, I will not consume any energy field bigger than my head. Yes. All bumbling conjurers, clumsy squires, no talent bards, and cowardly thieves in the land will be preemptively put to death. My foes will surely give up and abandon their quest if they have no source of comic relief.
What about surly dwarves? You forgot surly dwarves.
I will never turn into a snake. It never helps.
Usually not.
I will not imprison members of the same party looking to destroy me in the same cell block, let alone the same cell. If they are important prisoners, I will keep the only key to the cell door in my person instead of handing out copies to every bottom rung guard in the prison. If my trusted lieutenant tells me my legions of terror are losing a battle, I will believe him. After all, he is my trusted lieutenant.
What are you reading from?
It's the 100 things I'll do if I'm ever an evil overlord.
100.
I will maintain a healthy amount of skepticism when I capture the beautiful rebel, and she claims that she is attracted to my power and good looks and would gladly betray her companions if I just let her in on my plans. Uh,
Sneaky.
but if any of my advisors ever says to me, "My liege, she is but one man. What could one man possibly do?" I will reply this and shoot him. But then again, movies wouldn't be interesting if they, yeah. If the beautiful princess that I capture says, "I'll never marry you, never, never, do you hear me? Never,"
You're
I
getting
will say,
married.
"Oh well," and then shoot her. If it becomes necessary to escape, I will never stop at the exit to pose dramatically and toss off a one-liner. I will simply escape. What I asked Ryan how the After the Empire expansion was coming along.
Well, we sent it to Josh like 4 months ago
Yeah, I know. He said the same thing. I just wanted to make sure that neither of you were lying.
that we have the same story.
Yeah, you have the same story.
Yeah, because they would just lie on that.
That's that old. That's that. That's that old urban legend thing about like the four students who skip class or whatever and they miss the test, and then the teacher says that, yeah, you can't retake it. You have to take the class next semester or whatever. And they all say, and they all like, "Oh, but we were out of town and the car, we had a flat, we couldn't make it back in time." Of course that wouldn't work now with cell phones, right? Whatever.
Yeah.
And he goes, "All right, fine, here, go sit down." It's like, "I don't want you cheating." So he makes them all sit in one corner of the room, and then he brings out the test and he changed the first question to, "Which tire was flat?"
Yeah. I like it.
Yeah.
No, yeah, we sent that to Josh, and then we have the second phase of the expansion ready to send over at some point.
Is this the one that has the spaceships?
Yes.
Just really throwing everything for a loop.
Well, we took inspiration from Life of Brian.
I always
Sometimes-
thought that was such a weird addition or whatever.
Sometimes you need a spaceship.
Happens.
Yeah.
Oh, Night Forest. Yeah,
Night
you
Forest
look like you're
Is,
sinking. He's like,
right.
yeah, we've got the dual part expansion. We already sent the major, and then we're waiting on the minor to see how the major does.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool.
2 parts.
Oh, here's a good dad joke. I asked my wife if I was the only one she'd been with. She said yes. All the others had been 9s and 10s. But boom.
That is brutal.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I remember what was it? The joke where the guy's on his deathbed, calls his wife over and says, "I can feel myself getting weaker. I need to ask you a question." And she says, anything. He goes, "You've been a wonderful wife. You've given me 9 wonderful sons." She said, "Yeah, well, it's like our 5th son. 8 of my sons are tall. They have blonde hair and blue eyes. My 5th son, he's short. He has brown eyes and black hair." And she's like, "Yeah, well, I have to know, does he have a different father than the other 8? And she says, "Yes, he's yours."
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
That ain't
What's new, Evan,
right.
Matthew? You said
What's
you got a new
new?
computer. I didn't hear about it. Is it a laptop?
Yeah.
Is it a desktop? What kind of new
I
computer?
bought the new Mac Studio. So it's a desktop.
Mac.
It's basically a Mac Mini that's taller.
But it's still a Mac, right?
So it's a tall
It
mini?
is. My PC's giving me grief. That's my grievance. So
Why?
I mean, my
What's going
PC
on?
is still quite a good machine, gaming wise, or even any performance wise. But I reformatted it Christmas time, and it's like not doing well.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I don't know why.
Remember when like I can remember with it back in my old like PC days where it was like where you uh the your whole like PC got so clunky or whatever and like just had whatever all those kinds of screw ups whatever. And I remember like many a time like just all right, format C, let's just start over.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Just
I
And if
can,
you're
I
really-
can reload my games.
yeah.
If you're really desperate, you do a low level format.
Yeah.
I never did that.
Well, and then I remember it was like I remember I had a buddy who worked for before there was that Geek Squad stuff. I had a buddy who was like he was a big like he worked for a company that did tech support for computers, like come to your house and fix your computer for you. And he was like, yeah, 95% of my calls, well, he said the ones where you actually have to do something with the PC, all they did was reinstall the OS. And it was just like, it was just, it was just all they, it was like, and he goes, 9 times out of 10, that would fix everything.
Yeah.
You wouldn't mess with anything else they had. You just went in, reinstalled their OS, sometimes like, and that was it. And it was just like, and then the other vast majority of times it was always something like really like, oh, my mouse doesn't work. It's like, oh, it's like, cause you have a laser mouse and it's the batteries are dead,
Right.
or you're moving your mouse on a glass tabletop, and so like the laser
Right.
pointer isn't working right or whatever.
Right.
But I mean, are you guys old enough to remember rollerball mouses?
Oh yeah.
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 Oh yeah.
Where you open it up and you use your little thing to clean off
Uh-huh.
the little rolly things.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Because they'd have that crusted on gunk in there.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just crazy. Yeah, I remember when I worked at when I worked at US Bank many, well, not so many years ago now. Now it's like 6 years ago, but like I worked at like there was a lot of stuff like we had to do as far as like I didn't do a lot of IT work, but I did a lot of like physical like I like say, yeah, my computer doesn't work, and I knew enough about computers I could go look at it and I could figure out what they did to it. And a lot of times it'd be stuff like, yeah, my mouse doesn't work. And it was all old rollerball losses. And I'd give them a new one, then I'd take the other one and I'd crack it open and I'd just clean out. And there'd just be like
Yeah.
miles of lint inside of it. Well,
Oh,
no
yeah.
wonder this thing isn't working. Nothing's
yeah.
moving on the inside. Or
Those little balls were kind of awesome though.
yeah.
They were heavy. You could like,
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
they're
they were
kinda
totally.
sweet.
Well, you know what they were. I mean, did you ever crack one open? They were
Yeah, yeah.
they were a metal ball bearing with like a rubber cover on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, they were.
Oh no, I never did crack one open.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
That's cool. That's
No,
what it felt
and,
like
there,
though.
and
Yeah.
there was like, and people's like monitors would stop working, and you'd have to like basically there was like this. We had this this closet that was locked up that was just stacked up with all these old CRT monitors.
Oh yeah.
Now, if like I still had access to that, I could sell those CRT monitors for so much money because people want to buy them.
Really?
Oh yeah, totally.
Why?
Like there's people that stand by the belief that like there's certain games that if you play on a CRT monitor, you're actually getting better. Like they say that a digital screen can't the frequency can't like it doesn't even like as far as like refreshing
refresh
it.
rate stuff.
Yeah, the refresh rates can't
Huh.
touch a CRT. Like the CRT.
I did not
Yeah.
know that.
Yeah.
I had some
A
lot of janky old monitors.
Well, yeah, and I remember one day we just like we were told, what are we doing with this stuff? And
Yeah.
and because we had switched everybody over to one by one, because like basically like if somebody's monitor broke, you would fill out there's like this big giant request form you'd fill out and you'd send it
Right.
to the cost center, and the cost center would send another one, and like after a while they just stopped. They didn't have CRT, they sent flat screens, right?
Yeah.
And so one by one these people were getting these old CRTs taken away, and then one day, and then I remember one day we went through and we there's so many great memories of working there. Like one day we went through and we took everybody's we had old 486s, if you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
As far as like old
yeah.
old, because like the computers didn't need to run anything
Nope.
super
Yeah.
difficult. They didn't.
Yep.
It was
Oh, yeah.
it was phone call software. Type
Yeah.
in somebody's account number, pull up the information, you're good to go. I mean,
Yeah.
it was like,
Database.
yeah, it was, and it was directly linked. There wasn't any, there was
Yeah.
nothing, there was no Wi-Fi or thing. You were
No.
you were hardwired into like the database.
Yeah.
And I remember we were sitting there, and one day we finally went out, and like I was put in charge. Me and this guy Marty, we were put in charge of basically. We went and we had to take everybody's old 486s, and there were still like a couple of hundred on the floor, and start replacing them with actual like decent computers. You know, like that because we were moving to a more web-based.
What was next? Like 1.2 or something?
Yeah, it was ridiculous, is what it
Yeah.
was. But I still remember like we had to at one point when we were like replacing all this stuff and going through it, I remember we lugged cartloads and cartloads and cartloads of these old monitors, and we brought them down to our loading dock, and we were just basically putting these on pallets and then taking like, I mean, I do it whenever I go to a convention, right? But basically taking giant things of saran wrap and wrapping them up. There was a certain height we could get to wrapping up, and they were just being shipped back to some warehouse that US Bank had somewhere that I'm sure they were just going to, I mean, I think they had found some way to send them to somebody that was going to dismantle them and like was paying us like a flat amount for it. That was like then dismantling them for whatever like metal or whatever that was inside.
Smelt them. Yeah.
Yeah. I do remember actually like the city of Fargo, like about, this is like 10 years ago. If you had any kind of CRT TV and you wanted to get rid of it, they had a week where you could drop it off at this place. And basically there was people there that they were doing the same thing. They were just cracking them open, taking out whatever circuitry or everything that was worth anything. And they were just, tossing the rest. But I remember I pulled up there with like, I still had two CRT TVs. And now I have friends who are like weird hobbyists with CRT monitors, and like they're just collecting them. I wish I still had them, because like
How much are they worth? Like how much?
I don't know, but one of them was 42 inches. It was absolutely ridiculous, and it weighed 1,000,000 pounds.
Yeah, can you imagine how heavy that would be?
Oh yeah, it was
Yeah.
1,000,000 pounds. If it was, and I remember I lugged it, and I remember I got to this place, and I didn't live in Fargo, but my parents did, so I just used their address, and I was allowed to drop these things off. And it was like there were mountains of TVs, just mountains and mountains and mountains of these old TVs that they dropped off. And now it's like it would be a gold mine, because people are just like frantic to find these things.
Well, are they paying like $20 or are they paying like $2,000?
It depends on the TV, depends on what it is. A lot of people use them so they can play old game system emulators on the true way that it's supposed to look. Like
making playing cabinets and shit like that.
Yeah, like playing Mario Brothers on the way it's supposed to look when you play it.
Yeah.
Instead,
people die working on them too, eh?
Oh, really?
Because there's like charge left in the CRT tube.
Yeah.
And you can get electrocuted.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Yeah, don't do that.
No,
like, even if it's not plugged in or anything.
Wow.
Because there's a capacitor.
Yeah, it's like having a cap. Yeah.
Don't do that.
No, I mean, I have so many crazy stories about working for US Bank. I remember there was one time when like they moved us to this new system that they wanted us all to use to handle our customer service calls, and I had just started working there. But like you learned on what was called a dump tube, which was basically this it was just
very appetizing,
No, it was a monitor, and it was this big giant keyboard that had 3 rows of function keys that you could program, like manually program going into it, but it actually ran off of like the mainline database. It didn't have its own thing. You ran it off, you logged in, and like it was wired directly into the mainframe, and everybody learned on those. And and it was, you could take calls on it so fast. Your call times would just be, but then they made everybody switch over to this universal workstation, which was basically kind of a Windows based program, which like had a few automated features that made it good, but like it was so slow, it slowed everybody down taking phone calls. And then me and my friends, we would just continue taking calls on the dump tubes.
Yeah.
And then they caught us, they'd yell at us and be mad, because we were supposed to use this new system that was made so
Slow.
poorly by the software company that they actually took they actually paid us to not have to do tech support for it anymore. It was
They know it's bad.
Well, you've mentioned this before.
yeah. Yeah, no, it was crazy. No, and like all kinds of stuff like that, where it was just like,
Yeah, some of that outsourced proprietary software stuff was just horrendous.
Yep.
no, it was, I do remember like I liked going into the server room there, one, because it was always cool. Like the whole place was like super hot. It
Yeah.
didn't matter if it was winter or summer. It was 1,000,000,000 degrees. And I remember when I got to go to the server room to do like any kind of like in like background stuff, I was like, man, they kept that room cool, because like they couldn't let that stuff overheat and
Right.
fry. I was just like, oh, I'd love to sit up a desk in here and do my work. It's actually
Refuge.
nice out. Yeah. Good old days. Working for the man. Yeah, I don't know. It's lots of I don't think I could ever go back and work for a corporation again. I just
I am not a good, I have too many opinions to work for other people.
it's like everything they ever say is, it was always plausible deniability. It was always just like, I mean, I can remember getting turned down for like a promotion, like getting to like the final interviews for the promotion. And then I the one that stung the most was like, it came down to me and this other woman, and she got it, which fine. She was a nice enough person. I didn't mind her. She, good for you, whatever. And then so then the next day I came into work, they're like, okay, yeah, so she's going to get this job. And I was like, cool. So here's the deal. We need you to train her in on how to do it. And I was just, and I looked at my boss and I was just like, what? Yeah. So, you need to sit with her and walk her through how to do the job. And I was like, and then I started over my mouth, and my boss, I know what you're going to say, but just so you know, there's, we realize this is a bit of an insult to you to, we turned you down for the job, but now we're asking you to train the other person so they know how to do the job that you applied for.
There's a slap in the face.
Yeah. But just so you know, there's a lot of eyes on you in this moment, and how well you take this and how well you respond to what's going on is really going to say a lot about what happens in the future. And I was like, and I remember telling my boss, I was like, my grandfather, I mean, I didn't say this, but I didn't use this colorful language, but I basically said, my grandpa used to say, don't piss on my back and tell me it's raining. Just like, I was like, no, they won't, is what I said. And they're like, what do you mean that they won't? I was like, because I've been told that song and dance many times, and nobody cares. You just don't want me to complain. So you know what? I'm not going to complain. I'll just go do it. No big deal. And then, but but yeah, that's what I'd be dealing with. It would be like that corporate jargon, and like, just the whole, no, what are we going to do about this? And having to deal with like, but what is this group going to say about it? What is that group going to say about it? What is that group? And having to manage like what 17 other things are going to do. And
Yeah. I made the mistake of being an employer again. Now I have 10 employees, and I'm like, oh my gosh.
Are you full time with the coffee shop, or are you still doing chiropractic stuff?
Yeah, I'm still chiro, game design,
Isn't there another thing too?
Well, the coffee shop, and then I do like acting class and trapeze class.
Really?
Yeah.
And your band.
Well, and the band, yeah,
Just
And a family.
and the family, yeah.
So
find time for yourself.
I'm bad at not doing things.
you're very bad at not doing
Yeah, yeah, it's a problem.
it. Wow.
You see, I'm like, yeah, doing paperwork right now.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I kind of want
I've
to just
got-
quit it all and make board games, but board games don't make you enough money. That's the problem.
That is the problem. Yeah. That's why I never, people are like, do you want to design games? I'm like, fuck no.
No. How about you design a game and pay
Yeah.
me to make it look
I mean, I don't mince words about it. I love what I do. I love the industry and I love everybody in it, but this is a job
yeah.
that
Right.
needs to be able to put a roof over my head and
Yes.
food in my belly.
Yeah, totally, man. Yeah.
Food's overrated.
Yeah. So is roof. Housing.
Roof overrated.
Back in my day, all I needed was an umbrella. And peanuts.
And a bag of peanuts.
So Apple is offering this free 0% financing over 12 months. I'm like, fuck, I'll take that. Why
You get a
not?
fancy computer.
And they're like, you need to do a credit check. I'm like, oh, I've never done a credit check before.
What's your credit score?
700 and something. Is that
Oh,
good?
yeah. That's
It's not
normal.
bad, yeah. It's
Your
average.
700s is like, oh, yeah, yeah. Like 600 starts going. So in the 700s is fine.
Do you want to know the real number? It's like 200. I'm just kidding.
It's 520. It's not good.
There was a negative symbol on it. I don't know.
It's lower
The,
than
big, the
IQ.
biggest thing about having a good credit score is really just owning a home.
Yeah.
Honestly, like owning land and having something that is demonstrably worth lots of money. Yeah, people love loaning you, love letting you
Yeah.
have access to cash.
Yeah.
No. If you're a 27-year-old dude living in an apartment, it doesn't matter if you're making whatever 60, 70, 80K. It's like, yeah, if you decide to just like stop paying us, we're gonna have trouble collecting that. You don't have anything. I mean, it's just like, that's gonna be difficult. But when you own stuff that you like, we can come after. Then,
My buddy's son, he went to university for accounting and he's working for a firm now. He must be still in his 20s, maybe late 20s. Just bought his second house.
yeah,
I'm like, I was not that kid growing up.
no,
I was like the living hand to mouth kind of thing as a young adult.
well,
Yeah.
Matthew, I don't know. I know you're married. Do you have kids?
No, we fostered for a bit.
Okay. So, like, my youngest brother, him and his wife will never have kids. They never plan to have kids. He got himself taken care of, so it's never happening.
Yeah.
And like, and he owns like 3 properties, just like, I mean, it's just like, it's like, and it's just, it is there. If you have children, it is a drain on the wallet.
Yes,
It isn't like, I mean, it's just everything about having kids is money out the door, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's their food,
Yeah,
it's
so-
their clothes, it's their activities, it's
Yeah, I mean, long story short, I know what you're talking about. So
I've
I'm
heard
not
of
going to get
kids.
into it on the stream, but the first year of having kids for us was very financially disruptive, and it set the
Yeah.
trend for even to today. And this was 15 years ago.
Yeah.
So yeah, we're still feeling the impact of that.
It's a
Right.
lot.
Yeah.
Totally.
No.
Yeah, I hear you, Matt.
I want to quit it all and do board game design because it's one of those things that I just love doing. It's a lot of fun, but it does not pay the bills.
I had lunch with a friend of mine, Alan Barr, who is a RPG publisher, and we were talking about the fact that, like, you know, he has a wife that makes. Well, he goes, yeah, my wife makes a lot of money. I make money. You know, just like,
Yeah.
and I was like, yeah, I heard that. So,
Yeah. I make money.
I make money.
Well, I'm still waiting for my wife because she's a doctor. She's a naturopath. And so she, was going to med school, talking a big game, like, I'm going to get out and make way more money than you. It's going to be awesome. So now I'm waiting for her to pull through on that.
Well, she's got $500 million to pay back in debt.
Yes, she
The
does.
student
Yes,
loan
she
debt.
does.
Yeah,
So is this a 5-year plan? Is it a 10-year
Yeah,
plan?
exactly.
Where are we falling there?
Well, we're
At
not in the
some
money yet.
point.
We're not in the money yet. Currently, it's just a lot of student debt.
Yeah.
My buddy Mark is he's a surgeon. He's an orthopedic surgeon, and his wife is like a super smart, super successful lawyer at like the best firm in town.
Yeah.
And they're like Ken and Barbie. They're fucking gorgeous.
Right. I was like, surgeons make a lot of money and lawyers make a lot of money.
Well, surgeons make a lot of money in the U.S.
In the U.S.,
Yes.
yeah, not in
Yes.
Canada. Yeah.
Canada, I mean, I don't know. Actually, it's a good question, but I don't think it's the same. It's
Not
not
the
the same
same.
thing.
Yeah, I doubt it.
I mean, they still probably do all right.
Yeah.
I'm sure. Yeah.
I know Kairos in Canada do
All right.
all right.
Yeah, they do quite well.
Whereas in the US, Kairos do either like pretty rough or like amazing,
Yeah.
depending on their. It's more of a
Location, I
business.
guess.
It's more of a business acumen thing rather than like skill or treatment stuff.
Okay.
Okay.
It's like if you build a business empire, you could be a millionaire as a chiropractor. If you just like hunker down and treat people and help people.
Well, doesn't that
Our
go
healthcare
for a lot of
system.
professions, though?
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
Physical therapy and all that.
Yeah, that's probably true.
But
Our healthcare
I
system
hear
is
you.
just so broken.
Yeah, it is.
Like I'm sure there's troubles in Canada, but when I hear about people getting healthcare in Canada, I'm like, oh man, that sounds so much better.
So I'm into position now. So I was working for a buddy, a high school friend, and I was getting benefits. So in Canada, we don't have vision or dental or any
Right.
of the
You should pay for it.
what's that?
You should pay for it.
Well, unless you have supplemental insurance, which I
yeah.
had through my buddy's company.
Yeah.
Right.
And also like the stuff like the paramedical stuff like massage and physio and chiropractor and stuff like that.
Okay.
So I'm in a position now where I'm not working for him anymore. So I got to pay for supplemental insurance.
Right.
And then it comes into the fact where you're like, you do the math. You're like, okay, well,
If I
I
just
go to the
paid for my checkup,
chiropractor and that's,
yeah.
they cover like $500 a year.
Right.
I go to the dentist and they cover a fair amount. And it's $500 a month for the two of us.
Right. And you're like,
Yeah.
if we just paid for the services we're getting,
Well,
it's
yeah.
actually cheaper. Yeah.
It's like crystal
Until
ball.
the
Can you
really
tell me
big one
exactly what
hits.
the expenses I'm going to need for the year is, and then I'll decide if I'm going to buy the insurance or not.
Yeah. I mean, that's how they make money,
Yeah,
is
exactly.
take in more than they pay out.
Exactly. So we gotta like do it through like Sun Life or something like that to
Yeah.
and get it. But I mean, obviously it could be worse. And
Yeah.
and I
Yeah.
feel for a lot of my friends in the States when I see it sickens me to see like GoFundMe campaigns and stuff like
Yeah,
that. It's just,
right.
Yeah.
it's really, really sad and unfortunate. I mean, we even have some of those in Canada sometimes for people that are chronically ill that really just fall through the cracks of federal coverage or provincial coverage.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that my wife like is really knowledgeable about, and that is such a tough patient base because they've been through the easy
Yeah.
options, and they've been through the system, and it's like, well, what's left? What
Yeah.
other options are out there? And that's her whole patient base. It's
Like fibromyalgia must be a big thing with your wife.
Actually, yeah, it is. But like for me, fibro, like don't get me wrong, I'm not curing fibro, right? Fibro comes from other underlying chronic inflammatory conditions.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's bugs and viruses, sometimes it's an autoimmune thing which is related to viruses. But anyway, I'm not treating that, but I'm reducing systemic inflammation, which reduces the expression of the symptoms. So you actually feel, usually I get people about 60 to 70% better, and then we kind of cap out around there.
Oh, wow.
Which for somebody with fibro, like
that's night and day.
That's pretty good, right? And I'm always very clear with them, like I'm not actually treating the cause of your fibro. I'm just making you feel better. But
that's really what people want, though.
Yeah. But if you can go to work, like I have patients where like when they first started coming to see me, they couldn't go to work, and then after some time, they finally get back to work, and then it's cool. It's cool to be able to do that. But fibro is a tough one.
Monday morning, I had to, like, that scene in The Grinch where he's like going down the stairs on his belly, and he's like, that was me getting out of bed because my back was like in such bad shape.
Yeah.
I was on all fours on the floor trying to get up.
You sleep on the floor?
I should have.
I have some people that do really well with just sleeping on a hard floor.
Well, I took a nap on my office floor the other day because I didn't want to have to get it off of something soft, like a couch or something.
Yeah. Oh, is it the thing where you can't sit up forward? You have to roll to your side and push yourself up?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That's some nice low back stuff.
Getting old fucking sucks, man.
Yeah, man. That's like disc damage stuff.
Yeah.
That's fun. Yeah, and it's like I haven't damaged anything. It's a combination of bad. I have like very weak core right now.
Yeah,
I've been neglecting my exercise for a long time.
That stuff's real important, man.
It is. I know.
Yeah.
I'm dying because the weather's getting nice and I really want to go running, but I can't.
Oh yeah, what happened to your? I remember you used to always post like you're like 5-mile runs, and I'm like, well, I don't run that far.
Snow happened.
I would just read it. I would say bragger.
Yeah, bragger.
Yeah, snow, and 20 pounds later happened. That's what.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. Hey, at least you ran more than me, so you probably still have some prolonged benefits I didn't get because I wasn't.
Yeah. Yeah, good stuff.
Although now I'm becoming more determined to ride my bike to work, which will help me get daily exercise.
Is that far?
Yeah, it's like 6 miles. It's not like not ridiculous. It's a ways, but it's not ridiculous. Yeah. But it'll.
I used to have a 35-minute bike ride into work if I trucked.
Yeah, that's not bad. That's nice.
I was going like you'd be leisurely. It would be like 50 minutes, but
right. So that's probably, what is that, like? That's 6-7 miles, right?
A little more actually.
Yeah, like 8 or 9.
Yeah. Yeah, but as far as my hotel from Gen Con.
Take a bike with you,
should
man.
Bring a bike.
They got the electric ones now. You don't even have to work.
Yeah, I'm working a booth. Can you imagine me getting there and just fucking dripping in sweat? Would you like that gift wrapped?
I worked with a guy who lived near me here in Delaware, and we worked up in Pennsylvania. It's about 30-ish miles, maybe 35. And he rode a bike to work one day, and I'm like, "What is wrong with you?" He had to get up at like 3 o'clock in the morning because we had to go in at 6.
Some people love that stuff, man.
I worked with a guy. Yeah, it's crazy. I worked with a guy at the bank, and he put like thousands of miles or kilometers on his bike every year.
Yeah. Yeah. Some people.
I guess it's easy
really get into it.
And all that.
Yeah. I mean, it's like, how many hours do I spend messing around with board games?
Yeah. Too many. What else could you be doing, Evan?
I could be bicycling for thousands of miles. I'm getting my wife into a Grand Austria Hotel right now.
I love that game.
It's
I depends on the player count.
I
do,
didn't
yeah.
get it. I didn't really get it until I played it on a table because I was just playing on Yukata, online.
What's Yukata?
Oh, it's Yukata DE. There's a lot of games up there, like
Oh,
Castles
really?
Burgundy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
Grand
know what
Austria
it is. I
Hotel.
didn't realize it was on it.
It's a great little interface.
Yeah.
It's very simple, 2D, nothing
Yeah,
fancy, but
awesome.
it's actually a really nice little interface. But yeah, so I played it on the table and I was like, oh shit, this is like a 9 out of 10. Like this game's
How many
Yeah.
people have you played it with?
really
Evan?
good.
Yeah, I have it here. It's awesome.
Yeah.
I bought that at the same time as
How many people do you play with? Because
How many have you played it with, Evan? Your opinion will change.
I've played it most with 2, then second most with 3, and then the fewest with 4, but it's always asynchronous turns online. So I'm not like waiting. Our
Oh.
2-player game, it's definitely not a quick game.
Have you
It's
played
Not a quick
the
game.
actual physical version with more
Yeah.
than
No, physical just
with
2.
more than 2? Yeah.
No.
Wait till you play with the actual people then your opinion might change.
You think so? Just
Yeah.
time between turns?
Yeah.
The snake thing. Yeah, I found that was true with
well,
Great
I
Western
heard
Trail.
that they changed that. Like they it isn't snake anymore.
Oh, did
really?
they? I did not know that.
I didn't know
I'd
that.
have to look it up.
Now I want to get it and get fancy pieces that look like tea and cake, and now I'm all in. I'm like, I want the cool things. I want that game. It's so freaking good. And I really
Yeah, I
like
enjoyed
Great
it with
Western
2
Trail,
players.
but that's a long game. Like I think our 2-player games of Great Western Trail were like 2 hours. 2 and a half.
Have you had to
We're like,
play that
"Whew."
one?
Yeah, it's really good, but it's not fast. Or maybe
What else
we
did I
weren't
play
fast.
that I liked? Prodigal's Club.
Yeah,
I haven't
that's
even
a
heard
good
of
one.
that.
It's a
Right.
offshoot of the
The
Prisoner's Millions.
Last Will or
Yeah.
something like
Is
Last
it
that.
the
Will,
Prodigal
yeah.
Sorcerer's Club?
No, it's good.
It's like an add-on expansion standalone type thing.
Standalone.
Yeah, I
the
really
other
enjoyed
one.
it. I
But
bought
you
it at
could
the same time as
intertwine it with the
Austria.
original, if I remember right.
Let me
Yeah, I played Whistle Stop for the first time this week.
Good
there you
game.
go. So this is Yukata.
Oh, neat.
Yeah, so it's like it's my turn, so I can select my
Yeah.
guy and then use my dice.
Does it do the housekeeping for you?
Yeah, it does all the
Oh,
housekeeping.
nice. So
Yeah,
it's like
which
Board
is-
Game Arena.
Yeah.
Oh, good.
Just a little less fancy, but it totally works.
Those sandbox ones like TTS and Tabletopia. I mean, they're fine if you know the game backwards and forwards, but I like
Right.
sometimes you just want to just check out mentally and just play
Yes.
the game.
Yukata tends to hold your hand. It does
I like
all the
that.
math for you. It does.
Yeah, that's good.
You're like, oh, great. Like you still have to plan ahead and know how much you're spending and not
Sure.
run out of money and all that.
Yeah. Did you like Particles Son, Matt? Or Particles Club?
I did. So you're basically trying to lose all your friends in this.
Yeah.
That's funny.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. Me in general, you like the Last Will. And I did
Yeah, I
get
haven't
it.
played that one.
I did get it, but I don't remember if we did play it separately. I don't remember if we ever entwined. Actually, I don't even remember if Jim played it with me separately. It might have been with Jamie and them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Wandering in the night.
Oh, I got a headache.
You do?
Do
You get enough sleep?
no, not for years now. Probably average
sleep when
about
I'm dead.
6 a night.
6? That's about what I average if I'm lucky.
Yeah.
It's more like 4.5, 5. But if I'm lucky, I get 6. Tonight it might be 3, or it may not be at all. You never know with the rain.
I watched a fun little series. I keep forgetting the name of it.
Is it Star Wars
On-
Rebels?
On Netflix.
That's what I'm watching.
Let me see if I can find it. Jesus.
What did you call me?
What you call?
How
Yes, my.
about Moon Knight? You guys watching Moon Knight at all?
Not yet. I'm waiting for there to be like
Yeah.
maybe 4 episodes, then I can binge them.
Yeah, that's usually what
I'm liking it so far.
I've heard a lot of people say really positive things. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oscar Isaac is a pretty likable
Yeah.
guy for me, though. So
I find him a pretty good actor too.
yeah. I want to see that movie Coda, actually.
I actually just saw him in something. What was it?
What the hell?
Oh,
Was
Bubble. That's what it was.
Bubble? Oh, was it good?
It was okay. Yeah, it was okay. It was a romp on Hollywood, basically. Yeah.
Filming something during the pandemic, I think is
Yeah,
what
yeah.
the base was.
That's the basic. Yeah. Trying to think of it.
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm waiting for May. There's a bio thing on Carlin, a documentary.
Oh yeah.
I'm waiting. That comes out in May.
I just want Dune 2 to come out so I can watch that. That's all.
Dune
I
2.
need.
Yeah. When
Oh,
is that scheduled?
Carpenter.
Is that like next year or something?
I don't know. It should be next week so I can be happy.
It's called
Go ahead,
It's
Matt.
called I'm Not Okay With This. It's based on a comic book, apparently.
Oh. What is he not okay with?
What's the premise? I think I seen.
So
it.
it's the premise is a teenager in high school. She's like this, the
I
fly
did
on
see
the
this.
wall.
Yeah.
And she develops these rather nondescript
Peculiar.
superpowers,
Yeah.
and it's good. It's kind of like a mix of actually, I don't want to even say because I don't want to spoil it, but it's six or 7 episodes, and it was a decent watch. Pass the time.
Yeah.
I went 2 years without watching much of anything, and now, finally I'm in a place where I can actually
We'll start watching.
catch up on stuff. So I'm catching up on Star Wars.
Catching up on what?
Upload is
all
kind
the
of
Star
fun.
Wars shows.
Jen wants to get
Oh, I
in
got
the
it.
season 2 game out. Jen wants to get into it. I just keep forgetting.
Well,
Yeah,
She
I
might
comes
actually
out soon,
watched
right?
it. What's
Which
that?
one?
Obi-Wan comes out real soon.
Yeah.
And
They pushed it back, yeah.
Ahsoka's coming out too. I don't know when that one's coming, but they're making it.
Ahsoka.
I'm excited about that one. I like
Yeah.
that character a lot.
I don't know much about that one. I don't
Well,
know much
that's-
about Star Wars. Star Trek, I always like that a little better.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm waiting for the new Star Trek to come out too with Ensign, the guy from Hell on Wheels, Ensign Mount.
Never heard that name
Oh.
in my.
Oh, it's not.
entire
That's not
life.
his name. What is it? Anyways, the guy that played Black
Beard.
Bolt in the Inhumans.
I didn't see the.
Uh,
No.
No.
Anyways, it's Strange New Worlds. I think it's called. It's all about
Oh, the
Free
Star Trek.
Kirk.
Yeah, yeah.
Kirk Star Trek.
No,
Yeah,
I
Jen and I are getting. Yeah, it's on the it's like the Picard, the new Star Trek series on the
Oh
Paramount
yeah,
or whatever.
I did watch
Yeah,
some of that.
Picard lost my interest, unfortunately.
How come?
Well,
There's only one more season.
is there only one more season?
They're making 3. They announced it recently. Yeah. You gotta look what
I
they're
don't know,
working
it's
with.
just-
Patrick, he's getting up there.
It's I don't know. I like all the characters. I like all the actors. I like all the characters
Yeah.
in it, but it's missing that certain je ne sais quoi.
Well, they're all coming back next season, so yeah, from TNG. Well,
Yeah, Lower Decks.
like-
So Lower Decks is fucking hilarious.
Lower Decks is quite good.
What is
I
Lower
know.
Deck?
And there are tons of little Easter eggs.
I know.
If you are a huge fan of like all things Star Trek, I mean, like,
Yeah.
and I'm talking like all things.
Yeah.
Like they've referenced the animated series, they referenced the original series. I mean, and some of the stuff is just so incredibly hidden. Like, there's the scene where it's like in that collector ship or whatever, and he has the giant Spock skeleton.
Yeah.
Which if you don't know what I mean, it's like like there's like if you don't you see it and you're just like, oh, if you've seen it, you know what it is. If you're not, it would just be nothing, right? It has one of my favorite moments where it was just like they go through that one classroom and then they're like, well, now let's talk about the greatest hero in the Federation of all time, Chief James O'Brien.
Miles.
Oh yeah, Miles O'Brien. Yeah, Chief Miles O'Brien as they're running through the room. It's just like so good.
Speaking of Spock, they're putting his ears in the Smithsonian.
Are they?
Yeah, they officially.
I'm surprised they aren't already there.
I was too, to be honest with you. But yeah,
Did you watch that documentary? I Am Spock.
I Am Spock. Yeah, it was great.
Yeah,
I didn't. I haven't watched it yet. I should.
They talk about one of the weird things is that since he was such a habitual smoker, he had horrible teeth.
Oh yeah.
And so there's they talk about how he doesn't one of the things that became one of Spock's biggest things was that he didn't react, he didn't smile, he didn't and he was always very close-lipped because he didn't want people to see his teeth. It was a constant
funny.
he was.
I don't remember that.
And and then he
did a good job, I guess.
Well, no,
Yeah.
and then he got dentures, and so
see,
he has
yeah.
horrible teeth, and then it's season 2 or something like that. You see him; he's actually talking, his mouth's wide open, he's smiling in some scenes when he has to react, and you can see, and he's got perfect white teeth, because that's
Well, there was that episode where he got sprayed by that flower and got emotions.
yeah.
yeah. Well, there's the famous moment when he thinks he's killed Jim Kirk when he had to return to Vulcan.
Oh yes.
And then he's talking about it's I will turn I of course will turn the control over to Engineer Scotty and and I will submit myself for court martial or whatever. And then and Jim is walking in behind him and he's like, for the death of Captain James Kirk, and he's like, oh, I wouldn't do that. And then he turns around, he's like, Jim. He's super happy.
Oh yeah, right. Yeah,
And
yeah.
then he stops and he
He's like, Captain.
Captain, it is. Yeah.
Oh, Lance, we had a
Yeah.
fun moment in our D&D game tonight.
Tell me about it.
So we're finishing up the Rime of the Frost Maiden, and we were fighting a demi-lich.
Always an easy task.
Yeah, not so much. So we ended up, one of the guys ended up casting an anti-magic shell on him. And then we put the skull in a bag of holding. And I think the Lich had opened up this demi-plane spell. So it's like a portal to, so we chucked one of our players chucks the bag in this demi-plane thing. And what happens when you put a bag of holding in a bag of holding? It ends up making it tears into space-time continuum or whatever it is. So, and I happen to be 60 feet away and everybody else is within 10 feet of this tear. So they all get sucked into this void and chucked into different dimensions or different planes. And I'm left on my own.
Nice.
It was like,
Gosh.
and the DM was like, well, I didn't plan for that to happen, but holy shit, that was fun.
I
Yeah.
haven't been in that high level of an adventure in decades.
Yeah, me too.
That's fun.
So I'm gonna do a video, I think, talking about like 80 to 90% of all my campaign sessions that I run are totally on the fly.
Yeah.
I have a general idea of what like perfect example, I put together a dungeon that these guys, the players are running around in this giant island that they're stuck on.
Mhm.
And I was just I drew out 2 or 3 levels, and I was just like, and the levels are I am a firm believer as a dungeon. If if I think it would be cool, I make it happen. Like that's just like that's, and I don't really worry about it. I have an idea of what monsters will be in the rooms and do this, then the other thing. But I made this like these stairs. I had this idea of like these stairs that lead down that are like super steep and super like, rickety or whatever, and then like, it looked different from the rest of the thing. And I decided there was going to be a trap. There was going to be a trap at the end of this stairway, and I hadn't really decided what was going to happen. So there was a room down there, and they all went in there, and I was just kind of like, all right, it's like, so they're looking at this door and they're trying to figure it out, and like throughout this entire dungeon, they've been running into these like locked doors that they're having trouble with. And I was like, this one doesn't seem like it has a lock on it. It just has a big iron ring on it that you'll open up. And so then the fighter was like, well, I'm just gonna open the door then, I mean, you don't have to worry about it. So he just ran over and opened the door. And I was like, okay, well, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to happen. I said, okay, you open the door, there's a blank wall on the other side of it, and you look behind you, and this like stone wall has like dropped, like, just basically like stopped, so you can't get out of the room. And so then they're like, oh my gosh, what is it like? Is there spikes coming out of the walls, or is there water pouring in, something like that? Nope. And then I just kind of counted to 60 in my head while they were like, well, I go and search the wall for a secret door. And then when I got to 60 seconds, I said, all of you kind of noticed that like your torches seem to be like kind of dwindling, and like your lantern light is going out, and they're all kind of like, and I was like, and then I counted like 30, and I was like, all of you are starting to get kind of like tunnel vision, like and they're like, oh god, they're like, we're like the air's running out. And then so they're searching, and then like I let them, they're like, I rolled some dice, and I was like, they're gonna find it. So then they basically opened up a panel, and there's 4 adventurers, and I was like, behind the panel, I said there's 4 holes in the wall, and written above it they said, all 4 levers must be pulled at once, but one will lose their hand. And then they were like, and as they're like running out of oxygen, and they're like, everybody grab one. And there was one guy who's like, I'm not putting my hand in that. Then we're gonna die. Well, you got 2 hands. Go ahead. Put both in. But eventually they all agreed to reach in. There's a lever, and they pulled it, and they all rolled a 20-sided. And whoever rolled the lowest had their hand cut off. And I was just like, because that'll be cool if it happens. And and of course it was the hapless fighter, so now he can't use his magical shield. He has to decide if he's going to use his sword or his shield. And I'll have him run into somebody that'll cast regeneration on him eventually. But I was just like, but they all are laughing about that for like 20 minutes. And and one person was talking about, man, I lost. Somebody was like, man, that dungeon stunk, man. I must have lost like 500 gold to that one trap. And then he was like, oh yeah? Well, I'm gonna tell you.
You got to make it come back like Deadpool, and it had a little baby hand.
Yeah. No, it's one of those things where it's like, I just decide, and I'm a firm believer of, I'm a firm believer of let them work their way, let them smash the trash mobs. Just like, it's like, oh, it's zombies, give them 4 hit points. They just cut them down left and right. But when it's something that's important, that like should be a fun like fight or a fun encounter for them, then like those things have enough hit points until I think it's cool for it to die. Like they're like, I do 8 points of damage. Okay, cool. I'm kind of writing this down. I'm kind of keeping track of it in my head. But just like otherwise you get bogged down into numbers and problems and everything like that. Nobody ever has any idea. It's like, it's probably got like 50 hit points. But if somebody does something like miraculous, like runs over to save the guy who just got knocked down to 0 hit points, and like if the wizard runs up and like, because he's run out of spells, and he swings his staff and rolls a 20 and gets a critical hit, then I'm like, yeah, that killed him, because that makes it more cool. He runs up, the scene in everybody's head is like, this like creature is like raising its club to smash the poor, the poor thief and kill him, and then the wizard runs up, or the guy throws his sword from the other side of the room and hits it, and like, and you pin him against the wall, and blood pours out of him, and like as he's trying to pull the sword out, but you run up and just shove it in even farther, and and he dies in front of you. It's like everybody's like high-fiving each other and having
It
fun.
makes for such a better game.
Well,
when
it does. It
when
does.
it's-
It's so much better than like if you're sitting there playing it. It's like, oh well, yep, those last 2 hit points from that magic missile finally took down the evil Spectre Lord. It's just like, how much fun is that? That's not fun.
Yeah. I love playing with like both of the DMs I play with lately are like they start their campaigns off, especially if there's new players, like saying, just let you know, rules are great, but I use them as a guideline.
Right.
Oh yeah, and that's my
Yeah.
biggest.
Don't
problem
argue with
like,
me about the rules.
Yeah.
No, well, so and I think I've told this
Actually,
story.
Lance can do his Kabuki Kid voice.
Yeah. Actually, well, if you look at page 176, you will see that, and
If you
that's
note
like,
on the PHP, the page
yeah,
69, you will find the table illustrating.
and I have a player in my group that just bemoans the fact that we play Labyrinth Lord, because Labyrinth Lord is just a structure of rules, and a lot of it is just like it's up to the DM to decide how it works. Like it doesn't describe exactly what happens when a cleric turns undead. Do they run away? Do they cower in fear? Can you attack them? Will they fight back if they attack?
Right.
He's like, and I'm like, yeah, I'll figure it out on a case by case basis.
Right.
And
Yeah.
and he's like, well, I just want structure. And I'm like, yeah, well, it's like I don't. I don't want that. I mean, and I'm not saying that people that play 5e aren't playing a fun game. That's fine. They can play. They can. But I've run into a lot of 5e players that are basically like, well, here's my character. I've scripted out the first 11 levels of how everything's going to be spent, and I'm just like, oh God, I hope your character dies. But in 5e, it's so impossible to kill a character anyway. So it's just like, they start with 700 hit points basically, and I get 3 death saves, and I'm just like, ugh. The ogre steps on your head while you're unconscious and breaks your skull open. You're dead.
We had a character die this campaign.
Yeah, I mean, but a character, we've probably run through like 7 characters in this campaign already, because 0 hit points and dead, baby. Just like you just.
Oh, no negative points, huh?
Oh, there's no rules for negative hit points. I let them survive 1 round for every level they have.
Yeah.
After when they hit 0, there's no. And it's just like, because
and then like you can first aid stabilize.
Somebody can run over magical healing. Magical healing is the only way it'll work.
No con roll.
No, there's no con roll. It's just so yeah. If you're level 1, somebody's got to get to you quick, or else
you're gone.
Yeah, or else you're done. I hand you a piece of paper and some 6-sided dice, and it is 3d6.
Ooh.
Right down the row.
You're fucking
from
brutal.
top to bottom, no matter what.
Yeah. So just like
You wanted to play a ranger, huh? Nope.
Yeah.
Not happening this time.
You're going to be a cleric.
No, I mean,
and not a very good one.
And not
it makes getting a +1 for a stat really important. Like if you manage to get like a 13 or a 14 in strength, I mean, you're better than 90% of the fighters out there. I mean,
the closest
I
ever did to that was, I mean, we were never that savage, but the closest I ever did was 3d6 times 6 and then place them where you want.
No, I mean, and I get it.
Yeah,
There is something to be said about making the character you want to play, right?
Yes.
Having an idea for a character and being able to play it. But I mean, I don't know, man. There's two things I've figured out from playing games with high death rates. Is one, if your character is alive and living and continues to live, that's the mark of you playing well. Like,
yeah, sure.
And two, it also it means more. Like, I mean, and also I really like also like differing levels of experience points to gain levels. I mean, and admittedly, Pathfinder 5e, they've done wonders at making sure that a 2nd level fighter is equal in power to a 2nd level wizard, and so on and so forth, right? So it's okay for you to, both of you to gain a level at the same rate. But there's a reason why in like old school D&D, it took forever for wizards to level. Why? Because once they got to 5th level, they were throwing fire around that could kill an entire town. So, I mean, it's like,
For your
it
first
takes
level
a long
wizard,
time to
man,
get
he
there.
can't do much.
Yeah.
There's a reason why thieves
Phew.
leveled like this in D&D because they were weak as shit.
Yeah, I
And
think
they couldn't-
1250 was the first XP level.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
were weak as shit and they couldn't do anything. I mean,
Yeah.
they just and you couldn't expect much out of them either, And but
Um,
the cool thing about thieves were it's like, oh, like pick lock. Yeah, it was like, oh, I have a 20% chance to pick lock, but that means any lock. That means you make it to the king's vault room and you're in front of his impregnable steel door of impregnableness, and you roll a 0-1. Yeah, you unlocked it. You get everything that's inside of it because you rolled well enough to get it. It isn't like, oh, it's DC 45. There's no chance.
Yeah.
Right.
I watched a documentary lately on Blackmore.
Oh yeah,
And
Dave
so-
Arneson, baby, Minnesota native.
yeah. So I never really knew anything about this.
I don't know it.
So it's basically predates D&D.
Huh.
It was kind of this rule set that was spawned from like a military skirmish war game kind of
Yeah,
thing.
that was Gygax. He had this idea of having military skirmish, and yeah, go ahead. I'll let you talk.
Yeah, anyways, and then it basically it kind of delves into how it was the progenitor to kind of like D&D and how the kind of like the two factions of people kind of split off, and there was the Gygax D&D TSR people, and then there was the Blackmore kind of. It was interesting. I never really knew this about it, and I thought
Yeah.
I was surprised to learn it.
So for the longest time back then, people when they played, like they were playing strategic rule simulations. Like so, it was like, oh
right.
I want a rule set for having 12 knights fighting 24 footmen, right? And they would have rules to determine. That was where armor class and like and like and
Fake
wizards and stuff like that. And then but Dave Arneson was the guy who came up with the idea, what if you just had one person and you just controlled one person and you went somewhere and you went on an adventure? Like it was just that one. And so then he was running basically solo games of one person trying to make it through his Blackmore world.
Where you have like a role play of the element to it, not just stats.
Your character had a name and like a story and stuff like that. And so then that's what
reason why you're in
and
the
then
battle.
Gygax played it and he liked it, and then him and Dave came up with it. And of course, if you read into it, there's a lot of bad blood between the two of them, and there's a big falling out, and so it's like it's tough to figure out exactly where it all there's a book coming out in May or June called Slaying the Dragon, and that was and that's like a more like it's kind of a hard nosed. I mean, if you really dive into it, like the how TSR fell apart and basically it's easy to find that information, but I don't know if this book's going to be any good or not, but I'll buy it.
Right.
It sounds like.
Yeah. I never delved too far into it, but I'm pretty sure there was a lot of bad blood in a lot of places there.
Yeah.
And then there's a whole thing about wizards in TSR now. There's this new TSR.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Well, that's because those guys are a pile. The sad thing is that like one of them is
Ares' son.
There's Luke Gygax, and then there is Ernie Gygax.
Ernie Gygax.
And Ernie is the one that is like he's literally like, depending upon the stuff that you read, he's like weird. I mean he isn't. I'm not saying he's QAnon, but he's like weird QAnon level like insanity as far as what he thinks is what he has access to. And July 19th, I apologize. Yes, Slaying the Dragon. You can pre-order it now through Amazon or anywhere else by Ben Riggs, The Secret History of Dungeons and Dragons. Co-created by war game enthusiasts Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson. The original Dungeons and Dragons role-playing game released by TSR in 1974 created a radical new medium, a role-playing game. For the next 2 decades, TSR rocketed to success, producing multiple editions of D&D numerous settings for the game, magazines, video games, New York Times best-selling novels, and even a TV show. But by 1997, a series of ruinous choices and failed projects brought TSR to the edge of doom, only to be saved by their fiercest competitor, Wizards of the Coast, the company behind the collectible card game Magic the Gathering.
Fiercest competitor?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like, it was weird when WotC bought it. No,
What were they
it's
competing over?
well, I mean, like, it just, there was only so many gaming dollars out there, right?
Yeah.
You
Oh,
know what I mean?
okay.
So, and Magic was huge. I mean, and
Yeah.
so for them to be able to buy it and yeah. No, I mean, so yeah, I mean, I pre-ordered the book. I mean, I'll read it, whatever. You know, just it'll be an interesting read. I'll probably tear through it pretty quick, but
Yeah. Well, we
um,
expect your full report.
yeah, no. I don't think it will. I don't think they will. I don't think it'll tell me anything I don't
Right.
already know, but maybe it'll be told in a way that'll be interesting, I guess.
Yeah. There might be a few nuggets in there.
Yeah, I'm sure. No, what was the other thing I was thinking about? I had some rant I wanted to go on about D&D, but now I've lost it, of course.
Was it that the new editions are all crap?
Well,
Oh,
I
crap.
just don't really
It's-
like
if
it.
That
it's
goes without
not-
saying for Lance.
Get off that lawn.
No. I mean, okay. So there's lots of things about D&D that just drive me crazy, right? So when I got into it, I got into it with the Holmes Blue, and which, I mean, I might be speaking of Chinese to you for all. I mean, I apologize. That was really insensitive. I might as well speak another language, you know, to you if you don't understand.
I don't know what the Holmes Blue is.
So Holmes Blue is like considered like a complete rule set that was one of the very original complete rule sets that wasn't like it was mass produced.
Was that like the blue box?
Yeah, but yeah, so there's white box and there's blue box, and then like
Red box.
I learned off Holmes Blue from a borrowed book, and then I got the Advanced Dungeons and Dragons Player's Handbook and DMG
Yeah.
when I was young, and
Yeah.
then I also then the basic set came out shortly thereafter, and the basic set was way more easier to grok as a kid.
Right.
It just was, and so.
Right.
And so then I played that, and I played the expert set as well. And that was so weird at that period of time. There was like advanced Dungeons and Dragons,
Right.
and there was Dungeons and Dragons. So there was like,
Yeah.
they were creating two different rule sets. I mean, it was like, I can't
Yeah.
even imagine a company doing that now, where it's like, well, we have this really popular game. Let's come up with two different rule sets that are
Yeah.
not, that you can't, that actually have like, that are fundamentally share a lot of the same things, but they're inherently different in so many that
I
like,
just assumed that advanced was intended to replace,
yeah,
like as the next step. I didn't.
I
know
was
it
an
like-
AD&D guy. That's what I learned
Yeah.
on.
Yeah, I
so
learned
then,
on AD&D.
so then I moved over to AD&D, and we played a ton of AD&D.
Yeah.
And then AD&D,
And second edition.
and then second edition came out, and that was the beginning of the whole modding your characters.
Yeah.
Like they had all those player character books, like the Essential Guide to Fighters, the Essential
Yes.
Guide to Magic Users.
Yeah.
And they in those
all those books that were like
yeah.
Yeah.
And they had kits. Remember, they had kits
Oh, yeah.
that you could use for your
Yep.
for your different classes, and they could
Yeah.
do certain things.
I never
then-
played second edition, so I have no idea what you're
really.
talking
Oh
about.
yeah.
Yeah,
Second
no,
edition
yeah.
was
So
great.
second edition
I
had
played
tons
most
of
second edition.
Yeah. So then we played a lot of second edition, and
Yeah.
then third edition came out. I remember when third edition came out, they came out with the player's handbook first. I remember we got that and we just poured over,
Yeah.
and we were just like, and it really made us want to play third edition again. It made us want to play D&D again, because
Right.
and then there was all these things where it was like, you know, it didn't say you had to, but it pretty much, the way the combat set up, it pretty much mandated that you had to have
Yeah.
squares.
Yeah.
You know, and you had to have minis to move around,
Right.
because it was
Yeah.
very tactical.
That was
could
like the
move-
first of like the 5-foot step. And
yes, I
all
could
that
move
stuff,
30
right.
feet and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then so so then I remember, I can remember like, and I still remember the day 3.5 came out. when they,
3.5, man. I played a lot of that.
I mean, and like, yeah, I still remember the day 3.5 came out because I remember they like the one hobby shop in town. I was able to like pre-order the 3 books,
Yeah.
and and they were like, they called me and they were like, yeah, we got all 3 of your books. And I was just like, and I remember I went on my lunch break from work, knowing full well I could not drive to the store and get back to work in the time that I had.
This
And
is
so
happening.
I concocted a lie as to why it took me long. Like I said that I had car trouble. I knew what I was gonna say and I knew what I was gonna do,
yeah.
you know, to like say why I wasn't able to
You got to
back
get
in
those
time.
books, man.
Yeah, no. And so I remember I did that. And then I remember and then I remember we played a ton of 3.5, and what we did after, what we actually ended up playing a ton of for a long time was Pathfinder.
Right.
And Pathfinder was actually a better system. It was way better than 3.5.
Was it?
I think it was.
Was it though?
It was, but it did break. I mean, once your characters got past like level 6 or 7, you were pretty much gods.
Yeah.
But getting to level 6 or 7 was fun.
Yeah. I mean, they took the like, that like min max character pathing like to the nth degree.
Yeah, you could just make everything. Yeah. 4th edition is best forgotten that it ever existed.
Yeah, 4th was not awesome. It was.
I think I played 4th edition. I played a one shot at a local pub for a game day they had.
Yeah.
And it was this young 14-year-old DMing her session.
That's awesome.
I was like 35.
Yeah.
I just remember it was like, so I'm gonna drink the healing potion. How much does it heal? Well, how much does your healing surge? What are you talking about? Yeah, so when you drink the potion, it lets you use a healing surge. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard in my life. You know, just like
roll a D8, damn it.
Or the other thing is that you're a ranger, huh? Yeah. Oh, so what can you do? Well, I can do Fangs of the Wolf. Oh, what's Fangs of the Wolf? Oh, it's I get to move 4 steps forward and I get to attack somebody and I do an extra 8 points of damage. And then I can immediately go to the other side of that person and attack another person if they're within range, or attack the same person again and get a +6 to that attack. Wow, that's great. Why don't you do that all the time? I can only do it once a day. Why? Because I can only do it once a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
But why can you only do it once a day? Because I only can do it once a day.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, just like,
every class has an ability they can only do once a day. This is mine, damn it. For whatever reason.
I remember like my buddy Jason who decided to play, I think it was a warlock or he played a sorcerer or something like that.
Yeah.
But I remember all of his spells, like we just ended up making fun of all of his spells names, because in 4th edition they were just like frigid darkness, the fridge of darkness. You know, just like I open it up and I can't see anything in. I don't know what kind of food I'm gonna get. So just made fun of every single one of his spells. So then I remember I tried to run 4th edition. I was like, that's fine. I was like, we're all in. We're gonna try it. And I remember we played 4th edition for like 3 sessions, and I said, we're converting everybody over to Pathfinder. You know, I was like, I'm out. I'm done. We're not doing this anymore.
Yeah. 4th edition did not do well.
No.
And then
not
after
that many people were into it.
And then we played Pathfinder for a long time. And we continued playing Pathfinder for a long time. And then we have never really given 5e a chance. Like we all kind of read it. We all thought it would look kind of neat, but it was also just way too much. And
5e,
and then
they did a nice job with it.
Well, it's one of the reasons why the game's so popular right now.
Yeah, I think they did a nice job with it.
It is extremely. I played 5e with my kids and my family.
Yeah.
You know, and
one of the reasons why I like 5e now is that it leans into storytelling and role play and narrative, and that's when I came back to D&D this time. I wanted to make a conscious choice to do more role playing and actually start instead of just like, can I attack him now? You know, which is historically how I've played.
Right.
So
there's nothing wrong with attacking people.
No, trust me.
Yes.
I
share that. Make you mad. No, and then we played our own version of the rules that we created. I've talked about that many times, called ED&D. And then ED&D, and then ultimately it's one of those things where it's like now we've gone back to the drawing board and we're rewriting a bunch of the rules for ED&D because we, after like a couple of years of playing it and play testing, we found more things we don't like. It's a living rule set. So now I went through all of my OSR clone stuff like Swords and Wizardry and Labyrinth Lord and old school essentials and stuff like that, and I was like, we'll just use Labyrinth Lord. It's a pretty simple system. It's pretty straightforward. It's like playing AD&D but without all the clunkiness of AD&D. So I enjoy it, and I mean, it's just, and every 2 weeks everybody shows up. We fly by the seat of our pants. I just basically put them in a combination of like kind of weird Isle of Dread / Doomsday Cult island that they're stuck on. Just somebody told you to go to this place, and there's like 2 or 3 NPCs that are kind of powerful to live on the island that they run around and do favors for, and they're trying to figure out how to get off the island and get back, and they can't figure it out. So, and which I don't know how they're gonna. It's like Lost. I have no idea what they're gonna do. It's like today we'll have a Medusa dungeon. Let's just go with that, and then we just and like, because they have to get this talisman of blue lights or something. It's important to this NPC, and they'll give them this magic sword if they do it. Okay, let's go. Just got to make sure you give somebody something that they want, and then they're always like, I've discovered that give the players like just a little bit of like entice somebody with something that they desperately want, like well, now I got the character who wants his hand, but I mean, also it's just like give them a hint of like at the bottom of the dungeon there's like a super powerful item that's like would work really well for them as the cleric or whatever, and everybody else is like, I don't want to be here anymore, but can we just go? We can go like down one more level, and I can get I could get the Mace of Shattered Tears. Who knows what that is? I don't know what it does. It sounds cool. Can we just go get it?
Yeah.
One of my buddies started DMing for his kids and their friends, and he got some advice from our regular DM who does kids sessions. He up until pandemic was doing 2 kids sessions a week at a local community center.
Oh.
So he's like, simple. All you need to do is, as soon as if you're fighting somebody, and as soon as they start to lose interest, that's when they kill the thing, right?
Yeah, no, that's what you do as soon as you
Right.
know. I remember there's a very wise DM thing. It's like if you're losing your players, throw a band of orcs at them. I mean, it's just like, it's like if everybody's kind of like, starting to stare at their phone, or they're talking to some guy about the TV show they watched last night. It's like all of a sudden the door kicks down and 8 raging orcs run in. Roll initiative. It's like, oh geez, just like, let's do this.
Right.
When in doubt, just throw a band of orcs at them.
All right, I'm gonna skedaddle.
I was gonna say we should probably
All
call it a night. But thanks everybody for watching. Send good thoughts to Aldi. Thanks for showing up.
Good thoughts, Ollie. Good chatting some old school D&D. It'd be nice to. I mean, I know when we're at conventions, we're all like there doing business stuff, but it'd be fun to do some kind of
like a one shot going.
Yeah.
Are you doing? I'm gonna most likely be at Geekway, which is held in St. Louis.
Yeah.
I'll be there.
I probably won't do Geekway. I'll probably do Origins and 1 or 2 more.
I'm guessing I'm
BGG
gonna
November.
do. No, I'm guessing what I'm gonna do is Geekway, Origins, Dice Tower East, Gen Con, and BGG.
Okay.
That's a
Okay.
lot.
So Origins or BGG. I'll be
And
there.
I said that a lot. I'm like, God damn, that's a lot of conventions.
It is a lot.
I'm doing 2.
Yeah, and then
Which one are you? You're doing Gen Con.
And I'm kind of wondering. I mean, I don't think we'll go to
BGG.
PAX Unplugged.
Well, I'll be at BGG.
Yeah, I don't.
I'll be at BGG.
We
PAX Unplugged, I'd like to. I really had a good time in 2018 when I went.
PAX Unplugged was
It a lot of
cool.
fun.
Yeah, I went to the first one. Yeah,
Yeah, so did I. I'd like to go back
my
to see what it's like now.
it was good.
my weirdest experience at
I'm
PAX
only
Unplugged.
40 minutes away too.
I remember at PAX Unplugged, when I was still, I think that was the last convention I went to when I worked with TMG.
Yeah.
And I went to PAX Unplugged. And I remember I was sitting there, I was hungry. It was like 11 o'clock at night and I was hungry, and I was sitting there hanging out with Daniel, and I was like, I need food. I'm gonna go see if I can find some food. And I found this, like, just walked outside, and we were at this weird Holiday Inn in the middle of Philadelphia. It was like weird. It was like you wouldn't know it was a Holiday Inn because it doesn't set, like when I think Holiday Inn, I think a big giant place set aside from the rest of the whatever.
Yeah.
And it was just like, and I walked outside and I looked around and I walked down I just went down where people would see me walking around, and I found this like late night pizzeria that was open. And I was just like, I walked in and they're like, what do you want? And it's like, what do you want, a slice of it? I was like, no. I called my guy, and he's like, ask them if they have eggplant pizza. And I was like, are you fucking yeah, they do. So I was just like, I was like, I need 2 pizzas. They're like, a whole pizza? They were like just stunned that I wasn't ordering like a slice. Like I was just like, no, I need a like pepperoni and beef and an eggplant. They're like, all right, give us 10 minutes. And I was like,
who's
cool.
this guy?
Yeah,
The whole pizza.
This crazy freaking guy. But yeah,
I've never been to a Dice Tower. How's Dice Tower East?
I haven't been to Dice
guys.
Tower. You see
See,
it,
Matt.
I haven't been to Dice Tower in a long time. Last time I was there was like 2017. My 2 big memories of Dice Tower were, one, like leaving North Dakota, being on a plane lands in, like, I think it was Nashville, switched another plane, flew to Florida.
Yeah.
Got off the plane.
Right. 'Cause it's
Like
Florida.
I was like, I got off the plane. I was sitting there and I got on my phone, called for an Uber, sitting there watching the little thing, see the guys getting close. I walk out. I've been in air conditioning for the last like 9 hours. I walk outside in Florida in July. I was like, whoa, oh my God. I'm like swimming through
Instantly.
the water in the air.
Yeah.
Like I was just like, oh my heavens, what is
That happened
going
to me
on?
in Fort Worth once.
Yeah, and then I remember they brought me to the hotel, and I'm looking at the hotel, and I'm so used to convention hotels being like these garbage hotels, right?
Yeah.
And it's like it was this super ritzy resort like hotel, and I was like, "Are you sure this is the what's your name?" And he's like, "Yeah," and I was like, okay. And I walk in, and it's just like it was just resplendent in its beauty, and I was like, yeah. And they're like, oh, are you here for Dice Tower? I was like, yeah. Oh, thank God, I'm in the right place, right? But it was like, yeah, it was a super nice place. But the other thing is, I remember Patrick Siebert, who is a board game designer, and he's published. He's like, and he has a YouTube channel as well. He's mostly a business. He does it for fun.
Yeah.
But he lives in Florida, and he always rents a bungalow, which is basically a big giant place that has like 4 or 5 rooms or whatever.
Yeah.
And he has parties every night. And like,
Nice.
and he's a good friend of mine. So he just said, hey, it's like, you're gonna come. And I remember I went to the bungalow one night.
Met him.
Yeah, he's super nice. He's like, yeah, you did. You met him. You met him when we were playing Magic. And that was Patrick. Yeah.
Yes,
Super
that's right.
nice
He
guy.
was a blast. He was fun.
And but I remember and we were sitting there and there was like, the beer and bourbon were flowing and I remember and this may be the reason why Shane and I became, because Shane and I were already friends, but we weren't good friends.
Right.
But we were sitting there drinking, and there was a third person there who now I won't even mention them because they're a horrible human being, but they were a board game publisher that we were friends with, and they've shown their true colors. But anyway, and the 3 of us got into these this giant political discussion. Sure. And I, because of my more moderate leanings, and because I don't really consider myself anything, but I'm definitely not hardcore right wing or anything like that. And one of these people was, and that wasn't Shane. And I remember this guy just started freaking out at me when I was talking about raising minimum wage and stuff like that. He's like, okay, Chairman Mao, right? It's like, you won't be happy until, and I was just like, I have been called a lot of things in my life, but I have never been called a socialist. I have never been called Chairman Mao. It was
That's awesome.
Yeah, no, but I remember, but yeah, and then Shane and I just ended up laughing. We were just, and then
Right.
Peter Shire was there too. And we were the three of us. We were just laughing and having a great time. And after
Yeah.
that, me and Shane just started hanging out whenever we were around each other.
Shane is a good time, man.
I think it's so hilarious that BGG him and Mike, the first night they were there, they were like, I remember I went back and so Mike and I were staying at a room at BGG because we had to open the booth and everything like that.
Yeah.
And you guys had that.
Oh, this
place.
year. Yeah. Or
Yeah. So
November,
I remember that first night I was sitting there and I don't know what I was playing. No, I was playing board games with Aldi. And then Mike texted me. He's like, yeah, Shane and I ran into this guy at the bar here at the hotel. You heard about this, right?
I think so.
And now he's buying us shots. And
Yes.
I was like, you want to come down and drink? I was like, nah, I'm playing games. You guys have
And they
fun.
ended up going out. and doing all
They
that
went
stuff.
out. They went out till like 3-4 in the morning. They had limo service, and
yeah.
and I remember, and
Because the guy was
well, no, and I played board games until like nearly 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and I was dead tired. And I went and I went to bed. I was like, oh god, I was like, and I was talking, and I was like, I gotta be quiet when I walk in here. I don't want to wake anybody up. I walk in, all the lights are still on. There's nobody there.
Nobody there, yeah.
What the hell? Where are these people? I was like, well, I'm sure they're adults. They can take care of themselves.
They
And
might be dead. It's fine.
Oh yeah, totally. And
We'll find out in the morning.
so I went and I crawled into bed, and then I set an alarm to wake up at like 10 because we had to go set up the booth or whatever.
Yeah.
And I get up and they're there, and I'm looking over and Mike is, dead to the world. And I'm like, whatever. You were out late. You can sleep in. That's the problem. I need breakfast or something.
Yeah.
And I nearly trip over Shane, who's lying on the floor of the room.
This in your hotel room, not the
your
not
hotel room,
not
and
the
then-
Airbnb
and
that
then
they
he woke up and he saw me, and I was like, "You can sleep in the bed." And he was like, "Oh," he like looked up and he looked like somebody had run him over with a dump truck, and he just is like, "I need to go." And he was like looking around, and I was like, "I'll talk to you later."
Well, because I think I showed up that day.
Yeah.
And
that's
I was
what he
like,
said.
"Shane,
He was like, I need to get back to the place because Evan and Ryan showed up later, and I was like, all right,
And then that night I was like, Shane, are we going out? What are we doing? He's like,
oh, they weren't. I've been there. I've been there when you just made bad choices, and like it's next day. It's like 5 o'clock p.m. the next day, and you're still not.
Yeah, you're like
100%.
Oh, no.
You're just like.
Yeah.
I can remember when I was dating this girl way back before my wife, and she like said, "Oh, I'm having another wine." She had these wine parties at her house all the time.
Yeah.
She was like, "I'm having another wine party. You should come over." And I was like, "All right, cool." And usually it was like 9-10 people sitting around eating cheese, drinking wine,
right? Yeah.
Hanging out, doing whatever. And we got there and we were sitting there, and like she was, making the charcuterie board or whatever, and like making her own salsa for the chips and stuff, and I was helping her, and we were just I brought a couple bottles of wine and opened one up, and we were just talking and hanging out. Like an hour went by, nobody shows up. Another hour goes by, nobody shows up, and I was like, did you invite anybody else? She's like, yeah, I invited like 7-8 people. And then it was just like, so then it just turned into me and her like watching movies and drinking wine and like just hanging out. And I remember like, and I don't normally drink wine. I don't really like it.
Yeah.
It definitely, it goes to your head pretty bad.
Yes. Especially sweeter. Yeah.
Yeah. And I remember I was like after like between the two of us, we had like 4 or 5 bottles. I was like, this is not good. And I remember I had to play D&D the next day at noon time D&D. And I remember I woke up on our couch. I'd passed out, and I woke up and I was like, I was looking around. I was like, oh my God, I am like completely. And I mean, like, the dwarves are banging on my head with their hammers, and I'm just like, I'm looking around. It's like 10:30, and I'm like, well, I got enough time to drive back to my apartment. Stick my head in
some water.
Stick my head in a hot shower.
Yeah,
and then head over to my buddy's house. And I remember I was sitting there playing an entire session of D&D like this, like. Just trying to suck down water as fast as I can. Are you
Oh,
okay?
man.
No, I'm not okay.
No, I'm not. Is
I'm
it my
not
turn to
okay.
attack?
It's I'm not
attack.
going to be okay for hours. For hours, I'm not going to be
Lance,
okay.
roll a 20 sider. Okay.
Yeah, yeah, shoo. Yeah, just like and then like yeah, and then like she like called me up and she was just all like freaking out because like she was like she had no memory of me leaving or anything like that.
No.
She was like she had fallen asleep too, and she was like, "What happened to you? Are you okay? Are you alive?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine." She's like, I don't. It's like I don't remember when I fell asleep. I was like, "Yeah, neither do I.
Yeah.
The whole night is pretty much a blur.
Yeah.
I'm never drinking that much again." And
But you did.
I think that was the last time I got really no New Year's Eve 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
Going
I
out.
know the last time I did wine.
No, it wasn't New Year's Eve. It was God, what was it? It was like 3 or 4 years ago, and it was like New Year's Day. It was New Year's Day, and I was hanging out with because it was New Year's Day because for whatever reason the Vikings or there was some reason I was out at night.
New Year's Eve.
And I went to it wasn't New Year's Eve because I was hanging out with my wife.
No, I'm thinking about myself. Moonshine. Never mind.
Yeah, no, but I remember it was and then I remember I was hanging out and I was hanging out with my friends and we were at a bar, and like the thing is one of my friends who's in my fantasy football league is part owner of the bar, and so we were just hanging out there and we were drinking and like just whatever, just having fun, just talking, watching TV, BSing about whatever. And then what happened was it was like the bar started, like the bar closed.
Yeah.
And then but I know the guy who owns the bar, so and he was working and he was just like, yeah, I mean, you can hang out for a little bit longer. And a little bit longer was a half hour.
Right.
And then it was an hour.
Yep.
And then it was 2 hours.
Yep.
And then it was like 2.5 hours. And I was
Yep.
just like, holy, is it really 4 a.m? And I've been like drinking Manhattans for the last 3 hours. And I was just like, and I remember I went home and I was just like, and I got home and I mean, I didn't drive. I called an Uber, and I got a ride home. And then I remember the next day, I was like, my wife was like, you are an idiot. And she was just like, and I was like, I need to go get my car. And she's like, yeah. And we've got a whole day of stuff we're doing today. So
have fun with that.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I do that to myself still. I mean, not so much on the drinking side, but like staying up till 4 doing stuff. And then it's like, oh nope, I'm up at 8 or 7,
Rookie Kid said, what was the story with all those no-shows at that party? You know what? To this day, I have no idea. I mean, I
sent out the wrong date. They came a week later.
No,
Right.
I think it was one of those things, like a more evil conspiring person in my brain would say that like she like actually didn't invite anybody else over, but she just invited me. But she had a whole bunch of food made, and she herself had bought like 2 or 3 bottles of wine.
But what would be the conspiracy?
I have no idea. I mean, but it was super casual. Like, we were just like, it was just somebody I knew from work, and and it wasn't like we weren't intimate or anything, not to be crass or anything like that. It was just kind of like we were hanging out and seeing where things went, that kind of thing, and it was just like, and it turned out it didn't really go anywhere. I mean, she was a nice person. I'm still I think I'm friends with her on Facebook or something. I don't know, but I mean, it was just one of those things. So I mean, I don't think there was any big conspiracy going on. It was just
Hey Lance, how come Gray Fox doesn't put out a awesome yearbook? Who's that guy?
Ooh.
Who's that guy?
That's me.
He looks familiar.
I don't know. I don't recognize him.
No.
Hey, I'm in the yearbook.
What game did you design that they made?
Well, it's not out yet.
Oh.
It's coming out next year. It's
You know why we don't do that?
just in case you change your mind.
No, I'll tell you right now why we don't do that.
Nobody cares.
It costs a bunch of money to print.
Tell me,
Yeah.
tell me what the boon from printing that would do. And Shane, he
I
loves
just want to
spending
see
money.
my name in lights. I want to see my name in
Yeah,
lights.
just
What you want, Andrew?
all right. I should go to
All right.
bed. I had to get up in 5 hours and take kids to school. So
Oh yeah. All
But
right.
the
Well,
nice
good
thing
chatting
is
with
that
you.
this is such a super comfortable chair that like some mornings
Pass
I
out.
just put, oh no, like if I just get a little hour, little cat nap, you know.
Oh, like after you drop the kids off,
Yeah, just come home, you know.
come back.
Like my wife comes out of her office back there, and more than once she's just got me like sitting here, and I've got like, you know, music playing, and I'm just kind of just chilling,
Yeah.
just kind of, you know, waiting for the day to start, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's yeah. Anyway, just thanks everybody for watching. Blah 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 blah. Make sure you watch. I actually did make a Tales from Behind the DM Screen video again for the first time in a long time. So
Oh,
you can go
fun.
check that out on my skin. You know, it's about why Mega Dungeons suck. 37 minutes of me rambling about D&D. Enjoy.
That's like tonight.
Yeah,
pretty
there you
much.
go.